The over pair. 80,000, a quick call by Matt Salzberg. The turn card.
And the 4 spade comes up, puts a possible flush and a possible straight out there. Matt checks again.
Philip has the over pair and a big spade. And the German has to feel pretty comfortable as he gets out the pink chips and the plaque. Yep, 175,000. Matt does not have a spade. He's got a little piece in it, the pair of fives.
I'm still wowed. He just check called on the flop here. And now he's getting away from this hand on the turn.
That was an even bigger bluff than the ace-deuce against me.
That was a bigger bluff. It's 175.
Yeah, well,
Philip taking his pot. His 4th ever WPT event. And there's the lobby right now at the Aviation Club. The crowd watching on TVs.
The French players just staring at the monitor out there, wondering, where's our French players at this table? There are none.
Appreciate it.
All right, action on the Canadian Timothy Adams with a quick fold. Mosen out as well.
70.
Now Matt.
Well, with another ace-5, he's going to raise this time again with it. Hadn't fared too well with that ace-5 so far.
Makes it 70,000. Philip out. And now the Dane. Theo with a nothing hand, a queen 6.
Well, incredible. He is going to re-raise with a queen 6 offsuit here. Not folding it, not calling with it, 3-betting with it to take the lead.
Now there's Gert. Looks like a professional bouncer out of Denmark. That is Theo's dad, of course. His luck charm.
You just wonder if Matt is getting superstitious about this ace-5 offsuit. Just not going to fool with it this time. Gives it up and chalk up another pot to the aggressiveness of Theo Jorgensen. Vince, you got to love the way this guy plays.
I like my chances, but I like my chances 2 years ago a lot more. 2 years was a lot softer table. I was a huge chip leader. This is, to me, by far the toughest final table I've ever played. And if there is a soft spot, it has to be Matt. Matt is the only one I am assuming plays fairly tight when it comes to 3 and 4 bets. Phil is a guy that's gonna pay me off. Phil is definitely a guy that doesn't believe I have it. Mosen I would put in the same category as Phil. Those two I consider being more capable of making the 5 or 4 bet shove. Timothy plays extremely well as well. He's definitely capable of making the moves. It's amazing to be back here to go for the same title. I haven't been back here since the last time, so it's like déjà vu all over again, and that feels great. And it would be fantastic to take it down twice in a row here. Yes, baby.
Well, Vince, that's how you win poker titles, when you can assess your opponent's play as well as Theo does right there.
Well, he does pretty well, but you know what? Don't underestimate the Hollywood writer. He's a writer. Maybe he's setting them up for a little twist, a surprise ending. He could be doing that. All right, back to the felt we go. Action on Timothy. He's going to fold it. Mosen, a 27-year-old out of Chicago, also folding. Matt goes away.
So we're round to the blinds here. Philip's got Jack-9 offsuit. Just limps in, makes the call out of the small blind. And look at this. Theo Jorgensen has 6-4 of diamonds. He's going to raise it himself. Makes it 80,000. Just to spruce up the pot a little.
You just don't want to lay down, do you?
Yeah, once I limp in, that's why I limp in. You got it, huh?
Got position on the German. He likes his chances with that. And look at this. He's 4 flush so far.
Philip out in front with the 2 9s and the gut shot straight draw, but Theo has a flush draw.
The German checks to Theo.
80.
Well, Theo is going to bet this because he's just not going to put his opponent on big cards because he didn't raise before the flop.
Plus you have a 4 flush. So why not do the continuation bet? That's exactly what he does. 80,000. And he's going to get the call with the 9s. These guys love to battle hard. Here we go with the turn. Not a diamond for Theo. It's an ace of clubs.
Well, now an ace comes off. Philip checks again. Now Theo's scratching his head, but he knows his opponent didn't raise before the flop, so you're just not going to put him on aces, kings, and queens in that kind of hand. I think Theo is going to put him on exactly what he's got, like a pair of nines and a gut shot straight draw.
Well, he's pushed in 150,000 to the German.
This is a semi-bluff. Theo does have a flush draw,
Suspicious.
where he could catch a diamond and make the best hand, but he knows a 6 high is not going to win the pot. That hand was very well played and thought out
Eventually, I get a hand too.
by Theo Jorgensen right there.
I do get a hand once in a while.
I was going for the 9.
Just tremendous poker we're seeing here at this table, Vince, no doubt about it.
Chasing the 9.
Hi, I'm Brittany, one of the Royal Flush Girls, and you're watching the WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix du Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to the Aviation Club and WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris. Although it's early in the season, the race for the Season 11 WPT Player of the Year is already in full swing, and tonight's champion will leap into a tie with Josh Hale at the top of the leaderboard, as they will earn 1,200 points for their victory. We'll be keeping an eye on the standings all season long, but now it's time to get back to the call of the action with Mike and Vince.
There are the beautiful Royal Flush Girls enjoying Paris. Angelique and Ivy, of course, looking fantastic here at the Aviation Club de France.
Well, there you see the chip leader, Theo Jorgensen from Denmark, out in front with 2.4 million, trying to win his second WPT title in this event. That's a feat that's never been done before on the WPT.
Back to the felt we go. The German Philip going to fold his hand, and now Theo Jorgensen, the chip leader with 8-7 of spades, going to raise to 65,000.
Staying aggressive here.
Timothy out. Mosen now with an ace-5.
Just not going to get involved with it.
Yep, and now Matt Salzberg, the American with an ace-10 of clubs, will make the call, doesn't raise. So these two are back at it, and here's the flop. Jack 8 and an ace for Matt Salzberg. Nicely done, and he's going to check it.
Well, Theo's got bottom pair, but he's going to make a continuation bet here of 85,000.
And Matt just calls. Now, Matt's in a good place right now because he didn't raise before the flop. So Theo probably doesn't put him on an ace. Here we go with the turn.
Oh, deuce of clubs. Really nice card for Matt here, as he now has an ace-high flush draw to go along with his 2 aces. He checks again.
That's the thing of beauty.
It's probably for the check raise, but Theo checks right behind him and catches an 8 on the river to make 3 8s.
Oh, what a horrible card. Now, Matt's going to check it. It's horrible if you're Matt. And Theo, of course.
Well, he's now going to make a healthy bet here, 250,000. And I don't see how Matt's going to get away from this hand. His opponent checked on the turn. You're just not going to put him on aces or better there.
Oh.
What?
Call. Good. I call.
Well, he mumbles call.
How many times does he have to say call before he gets slow rolls?
Verbal declarations are binding. He doesn't have to put his chips in. He said call.
But worse than that, he says call, and then Theo says, what? He gets the slow roll. That's what we call that. Beautifully played by Theo, though. Oh, and Matt has to be smarting right there.
He didn't ever take the lead in that hand, Vince. That's what cost him.
Well, we have been seeing some great play, lots of bluffing, and right now let's take a look back at the best bluff of WPT Season 10.
Over the course of WPT history, Bay 101 Casino in San Jose, California has seen its share of memorable moments between poker pros and local amateurs. Last year's event was no exception, and home to the best bluff of Season 10 between WPT Tour regular Joe Elpaya and local player Moon Kim. The groundwork for the bluff was laid in the previous hand when Joe called the clock on Moon.
Hey, the clock, please.
In a hand that Joe wasn't even playing in.
Alpaya with a brash move there.
Feeling rushed by the clock, Moon let Joe know that payback was coming.
I'm calling clock on you too, man. Don't worry about it.
If I ever take too long, feel free.
He's targeting El Paya now.
Little did anyone know, Moon found his target immediately after. In a hand that saw Joe smash the flop with top pair and Moon completely missing his, Moon took his shot with a check raise.
I think he is steaming because the guy called the clock on him the last hand.
Moon led out on the turn and was called by Joe. Going to the river card, there was no card in the deck that could win the hand for Moon. Only firing a third bullet into the pot could do it for him.
Those are $100,000 plaques he's putting out there, and he's essentially setting El Paya all in right here.
With absolute zip and pip.
Deuces?
You got aces with the king kicker. You pay that off, but you can't fold his hand.
You just don't think amateurs are going to make bluffs of this size.
With his continued aggression,
Joe El Paya lays it down.
Moon Kim showed that even an amateur player can pull off a fast one against the top pro. And Moon Kim is going to show the bluff, and he's going to put the salt in the wound.
Not a good fold. I got bluff, boys.
Stone bluff by the Moon Man.
And in doing so, created one of the best moments of season 10. You know, these guys are not waiting for hands. They are playing on instincts and guts. Great skill factor here in Paris. Theo just has Matt's number right now. As you see, Theo moving up in chip stack over 2.8. And back to this hand. It's going to be on Theo. Looks down to the Jack 5. And he finally is going to eject a hand. Timothy also out.
All in.
And look at this. Mosen is going all in with the king-queen. He's on the short stack.
470.
My call.
But Salzburg right behind him with ace-jack of hearts has made the call like he should. Philip out as well.
The tough pro out of Chicago is going to have some help here to stay alive. Mosen with the king-queen. He is all in and will be out in fifth place if he doesn't get some help.
And no help there. 10-4 deuce.
Jack of clubs.
Mosen, who dropped out of law school to play poker,
Jack of clubs.
been hugely successful, is in a lot of trouble right now.
I can be honest and say I want you out.
Yes, his case is going to be closed if he doesn't get some help here on the turn of river. Doesn't happen on the turn as the 10 comes off.
Now the Hollywood producer wants to write the ending of this story. And he wants to write the ending for Mosen, and he will do so as a 5 of diamonds appears on the river. Mosen is knocked out.
And Vince, the guy just had no luck in all-in situations. He had the best hand a couple times when his opponent was all in against him. He lost those. Here he was up against it a little bit. Didn't get lucky. Out in fifth.
Yeah, he'll take home 94,000 euros. Some big bucks for Mosen. Back to Chicago he goes. So he slips down the trap door here at the Aviation Club. And we're down to 4 players. Stay tuned. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
My name is Nicolas Fraioli. The Aviation Club de France is located on 104 Avenue des Champs-Élysées. It's the most beautiful street in the world. For the WPT Grand Prix Paris, always we have a lot of different kind of players coming from all the way around the world.
I have a great table. Great for fun.
The best way I could describe it, it's a private, cozy club with nice people, respectful, and a very professional crew. We have a restaurant, we have a bar, we got everything to make players happy.
You should play, it's the most fun.
Everything's like Christmas every night here.
Bonsoir, I'm Ivy, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to Aviation Club de France and the World Poker Tour.
4 players left fighting it out for this coveted Grand Prix de Paris title. But you know, Vince, in addition to our televised and non-televised main events, the WPT also offers regional and national events throughout the world. These tournaments feature a smaller buy-in so that you too can experience the excitement of playing in a WPT event. Since we last saw our viewers, the WPT traveled to Florida for a regional event at Best Bet Jacksonville. Mark Steven Edwards won the event and took home over $107,000. Congratulations to Mark. And for more on when the WPT visits your neck of the woods, log on to WPT.com for more information. Now, let's get back to the action. There you see the 4 players left in their chip counts. Theo Jorgensen from Denmark out in front with 2.7 million. Matt Salzberg, the amateur from the U.S., in second place with 2.1.
That's right. Now the antes are 5,000. Blinds are 20 and 40. To the felt we go. The Hollywood producer, Matt Salzberg, with a queen jack of diamonds.
85.
And he knows that's a pretty strong hand, and he's going to raise it. Makes it 85,000 to go. Right behind him, Philip the German with just a 6-3.
Well, he is a tough German player that 3-bets a lot of pots before the flop. Here he's doing it with just a 6-3.
He certainly is. Makes it 200,000.
And we've seen him do it before with the weak hand, and Theo came right over the top of him before bet it with a weak hand as well. He's thinking about doing that right here, but opts to give it up.
Now it's on to Timothy with a 7-4. Mucks his hand. Back on Matt Salzberg.
Well, certainly you got a hand you want to see a flop with.
And look at this. Matt's going to make the call like he should. Flop's coming up.
And flop comes ace, ace, 10. Matt with the gut shot straight draw and the best hand checks.
And now Philip the German, he slows down.
Well, Vince, the only reason he's checking there in my mind is if he's going to raise on the turn in case Matt comes out betting. No way you're going to check 6-3 when you 3-bet before the flop.
And Matt's going to check again.
Well, Philip's going to get to bet now. He knows it's the only way he can win the pot is by betting. So he's going to start here on the turn. And here he goes. 155,000. Now that's not a big bet into a pot that's got 480,000 in it, but it's enough to get the job done. So well done there by Philip. 3-betting before the flop, betting on the turn there to take down that pot with just a 6-3.
Yeah, nicely done by the German. He has 2 EPT titles from 2011.
Well, Vince, if our viewers are learning anything tonight, they should be learning the value and the power of the 3 and 4 bet before the flop.
I raise.
These guys doing it to perfection tonight.
85.
Okay. On to the next hand, Matt Salzberg, this time with an ace-jack, and going to make it 85. Behind him, Philip going to call with queen 10. And now it's on the Dane. Theo Jorgensen, 40 years old, a former casino dealer, Mike.
He has nothing but a queen 6 here, but you can see his mind is whirring away, contemplating the squeeze play, as we call it. That's where the first guy raises and the second guy calls. You know the second guy's not that strong, or he'd have raised himself.
225.
Look at this. Theo is making the squeeze here with just a queen 6, meaning he thinks if the first guy folds, the second guy is going to automatically fold.
Well, Timothy Adams has to muck his deuces. Back around to Matt.
Well, Matt has an ace-jack, a pretty good hand, but he lays it down. Philip's going to go out as well. And once again, the aggressive betting by these guys takes down the pot. Well done by Theo Jorgensen there.
Just one time.
Theo looking back at his hand, just stalling, just appreciating the moment when you play that well. It's got to feel good.
Well, he's got the chip lead, Vince, and he deserves to have it right now. No doubt about it. Theo Jorgensen playing terrific poker.
Well, these guys are playing with absolute zip and pip. They are moving their chips. And right now, back on Matt, who's been taking a beating lately. He folds his hand.
Well, Vince, he's just getting outplayed by everybody here so far at the table, at least lately.
Yeah, but he's not paying off a lot, which is pretty smart of him so far. Let's see if he can turn things around. Philip is raised with his ace-jack to 80,000. And Theo out. Timothy Adams now.
You know, Timothy on the short stack here with 4 players left.
I'm all in.
And he's going all in here.
Nose bleeding.
And
Call.
Philip has quickly called it.
Well, Philip calls it, and Timothy knows that Philip could raise with a lot wider range of hands than an ace-jack or better. He's up against it right now. Needs some help to stay alive here.
Here's the flop. It's a 7, a 6, and a 10. All spades. And Timothy doesn't have a spade.
Not too good.
Well, Philip has the ace of spade.
Nothing changed. Huh?
This means for Timothy to win the pot, he's going to have to catch an 8 or a 9. That's not a spade.
Timothy Adams has been traveling Europe to play poker with his buddies, and right now he needs luck. Otherwise, he's gone. Here comes the turn card 7.
Well, he could split the pot. If the board pairs twice, it does once on the turn as the 7 comes off. If a 10 or a 6 comes off, they would split this pot.
Can Timothy suck out here at the Aviation Club? We will see. Here it comes.
Nope, 5 of clubs on the river. So the 26-year-old Canadian pro Timothy Adams out tonight in 4th place.
That is right. Going to take home 125,000 euros. That's about 162,000 in U.S. dollars.
So, ooh la la, just like that, Timothy Adams from Canada out in 4th place, going to take home 125,000 euros.
Terrific young player. This wasn't quite meant to be for him tonight. Still a good showing this week.
Well, gentlemen, that hand brings us to the end of our 2nd hour of coverage from the Grand Prix de Paris. Guys, tell us about our 3 remaining players.
Well, Kimberly, we've actually got 3 great stories left fighting it out for this title. Certainly the big story is Theo Jorgensen from Denmark. He's got a chance to repeat and win this event for the 2nd time. That's something that's never been done in the history of the tour in our 11 seasons. We've also got a young, tough player from Germany, Philip Grissom, fighting for this title. And Vince, of course. Then we got the amateur player.
Oh, Mike, it's an upset special. We have a Hollywood producer. He produces and writes TV shows, and he's out here playing poker. He's like cast himself into like a star-studded Final 3 here in Paris. And you know what? He wants to take home the title. That would be sort of like taking home the Emmy himself.
Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, the Royal Flush Girls, Tony Dunst, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here.
World battled for 5 days, but only one will become victorious and be crowned WPT champion. Continuing coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris final table begins now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to the Aviation Club de France and the Grand Prix de Paris. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and as always, I'm joined by my esteemed colleagues, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, as we begin our 3rd hour of extended coverage here in Paris, what are your thoughts on this competition?
Well, Kimberly, obviously the big story tonight is, can Theo Jorgensen capture his 2nd WPT title in the same place he won the 1st one? That hasn't been done in the history of the World Poker Tour in 11 seasons, so perhaps a little poker history in the making tonight. Right now, let's look back and see the 3 guys that were eliminated in 6th, 5th, and 4th place. The first to go in 6th place was Fabian Quass. He was all in with the King-Jack against the 2 queens of Philip Grissom from Germany. Out he went. Next to go was Mosen. He was all in with the King-Queen against the Ace-Jack of Matt Salzberg. And our 4th place finisher was Timothy Adams. He was all in with the Ace-8 against the Ace-Jack of Philip Grissom. We are down to 3.
Right, but how about this Hollywood story? Matt Salzberg, a Hollywood producer, if he should go on and win this title. I mean, he's a legitimate producer-writer of shows like Weeds and Entourage. So if he should win this title, forget about Ben Affleck and your Tobey Maguire, Jimmy Woods. This would be the first Hollywood bigwig to ever take down a WPT title, and he could do it here tonight, Kimberly.
Thanks, guys. Action is about to get underway, so let's get down to the table.
Well, 3 players left fighting it out for this title. There you see Theo Jorgensen from Denmark out in front with 2.6 million. Philip Grissom in 2nd place with 2.2, and Matt Salzberg from the U.S. in 3rd place right now with 1.9.
The buy-in to this event was 7,500 euros, which is just around $10,000. And he's a 5,000. Blinds are 20 and 40,000. Look at this. Matt Salzberg picks up the ladies. Well, he's made it 80,000 a go.
Well, Matt has held the best hands at this final table, but he's got outplayed a number of times tonight by these 2 guys specifically.
The German Philip is out, and now Theo Jorgensen, the Dane, is going to speculate with just a 3-5. Let's see if 3-5 is lucky for him. An ace on the flop, a 4, and a 7.
Well, so Theo has flopped a 2-way straight draw. A deuce or a 6 gives him a straight. He checks. Matt going to make a continuation bet here with the 2 queens. And Theo Most likely will check raise this.
185.
And that's exactly what he's doing. He is check raising, and all of a sudden, 2 queens have shrunk up, Vince.
He's made it 185 to go. Now, Matt has been pushed around by Theo, and at some point you're saying, wait a second, if this guy had an ace, wouldn't he have re-raised me? Most likely he would. I'm not going to take it anymore. I'm calling.
Well, Vince, he's not only pushed around, every time he gets pushed around, these guys have been showing the bluffs to make it worse. So that could come back to haunt him here. As you see, Matt getting stubborn with the queens, not giving them up. Calls a $250,000 bet on the turn.
Well, that's good instincts by him, and an 8 on the river does not help Theo.
He just doesn't want those guys to bluff him again and then show him the bluff.
Let's see if Theo fires 3 shells. With absolute zip and pip. Nope.
He just waves a white flag. He cannot win checking this pot. It goes check, check.
5 high.
Matt Salzberg's queens are going to win this pot, and you just wonder, had Theo not shown those earlier bluffs, perhaps Matt would have laid the queens down there.
Thanks.
Matt Salzberg taking the pot. Tired of getting pushed around. He's playing well here tonight.
Oh, you got that right, Vance. Take a look at the WPT stack tracker. Matt started this final table as the chip leader, lost the lead to Theo Jorgensen. Now it's Theo who has taken a dive, and Matt is back in the lead.
That's right, and Philip Grissom hanging out in third, hoping slow and steady will win the race.
Winner tonight will take home 400,000 euros and get a coveted entry into the WPT World Championship at the end of the season.
We have a prize pool of over 2 million U.S. currency. Tremendous prize money up for grabs. Okay, on to the next hand. Matt Salzberg, he has a solid pair of 10s.
Another big hand for Matt.
He is going to raise 95,000 to go. Well, the German Philip with just king 6 has raised this, makes it 240 to go. Theo out, and there's Renee, Matt's girlfriend, who's a fine poker player herself. And now Matt.
550.
Oh, Matt, he's going to push. He says, if you can beat me, you can beat me. I have 10s. He makes it 550 to go into the German Philip, and Philip has to release his hand.
Matt coming back over the top of these guys because he's getting 3-bet a lot.
I've been part of different games over the years in LA. There's probably like 20 to 25 hardcore guys I'll see on a regular basis that work in the business. Last year, in the Legends on day 2, my girlfriend got moved to my table.
Happy to be here.
So we played side by side, and then when we did the redraw for day 3, we got side by side again.
2 days in a row.
So that was pretty cool, and she managed to squeeze into the money and came 53rd, and I got 42nd, and I'm really excited. This is fun.
Our third hour of coverage from the Grand Prix de Paris at the Aviation Club de France is underway, and we have a special look at how the Aviation Club and the WPT Foundation are playing for a better world. Plus, Tony Dunst breaks it down in The Raw Deal. It's all when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour and the Grand Prix de Paris. Under the bright lights of the WPT stage, players can often make a mental mistake. It's at that point we turn to our Raw Deal analyst, Tony Dunst, to shine even more light on the play we've seen thus far in this edition of the Raw Deal.
Going into three-handed, there's no doubt that Theo Jorgensen and Philip Grissom are aiming to drain chips from the lesser experienced Matt Salzberg. This is the first time he's found himself at the final table of a major event. Meanwhile, Theo and Philip are two of the most successful players of the last 2 years, and likely imagine themselves as two sharks circling around prey before having to do battle with each other. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. Unfortunately for the pros, Matt is no lamb willfully going to his slaughter, as we see in this hand against Theo. It begins with Matt opening the button for a min raise with pocket queens, and Theo making a call out of the big blind with a 5-3 offsuit. A hand so bad that calling a raise with it implies something about what Theo thinks of Matt's play. The flop comes ace 7-4 with a spade flush draw, and when Theo checks, Matt makes the same 80,000 bet. Theo check raises to 185,000.
185.
And Matt makes the call without much thought. Why isn't Matt more scared of that check raise? Because he knows that Theo could have 2-pair or bottom set, but beyond those holdings, the rest of Theo's range is made up of semi-bluffs, with hands like flush draws, 6-5, 8-6, and 5. But it does mean that if Matt has showdown value, he probably won't fold on future streets unless a scare card comes off. Such as fold on future streets unless a scare card comes off. Such as the 8 of spades. The turn is the 7 of clubs. Theo fires out 250,000 anyway.
250.
And Matt again makes the call. The river brings the 8 of diamonds, which completes 5-6 but misses everything else. At this point, Theo seems convinced that Matt has something he doesn't intend to fold, so he correctly gives up his bluff and checks to Matt on the river. Matt naturally can't get further value from his queens, so he checks behind and discovers that his read on Theo was correct all along.
5 high.
It was a nice read by Matt. That or his long experience in Hollywood has convinced him everyone's full of.
Well, what's also convinced him, Vince, is the fact that these guys keep showing the bluffs here, and he just can't take it anymore. Wow, and look how close the chip count is now. Everybody with over 2.1 million and less than 2.5.
As we continue three-handed action here, right off the Champs-Élysées. And action goes to Theo Jorgensen, who has a pair of 5s. He's going to make it 90,000 to go.
Raise.
Well, Matt is going to raise it with 2 6s.
210. 210,000.
So he is 3-betted up to 210,000. Philip goes out, and very tough now to play these small pairs. Theo just hasn't seen Matt 3-bet without a hand, so you know, maybe he's got ace-king, maybe he's got a bigger pair. But Theo wants to see a flop where he might flop a set and bust this guy.
All right, he's made the call with the 5s. Matt with 6s. Here's the flop, Jack 4, 7. 2 hearts out there. Matt first to act.
230.
He's reaching for chips, 230,000.
Makes the continuation bet.
And a quick call by Theo. Theo just put him on ace-king or ace-queen here. Thinks his 2 5s might be the best hand, makes the call.
To the turn we go.
Well, an 8 comes off. Now, this gives both players a straight draw. Well, Matt is not slowing down, Vince.
330.
He got called on the flop, but he's firing again on the turn here.
Yes, he's betting 330,000.
Now, both players have a straight draw, ironically. They need the other guy's card to make their straight. But I just think it's tough for Theo to keep going here as Matt keeps firing.
The producer says, you lose, get off my set.
Or something like that.
Let's take a little look at the rabbit cam. Oh, look, a 6 comes off. That would have given Matt 3 6s, but would have made Theo a straight. And Vince, that would have been the end of Matt had Theo gone ahead and played that hand out.
So aggressiveness pays off for Matt Salzberg.
Now, Vince, it's just obvious to me he's changed his game plan. He's not going to get pushed around like a mop anymore, like he was earlier at this final table by these guys. He's got down to 3-handed. He's going for the W. He's going for the win. He said, if I go broke, I go broke, but you're not pushing me around anymore.
Well, he's made the adjustment. Shows that he's a fine player, a top-notch player. And right now he folds an ace-6. And it's on the German, who has an ace-9, who is going to raise. No, just call, surprisingly.
Well, limps in the small blind with ace-high. Matt folded an ace on the button. Those are 2 things you don't see much.
Theo Jorgensen looks down at a queen-4. Theo's got position on Philip, but no, he's going to check as well.
Well, the last time Philip limped in this spot, we saw Theo raise the pot with a 6-4 and keep betting it and won that pot.
Well, the flop comes up 8-9-4. They both have a piece of that.
And Philip's got top pair with top kicker. He's going to bet 40,000, the minimum bet.
Yeah, Theo's caught the 4s, and he makes a quick call with it. Here goes the turn.
Oh, and now the board pairs 4s.
Ooh la la.
Well, this could spell big trouble for Philip here.
What a card for Theo. Getting in cheap, hitting a set. Life is good. And Philip betting right into you.
Yep, that's 125,000. But notice, Theo just calls here, does not raise with a 3-4, trying to camouflage the strength of his hand.
Gonna milk the Holstein. Let's see if it pays off or backfires. No, it's gonna pay off. He hits a queen, fills him up. Didn't need it, but nice to have.
Oh, it sure is. Just in case your opponent's got a 10 jack where he made a straight here, you've now got a full house, and you are doing the Watusi. And your opponent is reaching for chips, and it looks like a pretty amount of chips. And it is 400,000 is the bet here. Now, the pot's only got 425,000 in it, so this is a very big bet by Philip, in my opinion.
Now look at Gert. That is Theo's dad. That's one tough-looking dude. I have to keep saying it.
1 mil.
Well, 1 million, says Theo here with his full house.
$600,000 raise by Theo.
Philip knows Theo has a lot of heart. But the truth of the matter is, all he can beat now in this situation, the way this hand was played, would be if Theo had a 6-7 or a 7-10 in his hand. There's nothing else he can beat than those two hands.
I believe you.
If I was Philip here and I knew Gert
I'm big, too. I can't.
was standing behind me like that, I'd say, get this guy out of here, okay? You're making me a little nervous.
Oh, boy. Wouldn't say that. I wouldn't be saying too much to Gert.
He lurks closer and closer to you. It's just disturbing. What do you think? Tough-looking guy.
Theo, you got hard. So it's tougher.
What's disturbing right now is what should Philip do here in this spot? He knows Theo very capable of bluffing in this situation.
All right, take it.
Well, it'd be a nice lay down. And he does the right thing. Gets away from it.
Nice.
Is that Philip or Borat? I don't know, but nevertheless, he has folded the hand. Theo Jorgensen taking down a nice pot.
I think it started off when I hit the main event in the World Series of Europe, and my dad flew in, and he had to work the next day. He said, well, if my son makes it, I'm not going to be able to go to work. And I get into a huge hand where one of the guys is actually considering laying down kings. And he calls, and I got 5 big blinds left. And then I can just feel this tap coming on my shoulder after I lose this hand. And it's my dad. Leans in and says, I can just make the flight if I leave now. Good luck.
Oh, you got to love that story.
Yep.
Bet you're going to stick around. If he's winning, if he's losing, you might as well catch the plane.
The family that plays poker together stays together.
Oh, boy.
There's proof of it right here.
I'm Brittany, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Stay tuned for more of Season 11 on the WPT.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
We are back here, Season 11 of the World Poker Tour. I'm Vince Van Patten with Mike Sexton, and we're at the Aviation Club de France in Paris. We're having a great time. Now, before we get back to the final table, I want to talk a little bit about our sponsor, ClubWPT.com.
Well, Vince, as you know, ClubWPT.com is a great way that you can learn and play poker online. And who knows, you could get lucky and win some of that $100,000 in cash and prizes they give away every month.
Plus, Mike, you have plenty of benefits if you join. You know that you can watch any episode you want of the World Poker Tour on ClubWPT.com, especially some of the earlier ones when we were back in Paris having some laughs, having a good time, and very insightful shows as well.
Well, you can also win entries into WPT events. That's exactly what David Zajac from Pennsylvania did when he won an entry into this tournament and got to experience Paris. You too can become a ClubWPT.com VIP member, enjoy all the VIP benefits, play all the poker you want. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, now we go back to the final table.
Well, there you see the 3 players left in their chip counts. Theo Jorgensen well out in front with 3.5 million. Matt Salzberg from the U.S. in second with nearly 2.5. And on the short stack right now is Philip Grissom from Germany.
All right. The American Matt first to play. He's got ace-9 of hearts.
And everybody going to raise on the button with this hand in a 3-handed poker game, and that includes Matt. He makes it 110,000 to go.
Philip with a nothing hand folds. And now Theo, the Dane.
He's a defender like his buddy Gus Hansen from Denmark, meaning they don't like to give up pots. They like to fight for everything. And when I say fight, I'm talking about fight, as you can see here, a 3-bet by Theo with just a queen deuce.
Made it 250 to go. Matt's going to call, though, of course. And we got another battle. Here's the flop, a king, a 4 of hearts, and a 9. The 9 good for Matt.
Yep, he's got middle pair with top kicker. Theo, of course, going to make the continuation bet because he has nothing. 300,000 the bet. And Matt going to make the call.
Smooth call by Matt Salzberg. And here we go to the turn.
Well, the 5 of hearts comes off. This gives both players a flush draw. As the cards lie, the only way Theo can win the pot is to catch a queen.
Theo Jorgensen, the Dane, our chip leader at this point.
Well, he won this event a couple years ago.
750.
Trying to win it for a second time, and he's bet 750,000 here.
6.
With the queen deuce.
Wow. What a moment for Matt Salzberg. Right now, you're 4 flush with the nuts if a flush should come out there. You got the pair of 9s. There's Renee, his girlfriend, sweating him.
At this point, Matt's only got about 1.7 million in chips. It's going to cost him 750,000 to call this one, so he'll have about $1 million left if he makes this call.
I can't see anybody folding this hand, and what a pot it would be if he should go all in. Theo might just call him with a 4 flush.
Time.
Theo called the clock on him, Vince. Now, in my mind, that is a tell. Nobody that has a real strong hand is going to call the clock on their opponent.
Never.
And let's see if Matt can pick up on that.
Because if you have a strong hand and you want the call, you want to give the guy time.
Wow.
And Matt does pick up on it. Nice. We're going to the river.
He does make the call. It's going to be interesting to see what happens if a heart doesn't come off here. How this hand's going to be played from here out.
Down to the river. Will a flush come out? We will see. No, but it's a 10 of diamonds. So Theo has nothing.
How much do you got left?
A little over $1 million.
Well, he said a little over $1 million, and he said it confidently. So Theo is going to check and just surrender.
Queen high.
He's giving up this pot, queen high. Matt going to take this pot down with the 2 9s, and there you see his girlfriend, Renee. She can't believe it.
And that is the biggest poker moment of Matt Salzberg's life. What a call. Very solid. The hand holds up. What a pot. And that is turning things around now for the Hollywood producer.
Now, 2.6 million in that pot.
Holy cow. He can't believe it himself. And Theo.
That's a knot.
Vince, he's won his chips tonight by being aggressive, by stealing pots. You just wonder about the 3-bet there with the queen deuce, but more so, why would the guy call a clock on his opponent?
Yeah.
If he had a real big hand, he would never do that.
That's a massive mistake and a massive tell. The crowd is stunned, as we are. And now Matt Salzberg is our chip leader. And right now, Theo Jorgensen, he is steaming like a cheap economy car.
Here's got king 9 of diamonds on the button. You're going to raise with this hand. And he does so, makes it 120,000 to go. Matt gets out and stacks up his chips.
He's got to be feeling good, gets out of the way. Now, Philip has got a real hand, though, pair of jacks.
I'm all in.
And he's going to go all in.
I would most likely call here. I can't see myself getting out of that one. 500, 600.
Not for this amount.
Yeah, shove it in there first.
Theo's still going to have a couple million left, even if he plays this pot and loses it. So
it's 500 more.
I don't see him giving this king 9 up here.
How am I doing in that spot?
And he's going to dump him off. He's calling.
Yep, he has made the call. Philip has the best hand with the 2 jacks. He must win this pot to stay alive in this tournament. And right now, Theo in a tailspin.
Yeah, cheers.
I'm running out. I ran out here.
Oh, yeah.
You can get the one.
Bottoms up. And let's see who will get lucky here. The German.
Let's see a cowboy.
Has to have his jacks hold up.
Jack, king.
Already Theo calling for the cowboy. That's the king. That's what he's probably going to need to win this pot. That's a lot of diamonds come out there.
Oh, some diamonds. Loads of diamonds. I got a
Oh, a
To the
king
table.
right in the door.
Oh, yeah.
And Philip sort of waves goodbye.
What a first card.
He knows that card spells doom for him.
All right.
It's not over. He can catch a jack or two runners to make it straight, but as you can see, he is not confident that it's going to come.
And here comes the turn. Will it be a jack? No, it's a 4 spades.
So we are down to the river. Philip must catch a jack to win the pot. On goes the jacket.
One too much.
Fearful there will be no jack.
He's got a 2-outer. Crazy things happen on the WPT. Will it be here tonight in Paris? Let's go to the river. Nope. It's a 10 of hearts.
It was honestly
Yeah.
a pleasure.
And we have lost another player in Paris.
Well, Vince, poker is a strange game. Twice we saw Philip Grissom all in with the worst hand. He won those pots. Now he's all in with the best hand, and he gets knocked out of the tournament. He's broke, out in 3rd place.
He's a very tough player. Great display of his genius poker play. He's going to take home 170,000 euros. Let's see what he has to say.
Good competition and a lot of fun at the table. Theo was putting the pressure and Matt is making the calls. Let's see who got the right timing. Once you get that far, you will always want to win. But I'm very happy with the result, and yeah, I will have a good night here, I think.
With Phil Grissom out in 3rd place, we are now heads up with Theo Jorgensen and Matt Salzberg getting ready to battle for the title. Heads up action from the Grand Prix de Paris is next on the WPT, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Social poker sites aren't real poker because there's nothing to win. They're just all-in fests. That's why we play real poker on ClubWPT.com, where we can win our share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Right. Voila, just like that, we have Brittany, Jeannie, Angelique, and Ivy all here for the festivities. The champion will get his name on the WPT Champions Cup. But along that, they get the cash, Mike.
Yeah, those are euros, folks. It's colored money here in Europe, but it spends very well, I must say. These two guys are fighting out for the 400,000 euro first place prize, as well as that coveted entry into the WPT World Championship, and most importantly, to get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
And there's the culmination of all their money. It gets stacked right there on the table. It's just a thing of beauty, Mike.
Heads up action here at the Grand Prix de Paris is about to get underway between Theo Jorgensen and Matt Salzberg. During the break, we had a chance to speak with both players.
He's really, really tough. He's had a lot of swings with his stacks, and he's a very tough player. So, you know, hopefully it'll be a fun battle.
I feel like I'm getting bluffed out in so many 3 or 4 bets all the time, and every single opponent here has been playing extremely well.
Well, I would agree with you, but you've been doing your share of bluffing as well. But the truth is, as you know, the symbol of a great poker player is a guy that'll fight for pots. These guys tonight have been fighting for pots all night long, including you. Theo, best of luck in your quest to do something that nobody's done in poker history. Win the same event twice on the World Poker Tour. Good luck.
Thank you, Mike.
Mike, this is very special.
Well, we've never seen it before in the history of the World Poker Tour.
One shots.
Whoa! Whoa! There it is, folks.
Ooh la la.
You know, I wonder if it's symbolic. That's a first on the World Poker Tour, and we could have a first in the history of the World Poker Tour. If Theo Jorgensen wins this tournament, he'll be the first guy to win the same event twice in the 11-year history of the World Poker Tour.
Look at this. Good sports. They cheer each other.
Why not cheer, Vince? They're taking home over $800,000 between them. Life is good here in Paris for these guys.
All right, about to get started. The heads-up battle.
And right now you see that Matt Salzberg is the chip leader with 3.5, Theo with 3.3.
Very close in chip count starting out this heads-up battle. 2 good stories. The lone amateur at the table, the Hollywood producer, Matt Salzberg. Can he win? Or can Theo Jorgensen make poker history by capturing his 2nd title in this event?
Look at this hand by Theo. He has ace-king, big slick of diamonds. Matt with ace-5 has raised.
275.
Theo's coming back over the top.
He's betting 275. In case Matt gets too aggressive here with this ace-high, he could be in big trouble.
Matt's called it.
Well, he has made the call. Going to see a flop here.
Flop is a 10, a queen, and an 8.
Well, those are scary cards if you're sitting in Theo's seat. The guy didn't re-raise you, yet he called the raise. So many times you put him on those middling type of cards.
Well, Theo has checked. Matt's going to check as well. Going to the turn.
Well, Theo happy to hear that. Now a 3 comes off.
Helping neither player. And 3. Theo's going to check again.
I don't blame him. And Matt checks right behind him.
Surprised at that. He could have taken advantage of that, and it could backfire because an ace on the river. They both have aces. Theo, of course, with a huge kicker.
300.
Call.
Well, Theo going to bet 300,000. A snap call by Matt because he knows that ace is the only card he would pay 300,000 off with in this hand. He checked it on the flop and the turn. The only way he could lose money is if an ace came up. It did. It cost him.
Well, you know, Matt, I think with 2 checks
Nice river.
on the flop and then on the turn, I think you got to take advantage of that. You're in position, make a bet, try to get your man out. Perhaps he wouldn't have gone out anyhow, but that one turned around quickly. Not good for Matt right there. Now the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000, and Matt is first to act. Let's take a peek at his cards.
Raise.
He's got King 9.
75.
And he's going to raise it here, 175,000. Theo with the King 7 just calls. Might be the first time he hadn't 3-bet tonight. Stop the presses.
King 9 versus King 7, and Theo gets a piece of that with 7s. It's a 4 flush there for Matt, though, with the King of Clubs. Theo has checked into Matt. Will Matt make the continuation bet?
Well, I'm sure he will with the 4 clubs.
135.
And indeed he does. 135,000.
Very good. He makes the bet.
Well, Theo has the middle pair. But it's the kind of hand you're frozen on, Vince. You can never take the lead with this hand. You can never raise with it. Doesn't matter what comes up. You're just going to be checking and calling.
4 of diamonds.
200.
And quickly a $200,000 bet here by Matt.
Well, Matt's maybe learning a lesson from the last hand. You got to bet sometimes. Don't let these guys get in and outdraw you.
Well, part of the problem for Theo is, if he calls this 200, is he going to be faced with another big bet to call on the river? Well, we're going to find out because he does make the call here.
Yes, the Dane just does not care. He calls, and we're down to the river.
Well, an 8 comes up. Well, Theo checks again. Will Matt fire yet another shell?
350.
Yes, he does. 350,000.
Very solid bet.
Well, it's not that big a bet into a pot that's got over $1 million in it, but still, he is trying to win the pot.
Theo just has the 7s.
I'm all in.
Wow.
What the heck?
Goes all in. Well, obviously Matt can't call him, but I'm a little puzzled by that all-in bet.
I agree.
I mean, the only way you can make that all-in bet, in my mind, is if you think your opponent has a queen in his hand and will lay it down if you move in on him.
Earlier in the week, the Royal Flush Girls Ivy and Jeannie took a break from the poker action here in the city and headed to the French countryside. On behalf of the WPT Foundation, they visited AVA Refuge, a wonderful animal sanctuary. AVA Refuge provides a safe place for pets like dogs and cats whose owners no longer can care for them. These animals are available for adoption. It's also home to old workhorses, injured pigeons, and even a herd of native deer. The WPT Foundation and the Aviation Club de France are proud to bring attention to this fantastic nonprofit. To learn more, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. In the meantime, cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Well, with that last pot, you can see Theo Jorgensen well out in front right now. He's got 5.9 million. Matt with just 865,000. Theo now thinking about becoming a 2-time champion in this event, making poker history.
Blinds are 50 and 100. And Theo's got an attractive ace-5 of diamonds.
I call.
And all in by Theo. And Matt Salzberg has called it with ace-4.
Theo is out in front with the ace-5 of diamonds up against the ace-4, but don't let that fool you, folks. Most of the time, when players have hands like this, it's going to be a split pot.
Yeah, most of the time.
Looks like a push.
Maybe. Maybe spike a 4.
The producer would love to hit a 4. Let's see what happens. Oh, he got the 4!
Yes.
Hooray for Hollywood!
Matt Salzberg has taken the lead. Theo is going to have to catch a 5 to win this pot.
7.
Now he can win with a 6 as well as a 5.
Uh-oh.
That would give him a straight.
Down to the river we go, Mike.
So Theo looking for a 5 or a 6 to become our champion. Can he catch it?
Otherwise, the producer will double up.
Nope, the 3 comes off. So finally, the poker god's smiling down on Matt Salzberg as he outdraws his opponent to double up to stay alive.
That is a big comeback for him. He's right back in the hunt. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
Et laisser les cartes devant les joueurs, on n'est pas à la télé.
Bonsoir, I'm Ivy, one of your Royal Flush girls. Welcome back to Aviation Club de France and the World Poker Tour. The Aviation Club de France is on Champs-Élysées. It's just an exciting area. I love walking down the Champs-Élysées. You just feel so pretty and beautiful. There's some magnificent sights to see, including the Arc de Triomphe and the Eiffel Tower. Just to be in it and learning the food, the people, the culture, the art. I love Paris.
Well, everybody loves Paris, especially Theo Jorgensen, who's going for his 2nd WPT title in this city. And right now, he has got a nice chip lead and is a favorite to do just that.
Yes, but Matt Salzberg just doubled up. Back in contention. Now look at Theo's cards. Ace, Queen. He's got the big hand. He's got the button, and he will raise to 250 to go. But right behind him, Matt has an Ace 10.
Well, this could be doomed for Matt right here.
All in.
I call.
All in and call just like that.
Cooler.
And again, Theo has him dominated. Ace Queen versus Ace 10. Ooh. He is loving it.
Another cooler,
He
man.
just had the Ace 5 versus Ace 4. That didn't work out for him. He gets to try it one more time. If he's successful, he'll be our champion.
Let's see a queen out there.
2 10s. 10 of hearts.
Let's
10
just
of
see a
spades.
queen. Well, and you just keep it low.
10.
I don't care.
10
As
of
long
hearts,
as you
10 of
don't hit the
spades.
10.
Theo Jorgensen, the 40-year-old from Denmark, with a huge opportunity to take a title down and become a champion
Lot of
here on the
dominating
WPT.
And the 2nd time he ever won this event. Nobody's done that in the history of the tour. Can he do it? Whoa, all diamonds
that's a
on the
good
flop.
one.
As you can see, Matt has the Ace of Diamonds. Theo can't believe it. It's never easy,
Oh,
Vince.
boy. That is making Theo punchy right there.
Oh, kiss, man.
It's like the air went out of his balloon. He just can't believe it.
One more diamond. Diamonds are forever. Let's go.
Matt senses hope. Theo back down deflated. He's got to sweat 2 more cards.
Well, he's still got the best hand with the Ace Queen.
And here is the turn.
9 of hearts has come off. We are down to the river. If Theo Jorgensen can dodge a diamond or a 10, we are going to see a little poker history made.
We certainly will. The
Black.
championship at stake with the last card coming up.
Just keep it black.
Everybody at the Aviation Club holding their breath.
Let's go to it, Mike.
Here's the river card. It's a diamond.
Yes!
Unbelievable. Matt has doubled up again. Really, really tough luck for Theo Jorgensen.
Oh, this is astounding.
Don't spew.
Theo Jorgensen, absolutely punchy from that.
Well, Vince, as a poker player, you got to feel the pain for Theo Jorgensen. Had this tournament won twice when he had his opponent dominated both times. Got sucked out on in both hands, and his opponent doubled up twice, and now has the chip lead in the heads-up battle.
I think Gert just jumped out a window, if I'm not mistaken. All right, back to the next hand we go.
320.
Oh, boy. Well, it's tilt time now for Theo. He raises to 320,000 with the 10-3 offsuit. And Matt can't wait to get his money in.
Well, Matt's got an attractive queen jack. No, Gert is still here. And the flop comes up a queen. Beautiful there for Matt Salzberg. And a 10 there for Theo. Trouble.
Yeah, this could spell doom for Theo Jorgensen right here. He's flopped second pair. Unfortunately for him, Matt has flopped top pair. Well, incredibly, Matt checked and Theo checked the 10s right behind him. Now an 8 comes off. So Matt has top pair and a straight draw now, and he is going to bet a couple 100,000.
Oh, boy.
Vince, I don't know how you get away from 10s here in this spot. But maybe you do. Nope, he's going to call. So we are going to the river. And a nonchalant 4 comes off.
No help for either player. Matt's out in front, but he's going to check it.
Can't believe he checked queens there. And Vince, right now, Theo's got to think he's got the best hand with the 2 10s.
400.
Oh,
I got a 10.
I have a queen.
That's a value bet, 400,000. He's in shock. This guy turns up 2 queens here.
Well, that is interesting. All that checking before by Matt, playing very soft, actually pays off here.
I thought I was value betting there.
Because he suckered his opponent into thinking that he was in front, makes the value bet, and then a hefty 400,000 is grabbed by Matt Salzberg. Nicely done.
Well, as Theo said there, he thought he was making a value bet there, and I would have thought the same thing had I been him, the way that hand was played.
Lines are now 80 and 160 with a $20,000 ante. Theo has a queen 10.
And he didn't have that many chips, so he takes a conservative route now and just calls on the button. Oh, look at this. 2 queens for Matt. Wow.
Raise.
The guy has just held the most cards at this table, no doubt about it.
275 more.
And he's going to raise, makes it 435 to go. Theo, he's a very creative, punishing player. If he gets out of line here, he would really regret it.
I'm all in.
I call.
Oh boy, he's done it, and Matt makes the quick call, of course.
Queens.
Yeah.
I'm in such a bad shape.
Well, he just can't believe his opponent's got the one hand he didn't want to see, the 2 queens, and he's saying, what happened here? I just can't believe my luck can be this bad. I had the guy dominated 2 hands in a row where I was going to win the tournament, ace-5 versus ace-4, ace-queen versus ace-10, and now all of a sudden when I get all in, the guy's got 2 queens and I got queen high.
Absolute debacle there for Theo Jorgensen from Denmark. Everything turning around, and right now he's in a huge bit of trouble. Matt Salzberg can taste it. He would love to get this victory.
444.
Well, Vince, he's the heavy favorite to do it right now, no doubt about it.
I don't know what to cheer.
And Theo just can't believe how things have turned around here.
And here comes the flop. It's a 3. It's a 5. It's an uneventful deuce. That's a beautiful flop for Matt Salzberg.
Now, no doubt about it. For Theo to win this pot, he's got to catch 2 running 10s.
Everyone in the room absolutely stunned.
8 of diamonds.
He could split the pot if 2 cards do a straight come up, but that's all.
Theo's got to catch runner, runner. Couple cards away.
Oh, 4 comes off. This gives Theo hope that he can get a chop pot out of this.
Pair the board.
He still has 6 outs he can get a split pot with, an ace or a 6. That's not a club, and Theo Jorgensen will still be alive in this tournament. Otherwise, it's tapioca pudding.
Ladies have been good to me all tournament.
Theo almost deserves it at this point to get the split. Or will Matt become a champion? Here it comes. It's a 7 of spades. It's over.
Yeah!
Well, Matt Salzberg has done it.
Holy crap. Sorry, dude, I got lucky, man.
No problem.
You played great.
The producer, writer of Weeds and Entourage is now a WPT champion in a great turnaround. The only amateur at the table has won this event.
But I'll tell you, Theo Jorgensen, wow, do I feel his pain.
Ladies have been good to me all tournament.
And right now, we're going down to talk to our runner-up.
Well, everything was pretty much going according to plan in the heads-up match. I was bluffing slightly more than he was and chipping him down according to plan. He pretty much played like I expected heads-up. It was pretty obvious that the money was more important to him, and that had influence on his game because we're playing for so much money if you're not used to it.
Well, we are with the champion of the Grand Prix de Paris, Matt Salzberg. Matt, you came to the final table as our chip leader. I believe you were destined to win this tournament.
You know, it might be destiny, actually. Like, you know, I'm a writer on Weeds, and 4 years ago, I wrote a scene where Albert Brooks's character, who is a gambler, said he's on his way to the Aviation Club in Paris to play a WPT event. So if there's any such thing as destiny, I think this could be it.
Well, in addition to winning over $500,000, you also get an entry in the WPT World Championship at the end of the season. And probably just as important to you, you get to inscribe your name on the WPT Champions Cup with all the other great players of the World Poker Tour, including the guy you defeated tonight, Theo Jorgensen. Kimberly, back to you.
A very happy player there. A big congratulations to Matt Salzberg, the season 11 WPT Grand Prix de Paris champion. Join us next time as we travel to Atlantic City for the Borgata Poker Open. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Fame and fortune are on the line tonight in Atlantic City, and the WPT Champions Cup is up for grabs. The multi-million-dollar Borgata Poker Open starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and welcome to the WPT's coverage of the Borgata Poker Open. Year after year, players flock to the Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa to take their shot at poker greatness and attempt to follow in the footsteps of dynamic past champions, including Daniel Negreanu and Vivek Rajkumar.
This is so exciting.
5 days ago, East Coast grinders and pros from around the world hit the felt in Atlantic City to capture a piece of that excitement. On day 1A, Royal Flush Girls Tuba and Danielle ushered in the start of play as the room filled with players all eyeing a spot on the WPT Champions Cup. Winning this title will be no easy feat. Just ask the Season 9 Borgata Poker Open champion, Dwight Pilgrim.
You know what? If I'm gonna repeat, it's gonna start with discipline.
This season, players who busted out would have a chance to re-enter the tournament on the same day or on day 1B. And Kenny Super Twan Wynn, who made this final table in Season 8, found himself back at the registration desk to receive a second starting stack.
Super Twan is re-entry, and I'm gonna take this thing down.
As Super Twan was on his second entry of the day, others were just arriving, including Season 9 WPT Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger, who was on the cover of WPT Poker Magazine.
They airbrushed that. It looked better there.
Yeah, you look like a fashion model.
Registration for the day closed with a total of 374 entries, including Season 9 ones to watch Matt Affleck.
Since I've been one to watch in Season 9, I've been back in Seattle playing a lot of cash games. Borgata is one of my favorite stops on the tour. Structure's really good, so really hoping to make a deep run here.
While Matt was slowly chipping up, the day would come to an end for Season 11 ones to watch AP Fahurat and Amanda Musamechi.
Today was not a good day for me, day 1A. I'll be back at it again tomorrow.
In the dark, Al.
Hoping to build some momentum, WPT champ Will the Thrill Fiella got his short stack all in
For 30,000, how's that?
before he looked at his cards.
Best dog player in the country, I'll tell you that much.
He was called by Jake Schwartz in the big blind, holding ace-3. Will then peeked at his cards to see that he held pocket jacks. But an ace fell on the flop, sending the Season 10 champ packing with a chance to re-enter on day 1B. The field thinned out and the race was on.
This game, love it.
A player with a chip lead at the end of days 1A and B would receive a $10,000 bonus, and local player Robert Boyko had his fingers crossed that the honor would go to him.
Come on, baby. Come on. This is one hell of a roll right here. Be on a free roll.
Once the chip counts were verified, Robert did indeed finish the day with the big stack in the room. Not too far behind Robert were WPT Champions Club members Barry Greenstein and Carlos Mortensen, as well as WPT raw deal analyst Tony Dunst, who also bagged a big stack, joining today's survivors who would return to play on day 2.
I'm Mike Sexton on behalf of everyone at the World Poker Tour. Allow me to welcome you to Atlantic City and the Borgata Poker Open. And now it's time. Let's shuffle up and deal.
Mike Sexton and the Royal Flush Girls kicked off play on day 1B, and a huge field showed up at Borgata to battle for a spot on the WPT Champions Cup.
Go for 3.
There were a number of new faces at the tables, including reigning champion Fabio Budi, Matt Salzberg, fresh off his Grand Prix de Paris victory, and Season 8 Borgata Poker Open champion Olivier Bousquet.
Just flew in from Toronto today to make it, so I'm excited to be here. They run great tournaments, they have huge fields. I've gotten lucky and run good here, so I try not to miss any Borgata events.
A number of players also didn't want to miss another shot at this WPT title and re-entered after busting day 1A, including WPT champions David Williams and Will Fiella.
This will be this.
During the break, a more casual Mike Sexton stopped by the Mitch Grooming Bar and took his seat ready for some action.
Back to back.
For Season 11 Paris champ Matt Salzberg, it was going to take more than one entry to win back-to-back titles on the WPT.
Second bullet, first one didn't work out too well.
And two-time WPT finalist Christian Harder would also take advantage of a same-day re-entry, but this time with a new strategy. Registration closed with a total of 1,181 entrants, creating a nearly $3.9 million prize pool, making the Borgata Poker Open the largest event so far in Season 11. While making the money was still a few days off, East Coaster Brian Lemke tore apart the competition, and Brian was awarded the $10,000 bonus for the honor of being the chip leader on day 1B. The next closest player to Brian was Season 10 WPT finalist Kyle Bowker. Grand Prix de Paris champ Matt Salzberg made good use of his second bullet, and past Borgata Poker Open champs Olivier Bousquet and Fabio Budi were still alive to join the remaining players from day 1A to contend for this WPT title. On day 2, the 625 remaining players from days 1A and B combined to battle for a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. The day started off on a good note for both Season 11 WPT Parks Open Poker Classic runner-up Stephen Reynolds and WPT Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst. But things were not falling into place for a lot of players, including Day 1A chip leader Robert Boyko and WPT Players of the Year Joe Sirach, Jonathan Little, and Andy Frankenberger, who joined the growing list of bust-outs at Borgata. As the field narrowed, players honed in on their opponents, and music producer Irv Gotti had his target set.
C-Day, I got a personal vendetta with him right now. He may not know it, but I'm gonna hunt him down like it's Hunger Games right now. We teenagers.
Across the room, local pro Orson Young got involved in a huge three-way pot holding pocket kings.
Do it. I absolutely do it.
Where Orson made a flush on the river, busted 2 players, and quickly became the big stack in the room.
I'm so jealous right now.
But just one table over, Orson's girlfriend Cherish Andrews was not looking as fortunate when she started a raising war with pro Jeff Gross. Cherish 4-bet holding pocket queens. Jeff then 5-bet with pocket aces. Cherish thought for a moment before 6-betting all in. When Jeff quickly called aces, Cherish knew a large portion of her stack was at risk. The flop came Jack 4-3. but a Miracle Queen hit on the turn. The river was no help for Jeff. He pushed his chips towards Cherish and quietly exited the room. With these big hands, the poker power couple stayed modest about their play on day 2.
I'm just running well.
I'm running really well too.
Taking what I've learned from her, putting it to use.
And they continued to put their chips to good use, landing them at the top of the leaderboard. When day 2 came to an end, 450 players were eliminated, leaving only 175 still in contention. Orson Young finished the day as chip leader. He was trailed by season 11 finalist Stephen Reynolds and a talented field containing 5 WPT champions who are all familiar with what it takes to win, including season 9 Borgata Poker Open champion Dwight Pilgrim.
All of us got the same dream, but it's only going to be one winner.
With so many eliminations, who will make it to the WPT final table? Find out who survives when we return with more from Borgata, including some quality time with the Royal Flush Girls.
Sometimes we want to play poker without the hassling with traffic, the crowded poker rooms. That's why we love ClubWPT.com, where we play for our share of $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes from the comfort of our homes. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's extended coverage of the Borgata Poker Open, where the largest field of the season fought for the coveted 6 seats at the final table. On day 3, the remaining 175 players hit the felt to take aim at becoming one of the 110 players to make the money, and brothers Vinny and Muckle Pahuja had high expectations.
Pretty cool. I mean, we've gone deep in some other tournaments before, not something as big and prestigious as this, so it'd be neat to make a run together,
The Royal Flush Girls checked out the action as the field thinned out and the money bubble quickly approached. Defending Borgata Poker Open champion Bobby Booty found a much different fate this season when he was eliminated 2 spots from the money and was not pleased with the outcome.
Unbelievable. A room full of I guess, oh my God.
With last season's champion gone and 1 elimination away from the money, New Yorker Albert Smith got his chips in good, holding ace-king, and was called by Andrew Lee with ace-queen. The flop came 7-7-4, but Andrew hit a queen on the turn to take the lead. The ace on the river was no help for Albert, and he was eliminated 1 spot short of cashing at Borgata.
Yeah.
With the money bubble broken, one of the first players to drop was season 9 champion Dwight Pilgrim.
Sometimes it's not your turn.
And the bust-outs kept coming, including day 2 chip leader Orson Young and day 1B chip leader Brian Lemke, who was eliminated in a double bust-out by businessman Patrick Eskandar, who had become the massive chip leader in the room. A short stack Tony Dunst went out in 64th place, and he of course left with some thoughts on the remaining players.
From what I've seen overall in this tournament, I think, you probably have a few good players at that final table. I think you probably have a few pretty bad players at that final table, and we'll get some stuff to really talk about during the broadcast.
Some players we won't be talking about include music producer Irv Gotti, WPT Champions Club member Sean Kunix, Cherish Andrews, and 2-time WPT finalist Alan Cunningham, who would all hit the rail at Borgata. With the field narrowing down, the Pahuja brothers were moved to seats next to each other, where Vinny unfortunately ended his brother Muckle's tournament run. Season 11 WPT finalist Stephen Reynolds would be one of the last of many to fall as play ended for the night, and the remaining 27 players had the WPT Champions Cup close in their sights. The field was a dangerous mix of East Coast grinders and tough pros, including WPT champion Steve Brucker and 4 other WPT finalists. But leading the way with nearly $3 million in chips was businessman Patrick Eskandar.
Looking forward to more.
Pressure was high on day 4 as the final 27 players would battle for the coveted 6 seats at the WPT final table. Play got off to a fast start, and Jean-Max Gaspard was the first to hit the rail when his 10s collided with Memphis pro David Diaz's queens.
You make a profit, you can't be mad, but my goal was first
WPT Champions Club member Steve Brecker then went on a rush when he eliminated novelist Helen Ellis in 24th place and WPT finalist Todd Terry in 22nd place. But it looked like that rush was coming to an end when Steve collided with young pro Jeff Williams in a massive pot. After a flop of Jack 4 deuce, Steve raised with top pair, top kicker. Jeff 3-bet all in, holding kings, putting Steve to the test for his tournament life.
I guess this is the perfect small night call.
Steve made the call, and when he saw what he was up against, grabbed his belongings to make an exit. The turn was no help, but Steve spiked an ace on the river to win a crucial hand at this stage in the tournament.
I don't like to play bad and get lucky. But of course I'm glad to have the chips.
Chips now flying. IT engineer Matthew Burnitz would end Vinny Pahuja's second deep run in season 11. Looking to make it back to a Borgata Poker Open final table were season 9 third place finisher Ophir Moore and season 8 runner-up Jeremy Brown. But Jeremy would fall victim to a cold deck when he ran queens into Steve Brecker's aces, dashing Jeremy's hope for redemption on the WPT stage.
Not the result I was looking for.
And after a few more eliminations, players would combine to one table where David Diaz would double through Steve Brecker, putting a dent in Steve's chip stack. The next to fall were young pro Scott Schwalick in 10th place. And day 3 chip leader Patrick Eskandar in 9th place. Play slowed down with so much at stake here at Borgata until Jeff Williams and Washington-based pro Tyler Patterson got all in with roughly the same size stack and both holding ace-queen.
All right, let's give us a sweat.
2 clubs fell on the flop, and the queen of clubs on the turn did give both players a sweat as Tyler picked up the nut flush draw.
Oh my God.
The table was stunned when the 8 of clubs hit on the river, completing Tyler's flush. When the chips were counted down, Jeff was left with only one big blind. Unfortunately, a comeback was not in the cards for Jeff, as he would have to settle for an 8th place finish. With only one more elimination until the WPT final table was set, Matt Brady was looking good to double up when he moved all in, holding jacks, and was called by Ophir Moore with 9s. But Ophir flopped a full house, and Matt was unable to catch up as he was eliminated in 7th place.
I really wanted to make the TV table, but did the best I could, hung in there as long as I could.
The massive field was now down to 6 players. 3 talented young pros, a WPT champion, a returning Borgata Poker Open finalist, and an amateur player with the chip lead, all going after the glorious distinction of having their name etched on the WPT Champions Cup.
Quite an accomplishment for these 6 players to make it through this huge field, but the competition only intensifies from here. And now I'd like to turn to poker's 2 best voices, Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and tennis champ and poker expert Vince Van Patten. Mike, I'll start with you. Steve Brecker already has his name on the Champions Cup. How will his experience factor into tonight's play?
Well, Steve's starting out tonight in 3rd chip position behind Matthew Burnitz and David Diaz, but I do think his experience will bode well for him here tonight. This is Steve's 16th WPT cash, his 3rd final table, and I look for that experience to give him a nice edge tonight. Certainly, he's looking to join that elite club of multiple winners out here on the WPT. He's been there, he's done it, and Kimberly, I give him a good shot to do it again tonight.
Okay, and Vince, like Ophir, you play a lot of cash games. Will he need to adjust his style of play to be successful at this table?
Oh, well, Kimberly, as we all know, cash games and tournaments are completely different. Cash games are like Lindsay Lohan, where you can hit and run. Whereas tournaments, you have to sit there in your seat until you get busted, of course, or if you get very fortunate, you're the champ. And your name gets put on the trophy. It's very, very exciting. I believe Ophir can make that adjustment. He has good tournament results. The bottom line to Ophir is the only thing Ophir really has to fear is Ophir himself.
Wow, Vince, you're actually quoting a poker player. FDR, I hear, was kind of a grinder.
I stumbled on it, but he will be tough.
All right, thanks, guys. And just before the players took their seats, we grabbed a quick word with returning finalist Ophir Moore.
Honestly, I feel blessed to be in the situation. I finished third last time, and I'm looking to finish first this time.
Will Ophir's second shot at a WPT Champions Cup here at Borgata be the one, or will it be snatched by one of the 5 players standing in his way? The battle for the Borgata Poker Open title continues right after this.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
Are you ready to meet our players? It is Ophir
I'll tell you the truth, when you get to the end, it really gets interesting. That's when the fun starts.
Steve Brecker!
I could take the line that, well, I'm going to rip these guys' lungs out, you know, but I don't think that's the way it is.
Matthew Burnett!
To win tonight would be a dream come true.
Benjamin Hamner!
$100,000 would be a big change in my life. That would be great. It would give me a lot of freedom.
Tyler Patterson!
Definitely want my name on the trophy. The thought of it gets me kind of excited.
David Diaz!
David Diaz, WPT champion. Sounds great.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Atlantic City in the final table of the Borgata Poker Open. We started 5 days ago with 1,181 players. We are now down to our final 6. And with me, as always in the booth, my good buddy, Vince Van Patten.
Hey, my paisan, Mike. This is fun to be back on the Jersey coast. We have a great one here at Borgata tonight. The cards are being shuffled. They're getting ready. Almost in the air. Let's go to the felt.
There you see our chip leader, the lone amateur at the table, Matthew Burnett, with 8.8 million in chip. And that's what they're playing for. The winner tonight taking home over $818,000, as well as get his name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup.
All right, Annie's will start at 10,000. Blinds are 60 and 120. Action going to Ophir Moore. He's a poker pro, used to work in the jewelry business, and now he goes out in the first hand. Tyler Patterson also folding.
Now around to Matthew, the lone amateur. He's out. Oh, the WPT champion, Steve Brecker, going for his second title tonight.
Yeah, he's 66 years old, out of Reno, Nevada. He's got King 7 of hearts.
A very successful retired businessman, actually flies his own planes to the tournaments.
Well, he has raised it, makes it 270. David Diaz folding. And now Ben Hamnitz has a pair of 10s. Ben's a poker pro out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 29 years old. And he is going to re-raise, makes it 540 to go. And Brecker quickly flying away, as he likes to do, because he does like to fly planes, Mike.
Yep. So Ben Hamnett from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There's his buddy sitting up there at the Royal Flush Girls.
And if you come out to the WPT, you too could sit down there at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, talk to the girls, have some fun.
Tyler Patterson going out here.
Here's our chip leader, Matthew Burnett, so-called amateur out of Bear, Delaware. He's got Jack 8 of diamonds, and he's going to raise. Steve Brecker folding. And now David Diaz with a King Jack offsuit with the button.
David's a poker pro out of Memphis, Tennessee. Injured his arm at age 4 in Honduras, and they accepted him in St. Jude's Hospital, where he discovered cancer and amputated his arm. So I can tell you, that one arm is very strong when it comes to betting, Vince.
Well, he's made the call. A couple of guys also fold, so we have Jack 8 of Burnett's up against David Diaz's King Jack. Here we go with the flop.
Flop ace, queen 5 with 2 hearts.
Diaz with an inside straight draw. That's about it. But look at Matthew with just Jack high. He's going to bet. Continuation bet 350.
Wow. Matthew leading right out.
David's not going anywhere. He's making this call.
David just has the ace high straight draw. Needs a 10. Now 6 comes off.
Helping either player. Matthew's going to slow down and check.
And look at this. David Diaz, who has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit, trying to add a WPT title to his resume, betting here with a gut shot straight draw.
575,000. The 27-year-old's going to put the pressure on the chip leader. Will it work? Yes, it does.
Well, both guys fighting for the pot, but Diaz getting in the last bet to take it down.
And this is David Diaz's 15th WPT event, his second cash, his first final table. And very impressive right there. Okay, we're just getting started here at Borgata. And Mike, since we last saw our viewers at the Grand Prix de Paris, the WPT has held tournaments around the globe.
The WPT traveled to the beautiful island of Malta and the casino at Portomaso for a non-televised WPT main event where French poker pro Yoran Carignan won in dramatic fashion. He took home 140,000 euros, a seat in the season-ending WPT World Championship, and will be forever immortalized with his name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Mike, season 11 is action-packed, as you know, with both WPT regional events and WPT national events.
These WPT caliber tournaments offer accessible buy-ins, ensuring players a high-quality experience worthy of the WPT name.
And Mike, just down the East Coast, we held a WPT regional event at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Tampa, Florida, where Andrew Whitaker emerged victorious, winning $55,000.
Well, that's great, Vince. For upcoming tour date, log on to WPT.com. But in the meantime, let's get back to the action here at Borgata.
As you can see, Matthew Burnitz, the so-called amateur, still our chip leader with 8.2 million in chips.
Yeah, but David Diaz right on his heels now. Also has 8 million.
Action on Matthew Burnitz. 43 years old. Went to the University of Delaware. This time he looks down at an attractive ace-9. And he will pop it up to 325 to go. Steve Brecker with a suited connector quickly folded that hand. David Diaz out, but Hamlet with an ace-queen.
Yep. Ben's got pretty much of an outgoing personality. Guess you have to if you're going to be a stand-up comedian. He likes doing that once in a while. He's going to 3-bet it.
Yep, he's raised it to 525. Ophir Moore and Tyler Patterson going away.
And the amateur quickly calls the 3-bet with the ace-9 offsuit. Not a play I'm fond of because it doesn't matter what comes out there, you're pretty much frozen, even if an ace comes out. Nothing comes out there for him as it comes Jack 8-4, and he checks, and Ben gonna make the continuation bet, it looks like.
Yeah, Ben Hamnet wants to start a film production company with his winnings, he says. And he is gonna bet this, makes it 455 with the ace high.
Look at this, Matthew calling with just an ace-9 offsuit.
Uh-oh.
And now the ace of diamonds comes off, and this could spell trouble for the amateur here.
Burnitz checks his aces.
This is what happens when you call with these ace middling cards, and ace finally comes up. Now what do you do?
Ben Hamlet has bet 1.2 million.
Ben has the best hand, the best kicker, the best draw with the flush.
And the problem is Matthew is going to make the call. He probably thinks he made such a good instinct call on the flop. Going to the river, 7 of clubs. Helping neither player.
Well, Matthew checks. Will Ben get a value bet in here on the river? That's the question.
Do you want to risk it?
Well, you're fearful of a flush. Now a possible straight out there. You've only got one pair. Your opponent called you on the flop, called you on the turn. What do you do?
All in.
Wow, he's going all in.
All in. This is a very strange play in my mind.
Certainly is.
Just can't understand that bet.
Well,
I mean, his opponent could have had a flush here or a straight.
He could have, but what if he had 2 pair? He might lay down 2 pair. That's the only reason why he could make this all-in bet and be successful with it, but...
Well, you want to make a bet your opponent can pay you off where you have the best hand.
Wow, he is going to get called.
Well, so much for our analysis, Vince. He made the right value bet because he got the maximum value, all his chips.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Ben Hamlet with a genius play. It wound up being at least.
Well, Vince, Matthew Burnett, the lone amateur at the table, in my mind, played that hand like a complete amateur. In my view, he misplayed it on every single street.
Wow, phenomenal value bet on the river by Ben Hamnet.
Your rock star glasses.
He has doubled up in a big way. He has become the new chip leader at Borgata. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. guaranteed.
Borgata is the preeminent place to play poker on the East Coast. People love playing at Borgata because we make them feel welcome.
I really feel like I'm at home when I come here.
It's a really good card room. It's a shining star in Atlantic City.
Borgata has one of the best tournaments areas.
They give a lot of play, which suits my style. So, as the saying goes here in the East, what's not to like?
Well, players love coming to Borgata events, no doubt about it. They do a terrific job of running tournaments. It's the largest event we have every year in the World Poker Tour, it seems now. Certainly the last couple of years have been. Hats off to everyone here at Borgata because they run a first-rate show and players love it here.
Well, as you can see right now, Ben Hamnet is truly loving it. He's the chip leader, 9.7 million in chips. The 29-year-old out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, doing well here tonight. But to the hand we go. Tyler quick fold. Matthew Burnett's now with an ace-jack.
Well, he just botched up the way he played the ace-9 offsuit a moment ago. Now he's going to limp in here with the ace-jack.
But right behind him, the senior at the table, Steve Brecker, with a pair of jacks.
And you know Steve is going to raise it here, just no matter how much.
Steve Brecker, he's a champion here on the World Poker Tour.
Makes it 420,000 to go.
David Diaz folding. Our chip leader, Ben, out.
Down to Ophir Moore, he's out.
Yep. Back on. IT engineer, Matthew Burnett. And look at this, he's going to re-raise, Mike.
Well, Vince, he limped in an early position. Now he's re-raising. That always scares you as the player. Beware of the limper is the slogan. Let's see what Steve Brecker's going to do now with the jacks.
Yeah, is he in fear that the guy might have queens, kings, or aces? He doesn't care. He's going to plunge in. He goes all in with his jacks.
Wow. Well, I think these guys know Matthew better than he knows himself.
Well, Matthew in a pickle here. Can't like this. Brecker putting the pressure, and Matthew is going to lay it down.
So Steve Brecker taking down that pot and taking one step closer to becoming a two-time WPT champion.
This is a very talented player, Steve Brecker. He loves to fly. He's a pilot. He's played so many WPT events over the year. Very consistent, very shrewd player, and this time he picks up Queen Jack of Spades.
And he's going to raise it up. Makes it 260,000 to go.
David Diaz gonna peek down a little pair of deuces
I don't think
here.
this is anything new.
No limit hold'em. You like to play small pairs. In my mind, they're the easiest hands to play. You flop three of a kind, or you just get out of the pot after the flop.
Well, he's made the call. Ben Hamnet out. Ophir Moore. He considers the Borgata his office because he plays here so much, but he's going to fold. Tyler Patterson also going away.
Matthew Burnett's. So far, he hasn't seen a hand he doesn't like.
Got a nothing hand, but he's got money already in there. He can afford to gamble and speculate, and he does so.
Vince, he came to this final table as the big chip leader. He's bungled about every pot, and now he's on the short stack with 6 players left. Now calling a raise with a 6-9 offsuit, but he's back.
He's going to love it. 3 of a kind on the flop, and he's going to check.
Well, Steve has flopped jacks up, so naturally he's going to bet. And this could spell big trouble for Steve Brecker here.
Certainly could. Steve Brecker going to put a $475,000 bet. David Diaz not improving there on the flop.
Well, I see he doesn't use my theory about the small pairs.
Uh-oh, don't get fancy on us here there, David.
If you don't flop 3 of a kind, get out.
He's getting chips out for...
He's raising.
Oh, boy. He's going to try to bluff this off with his silly deuces. Makes it $975. Now it's on the man that has the real hand. Matthew Burnett's 3 of a kind.
I'm all in.
Well, he has gone all in here.
Yeah, he's getting impatient, saying that's it.
This should be a pretty easy getaway for Steve Brecker anyway, the way the betting has gone.
Well, Steve's got top pair, pretty good kicker, but you got 2 6s out there.
No chance.
Yeah.
One guy re-raised you, the other guy moved all in. You just throw it away. They're stealing, they're stealing. You can't jeopardize all your money here with 2 jacks and a queen kicker, and he doesn't.
Does the right thing. David's got to be saying, why did I have to get fancy? I fold now. Nicely played by the IT engineer, Matthew Burnitz.
This guy is an action-oriented player, Vince. Most amateur players play tight. This guy's just the opposite.
You know what's amazing? Season after season, people just keep coming to Brigada. They love this place.
Well, you're right, Vince. That's because it's a terrific event. As you know, I played in this tournament, but I had to put up $3,500 to play in this event like everybody else. But how about a guy that put up nothing? He won his entry on clubwpt.com. And I'm talking about Dale Lloyd from Shepherdsville, Kentucky. He not only got to mix it up on the felt, he also got to attend an exclusive Champions Club dinner with myself, the Royal Flush Girls, and a number of the greatest players in the world.
As the Club WPT qualifier, how has your experience been so far?
I've loved it so far. Everything's been nice. The tournament's great, and the people are great.
You got to check out clubwpt.com. But for just a small amount each month, you have a shot at coming to one of these WPT events, winning big money. But like you said, you could be hanging out with the Royal Flush Girls and Mike and I, having a good time. You get all the VIP benefits, so check it out, clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Well, Ben Hamnet's still out in front with about 9.4 million. Ophir Moore, a local here at Borgata. They call him the Beast from the East, in last place. But I can tell you, he has game. Don't count him out.
Yeah, but what about this cool customer? Matthew Burnitz, so-called amateur, came in as the chip leader. Now he's battling back. He's got king, queen this time. And he makes it 250,000 to go. Brecker out.
He makes a lot of amateurish plays to me, Vince, but he says he would like to become a pro player, so loves the game. He's certainly not afraid to play pots, that's for sure.
David out, Ben out, Ophir Moore. Very tight tonight, won't play that. Now Tyler Patterson wakes up with a pair of jacks.
Big hand for Tyler. Tyler needs to make some money in this tournament, Vince, because he plays a lot of golf with our buddy Matt Savage.
Oh, boy. Well, he just calls this. And look at this flop, 10-10-3.
Nice flop for Tyler there. He's got the overpair, he checks.
He's gonna hope that Matthew bets, apparently, and yeah, Matthew's gonna bet. Perfect time to set him up for a check raise.
Yep, that's what he should do in this spot.
Tyler Patterson, a former poker dealer. Now look at this, that's kind of shocking. Just calls it.
Well, it is shocking, Vince, because if an ace or king queen comes up, you're frozen in the hand. And there's the ace.
Yeah.
Just what you did not want to see if you're Tyler Patterson.
Tyler checks it.
Well, Matthew, just what the gut shot straight draw is going to bet here, and it may work.
Yeah, a lot of pressure, 650,000. Tyler, but he's going to stick around. He's out in front.
Wow, what a call by Tyler.
Oh.
But a king on the river.
That's going to hit Burnitz. Tyler just playing a little too passive there. It's going to backfire. He's going to hate it.
Well, Matt's been betting all the way with the worst hand. Now he's made the best hand and checks.
His hand.
And Tyler sort of grimaces.
Thank you.
He knows he should have played those 2 jacks a little bit different.
Yeah,
man.
you got to raise before the flop, but at least after the flop, after you've been bet, find out where you are. Don't let them draw out on you. You know, it's poorly played by Tyler, and he has to pay for it.
That's like a triple bogey against Matt Savage.
We're going to take a quick break, but coming up, see what the Royal Flush Girls were up to this week at Borgata. Stick around.
Texas Hold'em takes just a few minutes to learn and a lifetime to master. That's why we created the WPT Poker Trainer that lets you work on your game anytime you want, from anywhere you want, on your iPhone or iPad. Download your copy today. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
There's the Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, enjoying the moment here at Brigada.
With some of the bust outs. But these guys aren't busted out. They're playing for the big dough and to get their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. Ben Hamnet still out in front.
That is right. Now the antes are going up to 20,000. The blinds are 80 and 160. Action on David Diaz. David looks down at an 8 deuce. He mucks the hand. Ben Hammett out. And now it's on Ophir Moore. And so far tonight, he has been tighter than my hamstring coming out of an igloo. But right now, he picks up a pair of kings, Mike.
Yep, he's a high-stakes cash game player here at Borgata. They call him the Beast of Borgata. We saw him finish third in this tournament just a couple years ago. He's back at this final table. Pretty good stuff for a guy that doesn't play that many tournaments.
He's made it 350 to go. Tyler out, and now Matthew Burnitz.
Well, he hasn't found a hand he doesn't like. Vince played every pot so far, but when the tightest player at the table all of a sudden comes in a pot for the first time, you just don't want to get involved with an ace-7. This hand pretty easy to jettison. Forget about jettison. He's firing it up, Vince. He is re-raising here.
Yeah.
3-betting to 750,000 with an ace-7. Just incredible. This is the kind of hand you can 3-bet. If a guy's a very aggressive player playing a lot of pots, that's fine. But for a tight player to 3-bet with an ace-7 offsuit, I think is just a very amateurish play.
Well, Ophir now, he's going to go up the ladder again, makes a re-raise, makes it 1-7 to go.
Yeah, another million to Matthew here.
And now Matthew's thinking, what did I do? Why? Why me?
And I should be thinking that, Vince. Very poor re-raise here against this particular opponent.
And he's got to fold the hand. And Ophir Moore, Mr. No Fear from Woodmere, New York, going to take down his first pot here tonight. And it's a good one.
It's really sweet that I got a second shot at this. I don't really play many tournaments throughout the year, but I seem to have success in the ones that they do over here.
The king comes off. Ophir has done it. It's over now.
Well, I tell you, I have a lot of respect for Ophir Moore from Woodmere, New York.
I got third last time, and I only think that first is going to satisfy me this time.
And when you've been there to the final table before, the next time you get there, all you're thinking about is getting your name on that Champions Cup.
All right, back to this hand. Matthew Burnett's out. Steve Brecker.
Steve Brecker, of course, already has his name on the WPT Champions Cup.
With just a 10-8, also going to fold.
And over to David Diaz.
He won't play that. Now our chip leader, Ben Hamnet, will.
I'm going to raise on the button here with a Queen-9.
Certainly does. Makes it 325 to go. Ophir out. And now Tyler Patterson in the big blind with a Queen-10.
You think he's an Elvis wannabe?
Yeah.
Those are sideburns like Elvis Presley had in the old days. Meantime, he makes the call here with Queen-10.
Queen-9 versus Queen-10. We are flopping.
Queen, Jack with
boy.
2 spades. Both players have flopped 3 queens.
They certainly have. And a quick check by Tyler Patterson.
You're going to see a little raising war take place very soon here, Vince.
You would think. Now, Ben, 3 of a kind with the continuation bet, it appears. Yep. He's going to stick out a bet. 400,000.
Well, folks, no chance. Either player's getting away from this hand. Both have 3 queens.
1.1.
It's going to get raised and re-raised and probably all in before we see the next card.
Now Tyler's going to pop it up, makes it 1.1. And now if you're Ben, 3 of a kind, you're right.
And with 2 spades out there,
You would
there is
think.
a possible straight out there, a draw, but you get 3 queens. Not going to get away from this hand.
Call.
Oh, there he goes, all in and a quick call.
Well, all in and called, and Ben is going to see he is out kicked here. As you can see, Tyler has the 10 kicker, so if 2 little cards come off, he is going to be a happy camper. If a big card comes off, they'll split this pot.
But what an opportunity for Tyler Patterson. They call Tyler Patterson the Titan of Tulip. That's a casino up in Seattle.
Let's go 10.
Turn it off, please.
He has outkicked his opponent here in a good place right now with 2 cards to come here.
20 diamonds.
5 of clubs on the turn.
That'll do. I like that card.
Tyler likes that card. One more little card that doesn't pair the 5 will be a bingo for Tyler.
3 of
and he will
diamonds.
double up.
Well, the last card coming up now. If a 9 should appear, that long shot, Tyler Patterson would be out. Here comes the river card. It's a very safe 6 of clubs.
Well, just that quick with that pot. Tyler Patterson went from the short stack to the chip lead. He bolted from 6th to 1st. Bam, just like that.
With Tyler Patterson's double up, we conclude our first hour of coverage from the Borgata Poker Open. But before we go, Mike, I have to ask, did you expect the players to come out of the gates so fast?
Well, Kimberly, I didn't. It's actually surprised me that we've had 3 different players at this final table with the chip lead so far, and there's still 6 players left. So action has certainly been hot and heavy at Borgata tonight.
And Vince, do you anticipate them keeping up this pace when play starts back up?
Well, I do. I mean, the blinds are big, the structure's fast. These guys are playing loose. I mean, this game is hotter than the watch that I bought down by the boardwalk. This is a lot of fun.
All right, thanks, gentlemen. Please join us next time with more from the Season 11 Borgata Poker Open. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Atlantic City, Borgata plays host to the biggest show in town. Continuing coverage of the Borgata Poker Open starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Hi everyone, I'm Kimberly Lansing and welcome to the World Poker Tour. For the 4th season in a row, the Borgata Poker Open has drawn a huge field of well over 1,000 entrants, and we still have 6 players left. It's time to turn to WPT's very own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to set the stage for tonight. Now Mike, we have seen some compelling play and the chip lead seesaw back and forth. Who do you anticipate dominating the action when play starts back up?
Well, Kimberly, I don't see anybody dominating the action. What we've seen so far is an ebb and flow of the chip lead. 3 different guys have held the chip lead at this final table so far. And right now, that honor goes to Tyler Patterson. But the way things have gone, who knows how long it'll last.
And Vince, as the payouts continue to get larger, do you think the pressure is going to break any of these players?
Oh, not at all, Kimberly. I mean, these guys are all tough poker players. They are animals at the table, especially the guy they call the Beast of Borgata, Theo Moore. He is the beast. He is playing well. There's no pressure here. They're all going for this title.
Thank you, gentlemen. Looks like the action is ready to start back up, so let's take a look at the chip counts and get back to the game.
Well, there you see our chip leader, Tyler Patterson, with 7.4 million. The lone amateur at the table, Matthew Burnett, is in 6th place right now. He came to the final table as a big chip leader. Got some work to do now. That's what they're playing for. The winner tonight, taking home over $818,000.
Okay, Annie's 20,000 blinds, 80 and 160. Here we go. David Diaz, first to act. David's a poker pro out of Memphis, Tennessee, 27 years old. He's got a 10-8 of spades.
Also has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit. Going to raise it up here, makes it $320,000 to go.
And now Ben Hamnet with a pair of 3s will make this call.
Get him,
you always like to call with small pairs.
Talking to me?
Theo Moore.
No, I'm talking to Ben.
Always tighter than a Roseanne Barr wetsuit, folds his hand. And now we're around to Matthew Burnett.
Well, what we've seen from this lone amateur at the table so far is he's played about every pot. He finally throws one away, Vince.
Here we go to Steve Brecker, 66-year-old senior WPT champion, has made the call as well.
Yep, Steve going for his 2nd WPT title tonight, makes the call with the ace-9 of spades. And an ace comes right on the flop. Steve Brecker out in front with the 2 aces and checks.
David Diaz, nothing hitting there for him, and he's going to check it. And Ben Hamnet.
Also checking, and now a 3 comes off.
Incredible.
This could spell doom, or at least serious trouble for Steve Brecker here. He checks the aces again.
Diaz also checking. Ben Hamnet hitting 3 of a kind on the turn. Hallelujah.
Well, Vince, you're never going to think the 3 helped the guy. So when he bets here, I don't see Steve Brecker getting away from these aces the way this hand was played.
735, he's betting. There's the Royal Flush Girls social bar, where the Royal Flush Girls are enjoying the moment. Look at Brecker big aces.
Yeah, he's just falling into a trap here, Vince, but you can't help it.
Made
The
the
way
call.
the hand was played.
David out. Here we're going to go to the river.
And a 10 comes up.
Oh, man. 10 of hearts. Steve Brecker going to check again, trying to get off cheap. Ben Hamlet's going to hammer away.
Well, can't blame him. Hit the joker on the turn.
Oh, speaking of Joker, he's done stand-up comedy. He wants to use his money to start a film production company. And he's going to stick out a bet with his 3-of-a-kind, $1,760,000 in chips.
I just think it's very difficult for Steve to get away from this hand.
Steve Brecker is a pilot. Loves to fly his own plane. What a great time to fly away if he could possibly.
Call.
Oh, no, he's got to make the call.
Yeah, Steve, a retired, successful businessman. Not so successful in this pot.
Oh, he's sickened by that. He's thinking to himself, why couldn't I have taken the initiative and just bet when I hit the aces on the flop? Oh, position, position, position.
What I think will give me an edge is just grinding people down. At first it was just like a bar fight, and now you just turn it into like a gunfight, and now it's like, does anybody really want to pull the trigger because it's going to be bloody? I'm definitely capable of pulling the big gun when I need to.
Ben Hamlet, he's the chip leader. He took up stand-up comedy before. Not very funny at the table, but look at him raking in those chips. He's a happy guy.
Well, there you see the WPT Champions Cup. The winners of all WPT events gets their name engraved on that trophy, and in addition to the cash, Vince, as a player, that's what you want.
All right, back to the action we go. Tyler Patterson with a quick fold. And now Matthew Burnitz. Loosey-goosey kind of guy, has an ace-3 of diamonds. He's an IT engineer. He's 43 years old.
Says he would like to become a poker pro, but from what I've seen, he better keep his day job for a while.
He's very superstitious, he says. Now, he's going to raise with the ace-high. Makes it 325. Brecker out, but David Diaz with a king-7 of spades appears interested. Oh, look at this. Re-raises to 750.
Wow, a 3-bet here with the king-7.
Ben Hamlet out. Ophir now with a jack-10. Goes away. And Matthew likes the action, makes the call.
So here we go. Now flop comes 8-6-3.
Matthew getting a piece of that with the threes. He's first to act. And he checks. David hitting nothing there. Will he make a continuation bet?
Well, indeed he's going to.
Well, David's bet 600,000.
Now what do you do with bottom pair here?
Matthew pondering this decision. Calculating.
I'm all
what
in.
to do. Oh, man, he is going all in.
Wow, he was check raised all in.
Oh,
there
boy.
you see David going all out. So the amateur taking down a nice pot there with the check raise.
Family and friends, they got to be proud of him. Matthew doesn't show the hand. Wish he could, because that's show-off time right there.
Our second hour of coverage of the Borgata Poker Open is just getting started, and we have a lot more to come, including Tony Dunn breaking it all down in the raw deal, a look back at one of the best moments from Season 10, and a party with the Royal Flush Girls you won't want to miss. Stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Hello, we are back here on the World Poker Tour. We're at Borgata, right by the Jersey Shore, having a great time. And so far, these guys are slamming it tonight here at Borgata.
Well, Vince, they're playing it like the roller coaster at Coney Island right now. Up and down, not afraid to get the chips out there.
Well, Mike, we got to talk about a guy named Howie Eintrecht. Now, they call him Howie from Maui because he's from Hawaii. He's a nature photographer. Well, he put down the camera this week because he played on ClubWPT.com. He got the whole VIP experience. He won his way, got a seat here at Borgata through ClubWPT.com. Pretty amazing. Now, he didn't make the big bucks, but he had a great time.
It's a great opportunity if you go deep to get a shot in a big tournament at a minimal amount of outlay.
What a sweet deal for him, Vince, no doubt about it. And it's a sweet deal for you, too. If you join ClubWPT.com for just a small monthly fee, you too can become a VIP member, enjoy VIP benefits, get to play all the tournament poker you want, win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, as well as get some VIP experiences just like Howie from Maui did. ClubWPT.com. Check it out. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, the final 6 at Borgata. Here we go. Ben Hamnet now is the chip leader. He's 29 years old, poker pro out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And the antes are now 20,000, but the blinds are going up to 1 and 200,000. First to act is Ben.
He looks down at an ace-9 offsuit here, but that's going to be good enough for him to raise with.
Yes, it looks like he's getting chips out. Makes it 400,000 to go into Ophir Moore.
Well, Ophir, a terrific high-stakes cash game player.
He folds.
But Tyler Patterson with the Jack-10 of diamonds makes the call.
Now into Matthew Burnett, who has a nice little suited connector.
Yeah, also got position on the button, but throws it away, Vince. We've seen that guy play so many hands.
Interesting.
Now there's one we think he should play, and he throws it away.
Steve and David Diaz out, so here comes the flop. 2 players.
7-5-3 all spades, no help to either player.
And Ben does not make the continuation bet. He checks.
Oh, look at this. He's going to open the door for Tyler to take this pot away from him. And 500,000 is the bet.
Yeah, the Titan of Tulalip. That's a casino up in Washington. That's what they call Tyler. He makes the bet. It's going to work.
So Tyler Patterson with a nice play to pick up that pot. There you see his wife Miley in the crowd, high-fiving it. Also his good buddy Matt Affleck in the crowd rooting him on tonight.
I used to deal poker for a living. Started playing tournaments and eventually started winning some tournaments.
Yeah, I loaned them to you for a while.
So made the transition to the other side of the felt. I love to play poker because it's competition, it's a strategy game. I'm always having a blast. This has never felt like a job. I don't know, man.
Well, that's because he was in the box himself for a long time, Vince. That is a job, but certainly being a professional player is a job as well. Might not seem like it to some, but it's a lot of work. But he enjoys this side of the table better than the other.
He's doing quite well. All right, back to the hand. Ben Hamnet folds his hand. Ophir Moore. Second time at the WPT final table. Won't play this.
Made this final table just a couple years ago. He's back again.
Tyler and Matthew both out, and now it's around to Steve Brecker.
Steve with the King-8 offsuit. It's the battle of the blind, the battle of the 2 short stacks. See what Steve's going to do here. He knows King High is favored over 2 random cards.
Whoa, he has gone all in.
No call.
But David Diaz with ace-9 has made the call.
Well, nice call by David Diaz there. These guys have almost exactly the same amount of chips. Steve might have one more big blind than his opponent, but David Diaz in great shape to double up here.
Well, the blinds have gone up to 1 and 2, so it's so expensive. Brecker takes a shot, tried to just take it down, but he's in trouble right now. Here's the flop, 7-5-3. No help for Steve Brecker. He's in a barrel full of trouble. Steve Brecker, a WPT champion.
Yeah, he's going to have to catch a king or an 8 or 2 runners to make a straight to win this pot.
And it's a 4 of spades there.
Well, there's one of the runners to make a straight.
So WPT champion Steve Brecker needs some help. Otherwise, he'll be circling the drain for sure. Can he get it? David Diaz with a big chance of doubling up, and it's an 8.
Tough luck for David Diaz right there. Outdrawn on the river to get eliminated.
Ouch. What a stinging blow. Wow. So David Diaz, he is stunned, taken aback.
You win.
It happened so quickly, and he is gone.
I'm sorry.
Well, David Diaz drowning at the river there, no doubt about it. Unfortunate for him, came to this final table in second chip position, but just wasn't his night. Out tonight in 6th place.
With some hard luck on the river, he'll take home $167,000. Let's hear what he has to say.
Didn't really make any hands that really got anything going, so that's about it, really. That's it.
Okay, buddy, thank you.
Thank-
See you again.
Well, I can't tell which player is shocked the most, David or Steve. The action is fast and furious in Atlantic City as we bid goodnight to David Diaz, our 6th place finisher. We'll be right back with more of the WPT's coverage of the Borgata Poker Open in just a bit.
All right, let's go. Tonight is going to be off the chain. I can't wait to see her. I'm so excited. Let's go see Amanda when she says no.
Hey, girls.
How are you?
How you doing?
Great.
You guys ready to party tonight?
Yeah,
All right, we got VIP. Let's go.
Mixed Mayhem was a total mayhem, really. Amazing club.
It has a lot of color. It's really fun. Really young, hip vibe down there.
The chicken and the fox were so funny. Everyone just went crazy. They were dancing with us and everything. It was great. Definitely added a little twist to the whole nightlife. The DJ was awesome. He let us do a little bit of spinning and have fun at the booth. It was really, truly a night to remember. That was amazing. Thanks for showing us such a great time.
Glad you guys had a great time.
See you at the next party.
Whew. Ugh. Oh, Vince. They know how to party here at Borgata.
Yeah.
Well, folks, I'll tell you one thing. Those costumes were hot, weren't they, Vince?
They certainly were, but not quite as hot as these 5 guys at the final table trying to put their names on the WPT Champions Cup. Let's get back to the action. All right, action on. Tyler Patterson, a quick fold, and now Matthew Burnitz. He's got a legitimate hand this time, pair of jacks. And he will raise with it, makes it 5:25 to go. Steve Brecker out. Now it's on Ben Hamnet. Ace 8.
Well, because Matthew plays so many pots, you can understand why he's contemplating 3-betting here. And indeed he does.
Goes to close to 1.3. Ophir Moore out. And now it's back on Matthew. He says all in with the jacks.
Well, he says if you can beat this hand, good luck to you. And obviously, we see Ben can't beat it, so he's going out.
So Matthew Burnitz, the IT engineer for over 23 years, going to take that pot. There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar where the Royal Flush Girls are at. Anyone can come out on the tour and sit there at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar and talk to the ladies. Right now, Steve Brecker, first to play right here.
Steve, a successful retired businessman, loves playing on the WPT. He's a pilot, flies his own plane to the events. Looking to get his name on the WPT Champions Cup for the 2nd time. I'll tell you, the guy's in shape, Vince. He works out every day.
And this time he has ace queen, makes it 450 to go. Ben going out with ace 4. And now Ophir Moore going to fold around to Tyler Patterson. He cannot play.
Well, Matthew looks at ace 3 offsuit out of the big blind.
Yeah, he's called it.
Well, he got himself in trouble a time or two by calling Razor with ace and small cards earlier. Let's see how this one works out for him. What's come 10, 5, deuce, all hearts.
Yeah, Brecker with the ace of hearts too.
Yeah, Matthew does have a heart in his hand and a straight draw, but it goes check, check. I am surprised Steve Brecker checked there with the nut flush draw. Now 6 comes off.
No help to either player. Matthew going to check again. Brecker is going to check. No continuation bet.
Here we go to the river. 8 of spades.
No help to either player. Matthew Burnitz now.
Well, he's going to make a bet here, Vince.
Well, that is creative. He's saying if Brecker keeps checking, I could maybe steal this.
Maybe he's put Brecker on an ace and a big card. Thinks he might lay it down if he bets. That's exactly the case here. Steve Brecker let that hand get away from him, in my opinion, by not betting on the flop or the turn.
The stakes are high tonight as the eventual champion will win over $800,000, a spot on the WPT Champions Cup, and coveted Season 11 WPT Player of the Year points. Now looking at the current standings, Legends of Poker champion Josh Hale and Grand Prix de Paris champion Matt Salzberg are currently in the lead, but tonight's champion will earn 1,200 points for their victory to tie Josh and Matt at the top of the leaderboard. We'll keep you up to date on the standings all season long, but for now, let's get back to the action here at Borgata with Mike and Vince.
All right, thank you, Kimberly. It has been a wild night, especially for the current chip leader, Matthew Burnitz.
Oh, that's right, Vince. Looking at the WPT stack tracker, you can see that Matthew's been all over the place. He started the final table as chip leader, dropped down to the short stack, and has had some ups and downs before climbing back up to take the chip lead. As you can see, it's a drastic difference from the consistent play of Ophir Moore.
That is quite true. All right, we have 5 players left. They're all hungry for this title. No telling what's going to happen, so let's get back down to the table.
Well, action's going to be on Tyler Patterson, the former poker dealer, now professional player out of Seattle, Washington. He's down at the 8-7, gives it up.
Matthew Burnett's going to take a break. And now Steve Brecker.
Steve pitching his hand, and Ben, as you can see with the 9-7 of hearts out of the small blind, limps in and calls.
Ophir Moore now with an opportunity to raise with a 10-8, doesn't do so, so we will see the flop.
Well, content to see a flop, and here it comes. A flop 6-3 deuce with 2 hearts. Good flop for Ben as he's flopped a flush draw.
And he's going to come out with a bet, it appears. Yep, $275,000 with the 4 flush. Ophir now.
Wow, he has no hand, no draw. He is just going to try to make a move here, I guess.
Now, what's great about it is that he has the perception as the tightest player at the table, and he's going to make a plunge move with nothing, absolute zip and pip.
Well, he's raised it nearly 600,000 here.
Strong move, but we know that Ben has a strong possibility here when you have a 4 flush.
Well, against a looser player, Vince, you might just go ahead and raise here to try to take the pot down now without drawing to the flush, but against a guy that doesn't play very many pots, and now all of a sudden he's raised you 600,000 here, you might want to play this flush draw a little more conservative for fear he might set you in if you raise him back.
Exactly what he does. He just calls. So to the turn we go. Ophir must be in fear right now. A 4 of clubs on the turn.
Does give Ben a gut shot straight draw to go along with this flush draw, but after getting raised on the flop, he's going to check here. Will Ophir fire another shell? That's the question. And that's what heart this guy is showing in this pot. No hand, no draw, no anything, yet 1.2 million going to the center.
I just love the way he set up his game tonight. Perception at the table of playing so tight and solid.
There you see Ophir's brothers and cousins on the rail sweating him on. They'd really be sweating if I knew what he had here, which is nothing. Ironically, it is the best hand, but no chance in the world he can believe it's the best hand. His opponent has to have exactly a 7-8 or a 7-9. It's the only way he can have the best hand here.
Ben would love to take a look at the final card, catch his flush, and break this Ophir. Oh, man. Perplexing moment for Ben Hapnett.
And when you don't raise on the flop with a flush draw, now you're in a tough spot. Now, he does have a straight draw as well, but just the respect he has for Ophir. As you said, Vince, he doesn't play many pots. He picks his spots so rare, but when he does, they're effective, as he did right here. That, folks, is why this guy is called the Beast of Borgata.
Well, Ophir is doing it. He takes down that pot. What great action we have had here tonight and all season long. We'll be taking a look back at the incredible action we saw during our historic 10th season. So check out these fireworks from last season's final table at Borgata.
During the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open final table, action was intense both on and off the field. New Jersey pro Bobby Obuti was building momentum, and Bobby's buddies on the rail were making their presence known.
Seems to be a little bit obnoxious.
What first started out as playful banter with a Florida pro, Fred Goldberg,
Play on the board, play on the board.
I'll bet against that right now.
later turned into a war of words between Fred and Bobby's boys.
Just disrespectful.
Seems to be going on is Freddie Goldberg has had about enough of Bobby Obuti's peanut gallery.
I'll smack any one of you, okay? Knock it off. Knock it off.
This is what you're worried about?
This should just be like in a closed, soundproof dome.
Get him out of here. I don't need to listen to this.
Security escorted out the troublemakers.
Nice sunglasses. I don't know what you're saying. Hey, nice sunglasses.
And with all distractions aside, Bobby would emerge victorious and add his name to the WPT Champions Cup.
You got to be proud about that.
Yeah, absolutely. What more can you ask for than to be lumped in with those group of guys?
But it was his rowdy friends on the rail that helped make this final table one of the most memorable moments of Season 10. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to the WPT's extended coverage of the Borgata Poker Open. The World Poker Tour has always championed philanthropic efforts, and all season long, the WPT Foundation will hold a series of online auctions to raise money for charity. This week, one lucky auction winner got to spend some time with Mike Sexton, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and an array of WPT champions at an exclusive Champions Club dinner.
We're happy to have you here.
Glad to be here. Looking forward to it. The calculator works.
Hey, now tell us a little bit about CharityBuzz.com. How does that work?
My wife's in charge of it. She bids on things that she thinks I'd want to do to get me out of the house for the longest period of time.
Well, it's nice meeting you. We appreciate you going to CharityBuzz.com. Winning the prize. Thank his wife, actually. That's what we need to
Thank
say.
her. She deserves all the credit.
To find out how you can participate and have a once-in-a-lifetime experience, head over to WPTFoundation.org to learn more. Looks like action is ready to resume, so I'll turn it back over to Mike and Vince.
Everybody having a good time at Borgata, that's for sure, especially these five guys going for the title here tonight.
And look at Matthew Burnitz, the IT engineer, 43 years old, is now the chip leader once again, 10.7 million in chips. Let's go to the feld, Ben Hamnet. He's got a 10-5. He's gonna fold his hand, and here's Ophir Moore with a Jack 8 of hearts. Just pulled off a brilliant bluff. He folds the hand, Tyler out, and now it's around to Matthew Burnitz.
Well, so much on the line for these guys. The difference between the next guy going out and the guy who wins is over 600,000, so a lot of money up for grabs now.
Matthew Burnitz, the chip leader, gonna call.
Well, limps in the small blind with the Jack 5 of clubs, and Steve Brecker happy to see a flop with the Jack 8 of diamonds. And both players have flopped a pair of jacks.
Yeah, flop comes up ace, Jack 4.
Eventually, you're not gonna put your opponent on an ace in this situation because neither guy raised before the flop.
That is correct. And right now, Matthew's gonna bet his jacks. 325,000.
Steve Brecker, he's going to be thinking the same thing. The guy didn't raise. I don't put him on an ace. I think my jacks are good. I'm calling him. And his jacks, in fact, are good because he's got the best kicker, the 8.
Going to the turn, 3 of diamonds.
Well, 3 of diamonds comes off. This gives Matthew a wheel draw. He's going to check the 2 jacks. And Steve checks him right behind. Just doesn't want to fall in any traps here. But he's going to because a deuce comes off on the river. This gives Matthew a straight. How good is this guy running?
That's pretty solid right there. Now, how much do you bet so you get called? That's an art in itself. And it looks like 750.
Call.
And a quick call by Steve Brecker.
A snap call by Brecker. He sees he got beat on the river here. Not going to be happy about that.
Oh, and Matthew loving that. You know, he's a very superstitious guy. Matthew is. He's afraid to upset the poker gods. He actually hasn't looked at the payouts of this tournament yet because he's too superstitious to look.
Well, you and him think alike then, man. We do.
All these opponents are gifted poker players. I think I understand their game. I hope I understand their game. I'm all in. If I stick to my reads, I think I have a pretty good chance.
I like this guy. He has a good poker face. When he takes the hit, he doesn't tilt. He's pretty strong.
Well, he's an amateur player that says he would like to become a pro player. Certainly if he wins this title, that'll be a big step to do just that.
Action on Ben. He quickly folds his hand, and now Ophir Moore with an attractive ace-10.
And Ophir hasn't picked up many hands at this final table, that's for sure. We saw him make a big move to win a pot earlier. Here he's going to raise it up with an ace-10. Can't blame him for doing that.
He makes it 450 to go. Right behind him, Tyler Patterson.
Wow, just has acey-deucey, but he is going to 3-bet with it here. We've seen a couple sterling plays by Tyler at this final table.
Matthew out.
One we didn't think was so sterling when he slow played a pair of jacks and got himself beat.
Ophir mucks his hand, so Tyler Patterson taking control of the hand, takes the pot.
What timing by Tyler there to 3-bet in that spot with an ace-deuce.
Okay, and right now the antes are going up to 30,000. The blinds 120 and 240. Here we go. Action going to Ophir Moore. And he's going to muck this hand. Tyler Patterson with an ace-king right behind him.
Yeah, Tyler going nowhere here, that's for sure.
Starting to heat up, makes it 575 to go. Matthew out. Steve Brecker. Now the short stack at the table, but he picks up the ladies.
Yep. Well, you're going to see fireworks here.
Falling. He goes all in.
Well, can't blame Steve for that, obviously. Most people would do it, especially on the short stack with 5 left here. Got the dream hand, 2 queens.
Ben folds. Tyler quickly calls with the ace-king.
You know, this a classic race that comes up a lot in No Limit Hold'em. Ace-king versus 2 queens.
Oh, man.
If Steve Brecker wants to capture a second WPT title tonight, he must win this race to stay alive.
Play for 5 days, now we got to do this.
Steve Brecker, WPT champion, with the queens, with 5 cards to come.
There you see Tyler's wife, Miley, calling for an ace or a king here. Well, the work is done. Who's going to get lucky?
All right, we are flopping at Borgata.
9-4-3. So far, so good for Brecker.
Oh, he sits there so casual. What a nice flop for Steve. His chance of doubling up, becoming a 2-time WPT champion, in good shape right now as we go to the turn.
Everybody on their feet at Borgata. Here comes the turn card. Well, the board comes off the 8 of diamonds. So we are going to the river. Steve Brecker just must dodge an ace or a king. Let's see if he can do it.
Steve Brecker cannot look at the table. He just been playing poker too long to do that.
Everyone on their feet at the 5. Steve Brecker is going to double up and stay alive.
Yep. Cool, calm, and collected Steve Brecker. Like he knew he was going to win it. Gonna double up.
Well, Tyler Patterson taking a hit right there, but obviously certainly can't blame him for going all in right there. We saw Steve Brecker move all in earlier with a king 8 offsuit.
Well, the races continue at Borgata as 5 players remain going after a huge title here tonight. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action on the World Poker Tour.
Social poker sites aren't real poker because there's nothing to win. They're just all in fest. That's why we play real poker on ClubWPT.com, where we can win our share of 100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Ivy, one of the Royal Flush Girls. You are watching Season 11 of the World Poker Tour.
Well, the winner tonight is going to take home $818,000, as well as get an entry into the WPT World Championship at the end of the season. But Vince, as you know, the real dream of all poker players is to get their name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup with all these other legends of the World Poker Tour.
That is so true, Mike. You know, I get goosebumps just standing next to this beautiful trophy. But if you look down here, you will see that our friend Steve Brecker, who's at this final table right now, has his name already inscribed right here.
He would like to make it 2 times. Can he do it tonight?
I first played Hold'em in August of 1993.
Oh, no!
I think I'm getting closer to mastering it, but I've got a long way to go.
Steve Brecker is definitely better than all these young kids give him credit for. He won a 10K WPT Day 101.
63-year-old poker pro out of Reno. He's done it!
He is our champion. I have won the WPT title. It felt great, fantastic, wonderful. I certainly can visualize a second plaque on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, Vince, Steve is like you. He believes luck predominates in any poker tournament, but he really likes the aspects of poker, the math, the people, and the luck factor.
All right, Matthew Burnett's the chip leader with over 12 million. The so-called amateur out of Bear, Delaware. Let's take a look at his hand. Look at this pair of 10s.
Well, very nice hand in a 5-handed poker game.
And when this guy bets, he gets action because he's in almost every hand. He makes it 600,000 to go. Steve Brecker with a king-queen right behind him.
Tough decision here with a couple guys behind you. Steve's going to let it go.
And now Ben Hamnet with king-queen, but it's suited. 2 clubs.
You can see he's not going anywhere. The question is he going to 3-bet with this hand or just call?
No, he just calls. Now, these are the 2 chip leaders going after each other. Ophir Moore won't play. Tyler goes out as well.
So 2 10s versus the king-queen suited. Flop comes 2, 3, 4, all spades. Neither player has a spade. Action on Matthew. He's going to check. Surprised he checked the 10s there. Ben checked right behind him. 6 of spades comes off. And now 4 spades and a 4-card straight flush out there. Well, again, Matthew checks. Well, the checking's over right now. Ben's going to bet here in case his opponent's just got ace high. Might get him off the hand.
Yeah, Ben Hamnet going to make a bet 445.
Yeah, flop me again.
And you have the overpair, but it's a disaster when 4 spades comes up there and you don't have any, so.
Matthew throws his hand away, shows him the 2 10s. That's going to make Ben feel better. But there's a case, Vince, that even though the 3 spades on the board, they're tiny spades that don't figure to pair your opponents, you have to make a continuation bet with 2 10s, in my mind there, even without a spade.
Outlasting a field of nearly 1,200 entrants is no easy task, and our own Tony Dunst put together a really nice run, cashing in 64th place. Great job, Tony. Based on his experience, he probably has some choice words about our remaining players in this edition of The Raw Deal.
The majority of the time, when you run a bluff in poker, you're doing so with some equity in the hand, and you're making the play with the chance to draw out to the best hand at least some percent of the time. However, on occasion a situation presents itself where you can take down the pot entirely based on the perceived strength of your holding. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. At this final table, a hand between Ophir Moore and Ben Hamnet best describes this concept. The hand begins as a fairly simple blind versus blind confrontation that sees Ben limp the small blind and Ophir check in the big blind. The flop comes 6-2-3, which seemingly would connect with the trashy kind of hands Ophir would opt to check pre-flop. Ben bets with his flush draw, and Ophir makes a sizable raise with no real draw beyond his overcards, hoping the perceived strength of his hand will be enough to make Ben fold. But at this stage, Ben has substantial equity with his draw and makes the call. The turn brings an offsuit 4, which again is a very good card for Ophir's perceived range. He could already have 2-pair or a straight, or Ophir could have raised the flop with hands containing a weak pair and gut shot like 2-4, 2-5, 3-4, and 3-5, where he would now have improved. Ben checked, and Ophir follows through with a bet of 1.2 million, which is just large enough to price out many of Ben's draws with just 1 card to come. Even though Ben now has a draw that actually improved with the turn card, he knows that the price is too high to call and that it will be hard to extract value from Ophir on the river if a heart comes. So Ben folds his hand, allowing Ophir to relax and toss his 10 high towards the muck with pride. Simply put, The best time to run a bluff when you have little to no equity in the hand is when the texture of the board has probably connected to a larger portion of your range than your opponent's range. It's more about what your opponent thinks of your play in hand than what you think of his.
Nice handle.
Most bluffs are successful when your opponent believes that you could have hit the board based on how you played your hand on previous streets. And remember, you want your opponent to buy into the fact that it is way more likely you're betting for value than as a bluff.
Very well explained by Tony Dunst right there. Vince, you can see why that guy made the money in this tournament.
He is good, knows what he's talking about. But right now, Matthew Burnitz is the chip leader with $13 million. As we see in the background, the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar here at Borgata. 5 players remain. Action on Ophir Moore. This is his local casino. He's playing shrewdly tonight. He folds this hand. Tyler out as well. And Matthew, our chip leader, not going to play.
Well, Steve Brecker looks down at a 10-9 offsuit.
Yep, he's in the small blind. He's just going to call it.
Yep, going to limp in here with the 10-9 offsuit. And when he does that, you're sitting there with a king-10 of diamonds, you think you got the best hand. That's exactly the case here. I believe Ben thinks it, and he's going to raise it.
Why not? Makes it $580 to go.
Yep, another $340,000 to Steve, but he says, look, you just can't push me around like a mop.
Get change.
I'm going to take a look at a flop here.
That's right. Steve's going to get stubborn. He's saying these young bucks can't keep pushing me around. Take that. I'll call. I'll try to get lucky. Here we go with the first 3. Look at this flop. 7, 8, 9. 2 of them diamonds.
Just a wow flop for both players. Steve's got top pair and an open-end straight draw.
Steve checks it.
As you can see, Ben's got the flush draw and the same open-end straight draw. I think we're going to see fireworks here, Vince. Somebody bets. You're going to see some raises.
All right, Benny's going to make the bet. $565. Now Brecker with top pair and an open-ended straight.
The hand plays itself.
All in.
And there he goes. He makes the all-in plunge. He's up against a monster draw.
I call.
And he's got the call. Ben Hammond has called.
Well, Ben must catch a king or a diamond to win the pot. His open-end straight draw will just get him a tie. Steve Brecker out in front here with a 2-9.
Steve Brecker, a WPT champion, going after his second title.
Biggest draw possible.
Steve has played 94 WPT events. He's cashed 16 times, 3 final tables.
Diamond. Who said diamonds?
Well,
yes.
Ben's calling for diamonds.
Diamonds. I got lots of chop outs.
Massive pot, over 11.5 million in this pot.
Diamonds are a king. Diamonds are a king.
A diamond comes right off. 9s and 8s, but it's not over.
Somebody yell deuce of clubs.
As you can see, Steve needs to catch a 9 or an 8 to make a full house to stay alive. Otherwise, Steve Brecker will be our 5th place finisher.
That is right. And his dream of becoming a 2-time WPT champion, gone. Let's see, though, if he can get the suck out. Down the river we go.
Ben clasping his hands, holding his breath, saying, please, no 9, no 8.
Here we go.
It's an ace. So there you go. Steve Brecker is going to have to wait till another day to take down a 2nd WPT title. Out tonight in 5th place.
Always good to see Steve Brecker. His earnings will be $206,000. He's walking away with his pillow. A great player. Let's go see what Steve has to say.
I think I didn't play that well tonight. I mean, I didn't really do anything too stupid, but some of the marginal plays I think I was on the wrong side of. And I was unlucky in a few spots.
With Steve Brecker out in 5th place, we conclude our 2nd hour of coverage from the Borgata Poker Open. So, Mike, now that we're down to 4 players, what do you think's going through their minds right now?
Well, Kimberly, what's going through their minds is getting their name on that WPT Champions Cup. They know they're this close to doing just that right now. All of them going for the first WPT title. You know they're feeling the pressure, but you know they understand this is the opportunity of a lifetime. I certainly really like the way Tyler Patterson has been playing. He lost a big pot with ace-king against 2 queens. Got unlucky there, but yet here he is still battling. But Ben Hamnet, I got to tell you, has played great poker all night long. He's the chip leader. And Matthew Burnett, you never know what's going to happen with him, Vince. He goes up and down like this, so it's going to be fun to see how it comes out.
And Vince, who's your pick to cross that finish line with the WPT Champions Cup?
Well, Kimberly, I like the chances of the guy with the momentum, and that is Ben Hamnet. He is happy. He is running good. He is higher than Charlie Sheen in a hot air balloon. I like his chances. Will he do it?
All right, guys, this is proving to be quite the war at the shore. Please join us next time for the thrilling conclusion of the Borgata Poker Open. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Atlantic City, we name a champion at the largest event of the season. The exciting conclusion of the Borgata Poker Open kicks off now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring. He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Winning a World Poker Tour title at Borgata is a crowning achievement in any poker player's career and can often be an emotional one. Whether it was Olivier Bousquet's dramatic come-from-behind victory or Dwight Pilgrim's moment in the spotlight, which none of us will forget, the sheer joy of being the ultimate survivor of this tournament is unparalleled in our game. Now let's turn to poker's best commentators, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten, to fill us in on where we stand tonight at Borgata. Guys, who has the best shot at taking down this title?
Well, Kimberly, obviously any of them can win. I like the way Tyler Patterson plays poker, but he's currently the short stack with 4 players left. Also short in chips is Ophir Moore, who made this very final table back in season 9. Both capable players with a lot of work to do if they want to take home this WPT title tonight. Matthew Burnett's, on the other hand, he's played yo-yo poker. He's gone up and down more than anybody at this final table. I like the solid play of Ben Hamnet. He's our chip leader from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, so I'm going to go with the chalk. I'm going with Ben to win.
And Vince, is the action at this final table living up to your expectations?
Well, Kimberly, we are back at Borgata, and it is always exciting here. I mean, Borgata is the house that builds poker superstars. Daniel Negreanu made his fame here. Also, Dwight Pilgrim, another exciting player, also became famous by winning this event. One of these guys will become a poker household name. Who will it be? We're going to find out.
Thank you, gentlemen. We are very close to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup, so let's check the chip counts and get back to the action.
Well, there you see the 4 players left. Ben Hamnet out in front with 15.7 million. All these guys going for their first WPT title. And Vince, that's what they're playing for, over 818,000 in cash. Remember, we started 5 days ago with 1,181 players. The second largest field in WPT history, second only to an event right here at Borgata as well.
All right, the antes at 30,000, blinds of 120 and 240. Action on Matthew Burnett, and he's going to raise with his ace-7, makes it 600,000.
Then going out.
Ophir Moore. He is a local here, plays here at the casino. He's got 9s. He says all in.
Well, can't blame him for going all in there. And the Tyler Patterson, the big blind. Look at this. He's picked up 2 kings in the big blind. He's also all in.
Amazing. Matt going out. It's showdown.
Oh, can't do it twice.
Wow. 9s versus kings.
Ophir gets up, but when there were 7 players left in this tournament, Ophir had 2 9s, an opponent had 2 jacks. The flop came 9-4-4. Could lightning strike twice for no fear Ophir?
That would be absolutely sick. Going to the flop, 5 cards to come. Poker destiny on hand here at Borgata.
Well, it's come ace, deuce, 3. So far, the two kings out in front.
I gotta come the last one.
They'd split the pot, it became 4-5, but for Ophir to win the pot, he must catch a 9. I think the look on Ophir's face says it all right now. Not a happy camper.
Turn card is a jack of hearts. No help for Ophir. So Tyler Patterson, they call him the Titan of Tulalip. That's a casino up in Seattle. A former dealer has a big chance here of doubling up. And it's going to work. 4 clubs on the river. The Titan of Tulalip has taken down this pot. And Ophir Moore is going to be circling the drain.
The beast sits back down. The question is, for how long?
Well, he's first to act. Doesn't have enough of the big blind, but puts in the remainder of his chips.
Well, knows he's going to be in the big blind the next hand. You might as well get some value. Puts it in there with the 10-8, and as you can see, Tyler sitting right behind him. He's going to call the big blind.
And now Matthew.
He's in the small blind with the jack-10. He's going to call also.
Yep. Ben Hammett also in, not going to raise. You know, it's like 3 crocodiles just circling the lamb. No one's going to raise. No one's going to touch each other. They just want to get the one victim, and that would be Ophir.
And nobody's going to bet unless they have a real big hand either, Vince. You don't want to bluff the other guys out of the pot where Ophir could stay alive.
Well, the flop comes up king, queen, 10 of diamonds. It's a 4 flush for Tyler, 10s for Ophir and Matthew, but Matthew with a bigger kicker at this point.
Well, checked all around. 4 comes off on the turn.
No help for Ophir, and they're all going to wisely check.
And the 5 of diamonds on the river.
Yep.
And look at Tyler looking back to make sure he's got that nut flush. He is so happy.
He's going to bet it.
It's going to be bye-bye Ophir.
Yeah, the beast of Brigada. Things just didn't work out. Matt and Ben fold the hand, and finally Ophir realizing that it's over for him.
That's going to do it now for Ophir Moore. He hung on for one more hand, but wasn't meant to be. Ophir Moore from Woodmere, New York, out in 4th place.
That is right. The beast of Brigada has to say goodbye. He is busted out. Going to take home $250,000. Let's see what he has to say.
Honestly, this table was I thought was a lot tougher than my other table. But I played the best I could, played my hands as best as I can, and just worked out that way. Nothing I could do in that spot with 2 9s, but get it in.
So with Ophir Moore out in 4th place, we're getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. We'll be right back with more from the Borgata Poker Open, including some choice words on tonight's play from Tony Dunst in The Raw Deal. We'll check in with the Season 11 ones to watch and see what the Royal Flush Girls were up to this week. There's a lot going on, so stay tuned.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Atlantic City and the Borgata Poker Open. This week, on behalf of the WPT Foundation, the Royal Flush Girls took the opportunity to learn more about the local ecosystem and its friendly inhabitants during their visit to nearby Brigantine Island and the Marine Mammal Stranding Center, a cause supported by the Borgata Heart and Soul Foundation. Take a look.
Welcome to Marine Mammal Stranding Center. My name is Bob Shelkoff, and we'll give you a tour and we'll see what we do around here. Last year we did 122 seals, and 90% of those were released back into the wild.
What is it exactly that you're trying to accomplish here at your facility?
Well, after 34 years, we've got a lot accomplished. We tried to get these animals that are sick or injured off the beach, out of harm's way. They're taken care of, whatever their injury may be. We'll treat them and get them back out into the wild again as soon as we can.
Well, we all really appreciate you taking out the time to show us around your facility, and we were wondering, how can we participate?
Well, you can join our adoption program with the seals and adopt one of our seals.
That's awesome.
Okay, ladies, we have your adoption.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is very helpful for you. And that's an adult harp seal over there.
Wow. Wow.
And there's a history on each animal.
That is so
awesome.
awesome.
Where it came in.
Oh, those seals are so cute, and what a great cause. To learn more about the WPT's philanthropic efforts, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. In the meantime, cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Well, we are down to 3. One of these 3 guys are going to engrave their name on the WPT Champions Cup and take home over $818,000. Opportunity of a lifetime for these 3 guys.
All right, first to play, Matthew Burnitz, out of Delaware, 43-year-old, non-professional poker player.
Well, he's on the button in position. Got a 7-8. And he's going to call, limp in and on the button.
He certainly is.
Ben limps in out of the small blind, and Tyler happy to see a flop with the 4-3. And how happy is he now? He flopped the joint, the best hand possible, the 6-high straight.
Incredible.
And what's more incredible is we've got Ben leading out with bottom pair.
Oh, yep. Ben bets $320,000. Now Tyler Patterson.
Wow. Rather than slow play events, he is getting out raising chips, and he's going to raise it to $850,000.
Now look at this. Matthew has an open-ended straight draw, so he's sticking around.
Well, he calls the 850 cold, hops the fence, as we say, for 850 here with an open-end straight draw.
And Ben folds, and there's an 8 on the turn.
Well, this could get Matthew in big trouble now. He's got top pair and an open-end straight, but his opponent already has a straight.
And Tyler with the straight right now, getting those betting chips out.
Yeah, he's getting out the heavy artillery here. 1.7 million is the bet.
That is big.
What do you do? You're sitting in Matthew's seat. Remember, Tyler raised on the flop when Ben led out. Now he's bet 1.7 million here on the turn, and got called into 9, comes off.
Oh, wow.
A 4-card straight on the board. And this is amazing how this hand was played and what's going to happen to poor Tyler here.
He's checked it.
I'm all in.
And there you go, an all-in bet here. Wow.
Vince Tyler's only got about 4 million left.
Question is, did he have to bet that much? He could chase Tyler away with this.
Over 10 million in the pot. You have to specifically put your opponent on a 7 to lay this hand down. No other hand can the guy have. He must have a 7 in his hand. He laid it down, and what a laydown that is by Tyler Patterson.
Big hand for Matthew Burnitz.
And with that pot, Matthew Burnitz is going to once again reassume the chip lead at this final table.
I'm very confident in my game.
I call.
Oh my God.
He's a big presence at the table. He's got, all his cloaks and gear, so it's like you're fighting a ninja in a cave or something. Bets just come flying out of the hood, and you can't get any read on him.
I'm pretty much of an unknown, and I like to keep it that way.
Well, I don't think he's going to be able to keep it that way. If he keeps going and wins this event at Regatta, he'll become a big poker star. Matthew Burnitz with 16 million right now, Mike. And the antes are going up to 50,000. Blinds are 150 and 3.
He came to this final table as chip leader, went down to the low stack with 6 left. Here he is with 3 left. Once again, the chip leader.
All right, Tyler has folded. Matthew now looking down at a 4-5. And he's just going to call Ben Hamnet with a 7-4. Not much of a hand.
Well, you'd think he'd be happy to take a free flop here, Vince, but it doesn't look like it. He's just going to try to pick up the pot. His opponent has limped in. He says, let me take a little raise here, see if I can win this thing. But as you can see, Matthew doesn't give up easily. He is going to defend what he's got out there, and here we go. The best hand's a 7-4 offsuit.
Flop comes up 4-5-8. 2 pair for Matthew Burnitz.
Really good flop for Matthew.
Matthew checks. Ben with 4s and an inside straight draw.
Can't blame him for betting here on the continuation bet. 475,000, but I don't think he's going to like it.
Wow.
And he is not, because here comes the hammer.
1.3.
$825,000 raise and call before the blink of an eye. with bottom pair and a gut shot straight draw. And remember, if a 7 comes up and you make 2 pair, you're still scared to death. Your opponent would have a straight, but when a 6 comes up, you're doing the Watusi.
It's like he knew it was coming. What a quick call for that amount of money. And right now, Matthew's going to check it.
And he's got 2 pair. Fearful his opponent made a bigger 2 pair or a straight here. And fearful for good reason.
Ben is going to bet $1,675,000. And I'll tell you something.
I can't believe this.
Yeah, I think you can muck this hand. You've got 4s and 5s.
Yeah, I don't know about mucking it, but you're not liking it, that's for sure.
I don't think you like it that much. 4, 5, 6, 8 out there. The guy has called you.
How about a check raise?
Uh-oh.
Can you believe that? He is check raising here with the bottom 2 pair with a 4-card straight on the board. I mean, Vince, he just must put this guy on a pair of jacks or a pair of queens. But would the guy bet a pair of jacks or queens when the 6 comes up on the turn? I don't think so. So how you can raise here with the bottom 2 pair, I don't know.
Wow. And he is going to call it. Down to the river we go.
Well, the 8 of clubs comes off.
That pairs the board.
Well, believe it or not, it could be a dream card for Matthew because it could have saved him a lot of money.
Matthew checks.
He raised on the turn with 2 pair. Now there's no hand he can beat. He can't beat the over pair. Can't beat 2 6s.
Look at this. Ben is going all in with the straight.
Can't beat a pair of 5s. Can't beat anything. Matthew has to muck. There's no possible hand he can beat now. None.
Wow.
He didn't like the 8 on the river, but it might have saved him money, Vance.
Yeah.
Both players gambling a lot in that hand for my money. But Ben Hamlet's coming out on top after making the straight.
Ben Hamlet now our new chip leader. As 3 players remain at Borgata.
Stay tuned for more of the WPT.
I'm Tuba, one of the Royal Flush girls. We're in Atlantic City in the beautiful Borgata Hotel and Casino.
There she is.
And we've been having an amazing time. The pools at the water club are really nice. There's always something to do, something to see. Great hotel with a lot of fine dining, clubs. Nightlife is amazing. The Gypsy Bar here in Borgata is a really cool place to be. It's really hip.
So let's have a little fun.
We were shown the proper way of how to do a tequila shot.
Cheers. Lick it.
Lick it, suck it, and bite it. It was lots of fun.
Now that's a party.
This week at Borgata, we really had the time of our lives.
We are back here on the World Poker Tour. We're at Borgata, right by the Jersey Shore, having a great time. But you know who else had a great time? Our 2 lucky guys from ClubWPT.com. That would be Dale Lloyd and Howie Eintracht. These 2 guys won their way into a seat on the World Poker Tour here at Borgata through ClubWPT.com. They didn't make the money, but they got to hang out all week long, hang out with the Royal Flush girls. Pretty amazing.
And Vince, furthermore, I believe both these guys are in the house tonight watching this final table.
That is great.
They've had a great time here at Borgata this week, and you could too by becoming a VIP member of ClubWPT.com. You get to play all the tournament poker that you want to. You can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, and you can win seats out here into World Poker Tour events like these guys did and have a shot at the really big money, play against the top pros, have a big time. Try ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
And right now, the chip leader is 29-year-old Ben Hamlet, a poker pro out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. As you can see, over 20 million in chips.
Yeah, like so many other young pros, he started playing poker in college, has become a pro, and could win the biggest event of his life here tonight if he can just take this chip lead and cross the finish line with it.
Okay, he's going to fold the hand.
I'm all
Now
in.
Tyler Patterson going all in with a Jack-10.
$3,050,000.
Matthew. Oh, Matthew has an ace.
That's enough right there, Vince, in my mind.
Just like that, it's ace-6.
I mean, certainly the range of Tyler's all-in would be far less than ace-high. With this desperado situation, only has 10 times the size of the big blind.
Matthew would be making a solid call. He's 43 years old, out of the University of Delaware, loves poker, says someday he'd like to become a professional.
2.7.
Well, we've seen this guy gamble so much at this final table, I'd be shocked if he laid this down. But still, Do you want to double up a tough player like Tyler Patterson with an A6 offsuit? But
Oh, he's going to fold
wow,
it.
Matthew lays that down. I am very surprised by that.
So Tyler Patterson will take the pot. Goes all in, gets his man to fold.
Making your way on the tournament trail is not an easy road, and the path to poker stardom can be even more difficult. But a young, up-and-coming player from the Midwest has both the work ethic and determination to make his dreams a reality, as we'll see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
We're the ones to watch. We're the ones to watch. Yeah, we're the ones to watch. Check it. 1, 2, WPT. Ones to watch. Ones to watch.
I'm Alex Pyra. I go by AP. I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Poker is my passion. I just love the game.
AP Baccarat. I play with him a lot. We grind a lot. We travel the circuit together. We're always at the same places.
2 ones to watch. That's fun.
Let's put some money on it and we'll see who can have the biggest sack by dinner.
My reputation, they think I'm crazy aggressive because I'm young, Asian. They just think I'm gonna hunt off stacks.
The crazy Asian guys. Gotta look out.
I was born in Thailand and I moved out here when I was 10. Ever since I was a kid, I want to be a professional poker player.
I've known AP for a few years. He's a live grinder.
I wasn't really focused in school. I was more passionate about poker. I was always watching poker, playing poker, studying poker.
He puts in a lot of effort in the game, and it's so impressive. Such a big bet. My call.
I definitely look up to Ben Lam a lot because he's from my hometown, and he's the guy I go up to for advice on a daily basis.
I don't know AP's game well, but if he was mentored by Ben Lam, you're gonna get somewhere.
Really lucky to be a part of this Ones to Watch crew. We have Sean Deep, Ryan Hastings, Jason Kuhn. They're all super elite players, and I feel like I got a lot of things to prove because not many people have heard about me.
I think there's definitely an advantage to being a bit of an unknown. If you have a guy like AP, who most players don't know anything about him, then that's an advantage he can use.
Gonna work hard and hopefully have some good results.
He is that young year kid, yeah. And he has made a splash. He's been crushing it. We're all kind of just waiting to be the winner of one of the real big ones.
There's a lot of stress in poker, especially poker tournaments. It's so hard to win, but if you keep playing well, then you usually get there.
It's been brutal, but I'm keep fighting and, not let you guys down, and, I'll come back at Bellagio and see what happens.
Well, Vance, we've got some ones to watch this season on the World Poker Tour that really are ones to watch. Really, really terrific players.
Good time to live.
They have a lot of enthusiasm, excitement. Can't wait to see one of them at the final table this season.
Well, right now, the one to watch is Ben Hamnet. He's got a big chip lead in the three-handed final.
Action on Ben. This time, ace-4 in his hand.
Certainly going to raise on the button with this hand.
Yeah, he makes it 600,000 to go. Tyler Patterson behind him with ace-6.
Well, it's ironic. He just moved in and had a guy lay down an ace-6 offsuit.
I'm all in.
Out of the big blind, and now he's moving over the top himself with the ace-6.
Matthew now with just queen high, gets out of the way. Back on Ben.
Yeah, going to cost him about 2.4 million more to call. He can afford to make the call. Probably not liking it though right now, but
I call.
He does make it. I think you have to in that spot. And unfortunately for Ben, he is out-kicked. It's ace-6 versus ace-4. A lot of flop cards out there would give him a split pot, but right now, Tyler well out in front. Ace-6, ace-4.
Yep.
Throw some 4s out there.
Throw him out of the deck.
Big chance for Tyler to double up.
Well, Tyler's wife, Miley, can't even watch here. And please let him just hold on.
We'll take quads.
Tyler's tournament life on the line. He's out in front. Let's see if his hand holds up. Oh, flop comes Jack 5 deuce.
I do not like it.
It's not a good flop for Ben here in that chances are it's not going to be a split pot now. He can look for a 3 or 4 to take the lead. A 3 or a 4 is what he's looking for. He wanted big cards to come up where he can get the split out of this.
Monkey.
Now he needs the board to pair a couple times. A 4 comes off. He has taken the lead. Tyler Patterson cannot believe it. He's up on his feet. He now needs a 3 or a 6 to stay alive in this tournament. Nothing else will do for him. A 3 gives him a straight. A 6 gives him the best hand with 2 6s. But he's got to have help, and he needs it right now on the river.
Catastrophe on the turn for Tyler. Can he get lucky on the river? Here we go.
A king. So there it is. Tough luck for Tyler Patterson. Actually got a good flop there, Vince. He was going to win that pot unless a 3 or 4 came up, or the board paired twice. But a 4 did come up, and that's going to do it for Tyler Patterson from Everett, Washington. He's going to be our third place finisher.
That is right. Going to take home close to $300,000, but Tyler Patterson out in third place. Let's see what he has to say about that tough beat.
I've played tighter than I usually do. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on out there, so I was just trying to wait and find a good spot, and found some, but it didn't really work out.
With Tyler Patterson out in third place, it has come down to Ben Hamnet and Matthew Burnitz to battle for the Borgata Poker Open title and the coveted WPT Champions Cup. Heads-up action will begin shortly, so stay tuned.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Didn't expect to make it this far. I'm really excited, but I'm gonna have to try to block it out too. I want to be able to focus, know that I'm here. That's all I want is to get first place.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
And there they are, the Royal Flush Girls, bringing out the cash. We have Ivy and Danielle, Angelique and Tuba, putting the cash on the table, Mike. What a sight.
Well, this is what you dream about as a poker player. You get to play heads up for a WPT title. In this case, you take home over $818,000 in cash. Plus, of course, you get your name inscribed forever on the WPT Champions Cup. For many, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For these guys, their opportunity is right here, right now.
That's right. They started out 5 days ago. Did they ever dream they'd be down to these two? Hard to believe.
Heads-up play for the Borgata Poker Open title is about to get started between Ben Hamnet and Matthew Burnitz. During the break, Mike and Vince caught up with both players.
Ben, you came to this final table in 5th chip position. You're now playing heads up for this title. You got to be feeling pretty good about your chances of putting your name on this WPT Champions Cup.
I'm feeling pretty good, Mike. It's beautiful being up here. I'm really excited about my chances, and I'm just really happy to be here.
Well, I'll tell you, Vince and I have been very impressed with your play all night long. Congratulations on where you're at so far. Best of luck in taking down the title.
First of all, you got to tell me about the disguise. I mean, you were covered up more than Grizzly Adams. Tell me about it.
It seems to be my trademark. I like it, so.
It's working so far. You're an IT engineer. You said if you win this, you might think about going pro. Is this true?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, good luck, Matthew. Here we go.
Thank you.
So who will be the ultimate survivor of the largest event this season and have their name added to the WPT Champions Cup? Heads-up action at Borgata is about to get underway, so let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, here we go. The heads-up play about to begin. You can see Ben Hamnet, pro out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, out in front with $22 million. His opponent, an amateur IT engineer from Bear, Delaware, Matthew Burnitz with $13 million.
That is right. The antes are $50,000. The blinds $200,000 and $400,000. Here we go. Ben Hamnet with the button. He is a king 8.
Well, he knows the king high is the favorite over a 2-card random hand.
Well, he's just going to call, and now it's on Matthew, who has a little suited connector, 6-7 of hearts.
Well, Matthew could take a free flop if he wished, but looks like he's getting out some raisin chips to take the lead, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, makes it $1 million total. But Ben is going to make the call.
Okay, so we're going to have a flop here. The flop comes ace, 9, 4, 2 diamonds. Action on Matthew.
Yeah, he is first to act. Let's see if he makes the continuation bet. No, he checks it.
It's a very poor play by Matthew, in my opinion. You know your opponent doesn't have an ace in his hand. He didn't raise before the flop. I think if you have 7 high, you have to make a continuation bet there. Now he's made an open-end straight draw. As you can see, and he's reaching for chips. But Ben made 2 8s on the turn.
Well, Matthew is going to stick out a bet of $950,000.
Well, you're just saying to yourself, why didn't this guy bet on the flop? What is going on here?
It's been called. So Matthew Burnett, so-called amateur, would love to catch it straight, but not to be. The 4 comes up, pairs the board. Let's see if Matthew tries one more time.
And the only way he could
Well,
win
he
the
is.
pot is to bet at it. He does bet at it. Pretty healthy bet, 1.7 million.
That's pretty stiff. But a great call by Ben.
I missed my streaker.
Nicely done by Ben Hamnet, making the call with just 8s.
Well, it just doesn't make sense to me why Matthew wouldn't make a continuation bet on the flop there. He waited too late to start bluffing at the pot. His opponent figured it out, and Matthew lost a good deal of chips because of it.
He could have been playing it slow, though, after the flop. We have seen that. That's what he was trying to do. Did not pay off. Ben, just too experienced, takes him down. Matthew now, first to play. He's going to call with just a 9-3. He might be tilting here a little bit, Mike.
He's tilting a lot, looks like to me. This is about as junky a hand as you can pick up.
But Ben has a real hand. Queen, Jack of Diamonds has made a raise to over $1 million. So it's another 600,000.
Yeah, just a very poor play here. You're just hoping for luck where the stars just light up and hit the flop for you, but doesn't usually happen with a 9-3 offsuit. Doesn't happen here.
No, it doesn't.
As you can see,
Ben has hit jacks, too.
He's hit top pair, and he checked. A little strange.
Turn card, king of spades.
And now the overcard comes out there.
No help to either player.
Well, again, Ben checks.
Now Matthew's thinking to himself, maybe I can just steal this. Can it be? Can it please just get back in this game? Yes, 875,000.
Well, Ben was going to check raise on the flop.
Most likely.
Now with the overcard out there, he's a little worried, but just don't see him throwing this away just yet.
Well, he's making the solid call.
Yep, 875,000.
Down to the river, to the complete discomfort there of Matthew, as you can see, shriveling up. An ace on the river.
Well, neither player going to be crazy about that card, I don't think.
Checks again. Now, do you just give it one more shot? One college try and plunge ahead? Nope, he's going to slow down,
Check.
throw the white flag up.
You're good.
Realize he's been outplayed
Yes, sir.
here.
Thank you.
And Ben Hamnet, got to be feeling good about himself, taking this pot.
Right now, Matthew all over the map here, looks like to me. Ben holding the cards over him, and Matthew's timing couldn't be worse than trying to steal pots.
We are a quarter of the way through season 11 on the WPT. All season long, players will be racking up Player of the Year points, and tonight's champion will enter a 3-way tie for the point lead. We'll keep you posted on updates of the standings all season long, but for now, let's get back down to the action with Mike and Vince.
So there's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, where the Royal Flush Girls are talking up with anyone who wants to come up there here on the World Poker Tour.
Well, Ben widening his chip lead now, nearly a 5-1 chip lead over his opponent now.
Okay, back to this hand action on Matthew. He's got an eventful 8-6. He's got the button, and he's just going to call. And now, look at this. Ben Hamnet has picked up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
You have $6 million?
Not anymore.
What a time to pick up that classic hand.
You talk about running good at the right time, Vince. This guy is doing it.
And Ben is just figuring out how much he's going to raise. Just kind of milk the Holstein if you can.
Well, he knows this guy doesn't throw a hand away after he raises the pot a little bit.
Yeah.
So that's what he's done here. He raised it 575,000. And we saw Matthew call a raise the last hand with 9-3 offsuit. Now he's calling a raise with an 8-6 offsuit.
He is speculating for gold, hoping to hit a long shot. Doesn't happen there as a Jack-Jack Queen shows up on the flop.
Yeah, action on Ben. Certainly going to bet the aces here.
Yep, he's going to stick out 675. Nothing happening there for Matthew.
Don't tell me, Matthew.
Uh-oh.
He is raising it here. Well, Vince, the guy is fighting for pots, I'll say that.
Makes it 1.5.
He's just marching with 2 left feet right now. That's his problem. You're sitting in Ben's seat. You say, this guy really catch a jack on the flop. If he did, he did. No chance, I don't think, you can get to give away aces here.
I'm all in.
Yeah, he's pushed all in, and a quick injection by Matthew Burnett. Ben Hamnet from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, running over Matthew Burnett at this point.
Well, he's holding the cards, and Matthew is self-imploding. It's all working for him right now.
We're going to take a quick break, but coming up, Tony Dunst will break down tonight's action in the Raw Deal when the Borgata Poker Open continues right after this.
Hey, Dwight. All right, good luck, guys.
You can't win anything on social poker sites, so people play any two cards. And that's not real poker. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker because we're competing for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
Well, so far it's been a one-man show in this heads-up battle. Ben Hamnet extending his chip lead to where he now has nearly an 8-1 chip lead over his opponent, Matthew Burnitz.
All right, down to the money pit we go. Matthew Burnitz looking at a queen 6. He'd like to stage a little comeback if he can. Now this time he's just going to call Ben with a 6 deuce.
Ben, of course, happy to see a free flop.
And here we go, and look at this flop. Queens and 6s for Matthew and 6s for Ben. And Ben, it's up to him first, and oh wow, he's getting chips out.
Well, he's going to bet bottom pair. Can't blame him for that. But
400,000. Matthew Burnitz just calling. He's going to try to trap his man a little bit.
Wow.
Not chase him out.
As you like to say, Vince, an okie dokie call there.
Yeah.
Now a jack comes off, so there's a possible straight out there now. Ben now going to check bottom pair, and he's going to recognize there is no hand that he could beat here, with the possible exception of a 7-9.
Yeah, Matthew's going to bet $1 million. And Ben's going to fly away.
Yeah, nice give up there by Ben, and Matthew says, finally, I won a pot heads up.
Right now, it's time to get more analysis on tonight's play from Tony Dunst in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Matthew Burnitz entered this final table with the most chips and the least experience. Now he's made it to heads-up play against Ben Hamnet, which he began at a nearly 2-1 chip disadvantage. I think it's a little unfair to get all, oh my God, Becky, look at his bluff with the table's least experienced player. However, I can't remember the last time I watched a heads-up match and thought I might have seen a sizable mistake by one player in every hand. Let's break it down. At the start of heads-up play, we saw Ben limp King 8 and Matthew raise 7-6 out of the big blind. Now, I'm not crazy about Matthew's pre-flop raise, but I'm rarely going to hate on pre-flop aggression. However, once the flop comes ace-9-4, you absolutely have to bet as the pre-flop raiser, especially against a player who limped it. But Matthew elects to check, allowing Ben to peel off an 8 on the turn. Now Matthew bets his straight draw, but of course Ben won't go away with his pair. When the river brings a 4, it misses an avalanche of flush and straight draws, so Matthew choosing the bluff again is pretty much lighting money on fire. Then we saw Matthew limp and call a raise with 9-3 offsuit. You guys don't need me to elaborate what's wrong with that. Matthew then proceeds to make another limp call, this time with 8-6 offsuit. When the flop comes Queen Jack Jack, he attempts a zero equity bluff, which isn't advisable when the high card board connects to your opponent's raising range way more often than your limping range. And lastly, we saw Matthew make a stack size related mistake. Matthew limped the button with Queen 6, holding only 10 big blinds. Sure, he ended up winning the hand, but he afforded Ben a free opportunity to suck out with garbage, and he failed to take down a valuable pot pre-flop like he should have. Simple rule: if you're heads up with 10 blinds or less, and you have a face card, just go all in. Of course, it's not over and anything can happen in a heads-up match. But considering the chip count and the play we've seen thus far, I'd bet the house on Ben.
Well, we've seen anything happen in heads-up battles before. Guys have come back from bigger deficits than this. Let's see if Matthew can do it. Ben, of course, on the other hand, just saying, just give me one hand. one little hand where I can bust this guy.
This time he's got king 8, not going to raise with it, just calls. And Matthew with a 6 deuce of diamonds.
This time it's Matthews happy to get a free flop.
Yep, and he checks it. So king 8 versus 6 deuce. Here we go, and the flop comes up ace 10 10, but there's 2 diamonds out there. It gives Matthew a 4 flush, and he's going to check the 4 flush.
Ben going to make a continuation bet here of 400,000.
Matthew now with an opportunity.
I'm all in.
And he's going to push all in.
Now he's check raised all in with the flush draw. Now, Ben knows this guy can't have an ace in his hand because he would have raised before the flop. That didn't happen. He's either got a 10 or he's got nothing.
And Ben doesn't have too much either, though. That's the problem. But he does find this amusing for some reason.
Doesn't make any sense.
It's getting philosophical.
I'm sure I'm winning right now.
You got to admire his poker instincts because he's spot on. He is winning right now. Would the guy move all in with 3 10s here? That's the only hand he can have in this spot. Never going to have an ace, ever. You're down to 10 times the big blind. You're raising in the big blind with an ace when your opponent limps in on the button. Period. Ben knows it.
Well, it's possible he could have a 10, and he might have gone all in. There's 2 diamonds out there to protect himself.
I'm not one for doubting my instincts, but I just really have nothing.
But you don't want to double up a guy when you're crushing him, and he's going to lay down the hand.
Well, he's doubting his instincts, and he said it perfect.
Yeah.
It didn't make sense.
A nice strong play by Matthew Burnitz. Coming back, he's on that trail.
And the blinds are now going up to 250, 500 with a $75,000 ante. Action on Matthew, and this time he's got Jack 10 of hearts. And he's going to put out the raising chips into Ben. And Ben looks down at a king-queen offsuit.
I'm all in.
Wow, he's going to push all in with it.
I call.
And a quick call by Matthew Burnitz.
And Ben is going to love it when he turns up his hand because he's only got Jack high.
Oh, yes, he does.
King, queen, and I'm double suited. He's only got 1 flush draw.
Ben Hamnet
Of hearts, yeah.
out in front with king queen. He's a favorite against Jack 10 of hearts.
Now Ben is feeling it right now. He knows he's so close to putting that trophy on his mantle and becoming a WPT champion. He's just saying to himself, come on, one time, let my hand hold up.
Ben Hamnet out of Pittsburgh wants to start a film production company with his winnings. If he should win this hand and win the title.
1 time. I'll use my 1 time. I never do that.
So here we go with 5 cards to come.
A queen right on the flop. Queen 8 deuce. It is not over though. As you can see, Matthew's got a straight draw. 9 would give him a straight. He must catch a 9 or a running combination of a 10 and a jack twice.
Unbelievable. That would be a huge suck out at this point.
Okay, Matthew looking for a 9 ball in the corner pocket right now.
Let's turn that card.
Well, 3 of diamonds comes off. We are down to the river. Ben Hamnet will become our champion if he can dodge a 9 on the river. And Vince, it's a 9 ball in the corner pocket or a scratch right now for Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew Burnitz has to hit a 9, a 4 outer. Can he get it for the miracle and the comeback?
Gets a 5. There it is.
Ben Hamnet has done it. He will become a WPT champion here at Regatta. He has defeated Matthew Burnitz. Let's go hear from our runner-up.
I'm ecstatic. I'm really happy. He played fantastic. He's a great player, and I'd love to play him again.
Well, all right. Well, it's Ben Hamnet, our champion. Ben, I'll tell you, you played flawless poker all night long. Really played great. Regatta Poker Open champion, $818,000 and an entry in the WPT World Championship. And on top of all that, you get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. let's hear it for Ben Hamnet from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the Borgata Poker Open champion.
What a thrilling run. Congratulations to Ben Hamnet, the season 11 Borgata Poker Open champion. Please join us next time when the WPT heads to Las Vegas for the tournament that started it all, the 5 Diamond World Poker Classic. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Las Vegas, a battle at Bellagio as the world's top pros fight for a prize worth over $1.2 million. It's the Doyle Brunson 5 Diamond World Poker Classic, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the jewel of the Vegas Strip, Bellagio. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and we're here for Season 11's coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5 Diamond World Poker Classic. Bellagio is where the WPT phenomenon started when Gus Hansen took this title in Season 1. Now, since then, poker's biggest names have won their WPT titles right here. Daniel Negreanu, Joe Hashem, and Antonio Esfandiari all have their names permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup thanks to their wins in this very arena. Now, traditionally, the final tables here at the 5 Diamond are a who's who of great players, and tonight is no different. But before we reveal our amazing lineup, let's take a look back to 5 days ago when this tournament first started.
Bellagio is a special place to all of us because this is where the World Poker Tour started. Best of luck to all of you in your quest to make it to the final table. Dealers, let's shovel up and deal.
With day 1 underway, the Royal Flush Girls were busy welcoming the players.
Don't we look like studs, man?
Twitter was exploding over the impressive turnout.
May all your pots be live and cops be monstrous or something like that.
Just get lucky.
Okay.
And Mike Sexton found solid proof that the tournament was packed with great poker talent.
The only person in the world, obviously, to win the main event of the World Series and the main event on the World Poker Tour, but we're thrilled to have you here going for title number 4.
Yeah, that would be sweet.
Not going to be easy on this table, Barry. I mean, you got a lot of good players here, you know.
Now you tell me. I thought it was a soft table.
Jonathan, you got 2 titles going for your 3rd here, but pretty tough field today. How are you going to get through it?
I'm going to run really good.
Yeah,
I'm going to win lots of hands.
Well, we're Chainsaw, Alan Kessler, and you got some tough young guns at this table, Alan. I see that.
It's the table of doom for the late reds.
Every table's a table of doom for you, though. Yeah, I know you don't care all the WPT champions at your table. Andy Frankenberger, Noah Schwartz. It means nothing to him. He cares less who's at the table.
Of course, bring it on. They're easier to bluff.
You feeling pretty good about today?
I'm feeling great.
I mean, you got a 2-time WPT champ on your right, Cornell Simpan. You got a controversial character on your left, John Aguilar. Anything controversial you want to talk about today?
No, it's a Bellagio. Everything's great here.
Everything's great at Bellagio. You heard it right here. If he says it's great, it's got to be great.
Bellagio added a twist to this season's event by allowing unlimited re-entries for the first 8 levels.
All right, gonna go try again. Hopefully for the last time.
Meaning if a player busted, they could pony up another $10,000 and get a new seat.
See if the second one works better than the first.
And if they busted again, they could re-enter again.
I'm a huge fan of the rebuy. Yeah, it builds prize pools and gives you a chance.
Season 11 ones to watch. Jason Kuhn did bust and re-enter, and so did several other big names, including Daniel Negreanu,
Thank you.
Vanessa Selt, and the player known as Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger. Thanks to Bellagio's new re-entry format, final player numbers would not be available until the end of level 8 on day 2. But at this point, things looked great for California amateur Jeremy Kotler, who ended day 1 on top of the leaderboard.
Very good day. Very fortunate.
With the WPT Champions Cup welcoming everyone into the Bellagio poker room.
Yeah, you gotta love it.
The players took their seats, including our very own Mike Sexton.
I hope we have a good day today. Wasn't that great yesterday, but we're still here.
Overall, the tone of the room was upbeat. Players were having fun and spending money on the unlimited re-entries.
Fire another shell, fire another shell, fire another shell.
I can't believe you called.
3? That's it though, I don't have any more money. So.
This is my 3rd one. Keep trying until you get it right. This is gonna be my liking. This is it right here.
While those rebuying seemed hopeful, the competition was tough, and high-power players found themselves facing off. In one hand, Season 7 WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko was pitted against Season 8 WPT World Champion David Williams. With the board showing all kinds of possibilities, Yevgeny bets, David thinks, and then finally goes all in. Yevgeny pauses, then mucks. And David gives us an exclusive look at his hand. He made quad 8s.
Figured they might want to see.
With the day coming to a close, the re-entry period had ended. The official total was 503 entries, creating a huge prize pool with over $4.8 million. Daniel Negreanu won the race for most rebuys, buying in 6 times.
It was just 60,000. Yeah. It's like a Lexus. Yeah, there you go.
But all those chances still didn't help as Daniel busted before the end of the day.
No big hands, just a lot of bluffs.
On the other end of the room, it was a great day for Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, who only bought in once and finished on top of the day 2 leaderboard.
It's all about survival.
Day 3 of WPT Doyle Brunson 5 Diamond World Poker Classic event at the Bellagio.
With the entrance of 503 people, and we're down to 166.
As the remaining players unbagged their chips for the start of day 3, the Royal Flush Girls discovered there were no weak spots.
As long as still here, that's all good, baby. That's what makes poker is fun. Keep fighting.
The prize pool turned out to be just as impressive as the field. 54 players would get paid, with first place taking home $1.2 million. But getting to the money would not be easy, as WPT champ Sean Kunix learned. Sean hit a set of deuces on a flop against Antonio Esfandiari, who hit a set of kings. Sean busted, and Antonio raked in a huge pot.
Set over set.
Kings against ace-queen, induced a 5-bet shove, spiked an ace.
Many big names would not survive the day, including start of the day chip leader Michael Mizrachi, WPT Season 9 Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger, and respected pro Vanessa Seltz, who bought in 4 times. On the other hand, it was a fantastic day for Antonio Esfandiari, who ended the day with a massive chip lead. Antonio has an amazing record at this event. He's cashed here 4 consecutive seasons and made our final table in the past 2, including winning this title in Season 9. Some might think it's birthday luck.
I mean, it's my birthday this weekend, so where else would I rather be than at a final table?
As you can see, with such a stacked field, making this final table was no easy feat. We have more coverage of competition to get to the final table of the Doyle Brunson 5 Diamond World Poker Classic, including Tony Dunn's analysis of tonight's play in a new edition of The Raw Deal. And we'll explore what goes on in a professional player's mind when there are millions of dollars at stake. There's a lot on board, all of it brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Las Vegas and Bellagio for the WPT's extended coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5 Diamond World Poker Classic. We're in the middle of seeing just how we got from a field of 503 entries to our final 6.
I felt pretty good. Had a nice workout. Ate some oatmeal.
Chip leader Antonio Esfandiari had good reason to feel upbeat. With only 60 players left and 54 in line to get paid, the money bubble was sure to bust quickly.
Didn't even have to flip a coin to go out first.
Unfortunately, the day would end early for season 11 WPT Ones to watch AP Faharat. His pocket tens would not hold up to Texas amateur Tommy Winter's ace queen, who made a straight, but AP was still in good spirits after his brutal exit. But the true money bubble came when experienced player Roland Israel Shavili woke up to pocket kings against WPT final tableist Joe Alpaya's queens. As fate would have it, a queen spiked the river, sending Roland home with nothing but a bad beat story.
We're in the money.
Almost immediately, the Twitterverse exploded with news the money bubble at Bellagio had broke. The remaining bust-outs of Day 4 were a who's who of poker greats, including WPT champs and established high-stakes players. It came down to a flip for WPT raw deal analyst Tony Dunst, who shoved all in with ace-queen against WPT champ Sean Buchanan's pocket nines. The board provided no help, and Tony cashed in 27th place. Thanks in part to busting Tony, Sean Buchanan ended the day second in chips, but the story of the tournament continued to be Antonio Esfandiari, who once again ended the day as the chip leader and was poised to make his third consecutive 5-diamond final table. Day 5 started with 22 players unbagging their chips, and while everyone seemed in good spirits, the pressure was on. The 6 players to survive today would move on to the television table and play for the $1.2 million first place prize.
2,000 ante, 6 and 12, shuffle up and dip.
WPT champ Sean Buchanan was the first player to eliminate an opponent when his pocket kings held up against the pocket eights of Joe Alpaya. As the day continued and more players busted, the short stacks needed to double up in order to have a chance.
Fade 2 cards one time, $1 million.
Wow, 3 all in.
In a huge 3-way all-in, Day 1 chip leader Jeremy Kotler, holding ace-king, eliminated both Andrew Roble and Scott Clements, setting Jeremy up nicely for a run at the final 6.
Hey guys, good luck.
All right, good game, boys.
Buddy, nice to play with you, sir.
Good luck.
With a few more big-name eliminations, it would be WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko, who would go all in against Season 8 WPT Final Tableist Ravi Raghavan. Ravi's ace-high would hold up, busting Yevgeny in 11th place. With 10 players left and the WPT Champions Cup in sight, chip leader Antonio Esfandiari had a high-power fan cheering him on in the Bellagio poker room. Olympic champion Michael Phelps.
That's a start.
All for you, Fishy.
Might be the only one that can start me right now, kid.
WPT Ones to watch Jason Somerville had spent most of the day chipping up, and things were looking great for him when he check-raised all in after a flop of King 7 Deuce. Andrew Lichtenberger tanked for over 5 minutes before calling. Jason revealed he was on a flush draw, with Andrew holding pocket jacks. The board played out, and Andrew's jacks held up, sending Jason home in 10th place.
A little disappointing, obviously, to get so close and then be teased by it and then go out 10th, but, you know, I'm happy with my play overall for sure.
With just 2 more bust-outs, the all-important TV bubble was in action. Young pro Jonathan Aguiar was all in, holding ace-6 against the pocket eights of chip leader Antonio Esfandiari. With an 8 on the flop, Antonio's set proved too hard to beat, and Jonathan was eliminated in 7th place.
It was pretty tough from like 18 down. It was just like one of the tougher tournament fields I've ever seen.
Congratulations, son.
With Jonathan's bust-out, Antonio Esfandiari made poker history by qualifying for his 3rd consecutive 5-diamond final table and setting the stage to become the first player ever to win 2 WPT titles at the same event. But standing in his way is an established WPT champ, a respected poker genius, an experienced young rounder, and 2 tough amateurs, all hoping to be the next player to have their name permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. As our final 6 players are settling into their seats, we turn our attention to our own Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and former tennis champ and Hollywood cash game expert Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, the competition in this tournament has been amazing and a testament to the namesake of this tournament, the godfather of poker himself, Doyle Brunson. Guys, what makes Doyle such an iconic figure?
Well, Kimberly, you said it. Doyle is an icon in the poker world. He's known as the godfather of poker, and for good reason. He's played in the highest stakes cash games in Las Vegas for over 40 years. He wrote Super System, a book that many consider to be the Bible of poker. He won the Legends of Poker at 73 years young. To this day, he's still the oldest player to ever capture a WPT title. Simply put, Kimberly, Doyle is the man in the poker world.
He certainly is, Mike. Now, this man is not just a great poker player. He was so far ahead of his time, and it's just an honor to play under his name here once again at Bellagio.
Not to mention charming. And looking at this final table, it is no exaggeration. We really have a talented group of players tonight.
Well, no question about it, Kimberly. Tonight's final table is something special. Our chip leader is the magician, Antonio Esfandiari, and the guy really is magic. He's the all-time leader in tournament poker history. He's going for his 3rd WPT title tonight, and incredibly, this is the 3rd consecutive year that he's made the final table in this tournament. That's a feat that's never been done before in the history of the WPT. But it's not going to be a walk in the park for Antonio tonight because the guys right behind him are terrific players. In 2nd chip position is tough Canadian pro and highly respected Sean Buchanan, who's going for his 2nd WPT title tonight. And in 3rd chip position is Lucky Chewy Andrew Lichtenberger. Andrew made this final table a year ago, and this is the 3rd time that he's finished in the top 8 in this tournament. Kimberly, with the experience and pedigree of these players, I'll be shocked if someone else takes the title tonight.
But
Vince,
you know what, Mike?
how do you see
Well,
it?
you know, you got to think about Antonio the Magician is going to try to make these guys' chips disappear. He's going to try to levitate his bankroll once again, and this man can do it. And right now, he's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Antonio, this is a very familiar place for you. You've been here at the final table 3 consecutive years. Why do you run so good at Bellagio?
I guess it's my birthday, and what better present than for the poker gods to deliver me pocket aces every hand? And that's kind of what I had. Every hand I had pocket aces. I never had a hand okay, I'm kidding, but no, I run good because it's my birthday, and I like the Bellagio, and just seems to work well every year.
You have the most accomplished Olympian of all time on your rail tonight, your friends, and your biggest fan, your dad. What would it be like to share another victory with them tonight?
It will be fantastic to share another victory with them tonight, and I'm looking forward to it.
All right, good luck, Antonio. It's his dream, and we're all living in it. Kimberly, back to you.
Love the optimism. Thank you, Matt, and happy birthday, Antonio. First place tonight will win over $1.2 million, have their name permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup, and earn a $25,000 seat to the season-ending WPT World Championship. That'll be held right here at Bellagio. Action here at the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic is about to get underway. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Sometimes we want to play poker without the hassling with traffic, the crowded poker rooms. That's why we love ClubWPT.com, where we play for our share of $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes from the comfort of our homes. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Are you ready to meet our players? It is Sean Buchanan.
Yeah, I try not to think about the money so much, just play the right strategy and not think that it's like 1.2 million.
I'm really just out there playing and trying to win the tournament and let the chips fall where they may.
If you let it get too much in your head and let your ego absorb that, it can be detrimental.
Man, this could happen. I'm fine with anything right now. 6th or better, I'm cool with.
You know, I've really tried to not get ahead of myself and just stay day by day. I haven't read any of the updates. I'm just trying to stay in the moment.
Antonio Esfandiari.
There comes a point where when you're a professional poker player, you really just want to win. Of course, I care about the money. Of course, I want the $1 million, don't get me wrong. But today is really just about bringing home the title.
Welcome back to Bellagio and WPT Seasons 11 coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic.
We are about to get started with a classic event here at Bellagio. The cards are being dealt. It's been shuffled up. The antes are going to start at 5,000. Blinds are 20 and 40,000. Let's go to the felt.
Well, there you see the leaderboard. Antonio Esfandiari out in front with 4.2 million, but tough Sean Buchanan and Andrew Lichtenberger in second and third place right behind him.
We're talking about a massive first-place prize of $1,268,000. First one to play is Sean Buchanan out of British Columbia.
Sean going for a second WPT title, folds.
Now it's on Tommy Winters. He's a livestock dealer, a real cowboy. 45 years old. He folds the hand as well.
Well, action on Antonio Esfandiari, and look at this, folks. Hand number one, he's got total junk, a 6-3 offsuit, but he's raising it to 90,000.
A lot of moxie there. Andrew Lichtenberger going to fold, and the man from Santa Monica, Jeremy Kotler, also folding. It's around to Robbie.
Now, Robbie Ragavan, tough pro out of Chicago. Looks down at King Jack of Hearts. He's in the big blind. He's got money invested. Knows Antonio could be raising with any two cards. As he is, he's going to make the call. Flop comes ace, jack, 10, 2 diamonds. So Robbie has the best hand with 2 jacks and the ace high straight draw. He checks.
And Antonio, with absolutely nothing, is going to bet, 130,000 with his 6 high.
But notice Robbie going nowhere here. He's going to make the call.
Yes, to the discomfort of the magician. Here comes the turn.
And 9 of clubs on the turn. Robbie checks the jacks again. And look at this. Antonio firing yet another shell, drawing completely dead.
He wants to try the disappearing act, and it's going to work.
Well, Robbie goes out. It shows you the kind of heart Antonio's got.
You would have gotten it in? So you didn't have it.
Antonio loving that bluff. Going down to the second hand. It's on Antonio. He's got a nothing hand again. Does he dare? He's thinking about it, but no. Releases that hand.
Over to Andrew Lichtenberger, and this guy's been amazing in this event. 3 consecutive years. Finished 4th last year, 8 2 years ago. He's back at the final again.
But he has folded, and now it's on a guy from Santa Monica, California, Jeremy Kotler. He's got a pair of 3s. He's a business consultant. He likes his hand here. He is going to raise it, makes it 90,000 to go.
Yeah, Jeremy, a former commercial broker. Graduated from Ohio State in economics, but plays a lot of high-stakes cash games.
Robbie out, and now it's on Sean Buchanan. They call him Bucky from Canada, and he is going to re-raise with an ace-10.
That's the difference in today's poker and yesteryear, folks. In the old days, a guy would either just call with an ace-10 offsuit or just throw it away. Here, he's 3-bet with it.
Cattle feeder goes out, and Jeremy Kotler, the businessman from Santa Monica, is going to make the call with the 3s. We're going to see a flop. Here it is. Oh, and look at this. Ace, ace, 9. Beautiful for Sean Buchanan.
He's flopped 3 aces. He's going to lead right out with it.
He doesn't play it slow. That's 95,000.
Well, Jeremy can only beat a bluff here in this spot with the 2 3s, but he must think Sean Buchanan might have king, queen, king, jack, or just making a move. He's called him with the 2 3s.
He is going to donate. Here comes the turn. Can he catch a 3? No. 10 of spades. No help for the businessman.
Well, certainly help for Sean Buchanan. He has the best hand possible. Aces full of 10s.
Oh, is that all? And he's going to bet again. 230.
Look at this. Jeremy Kotler getting very stubborn right here, drawing completely dead, just giving his money away, folks. Just a matter of how much he gives away.
He is investing deeply. And a bad investment now. The river card, 7 of spades, is absolutely irrelevant. And Sean, how much can you extract from the businessman? Well, it looks like 540 he has picked.
Well, Jeremy finally believing Sean. On that 3rd shell, he just kept firing and firing, so obviously doesn't think his 3s are good anymore, which they're not. Sean Buchanan, the Canadian, taking down the pot.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls, and you're watching the World Poker Tour.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
My nickname is Lucky Chewy. In third grade, my mom used to pack me Chewy granola bars as like a snack to have with my lunch. One of my buddies just started calling me Chewy, kind of just stuck with me. In high school, I used to work at the bowling alley, hosting birthday parties for little kids. Yeah, just me and like 30 little kids. It's actually how I found poker, through one of the guys working there. The keys to being a winning poker player and really just a successful person in life are staying true to yourself.
With 4 WPT cashes and True Lichtenberger.
Yeah, Lucky Chewy, one of the most respected pros out on tour, sitting in third place right now. Antonio Esfandiari still out in front, as you can see. Winner tonight taking home over $1.2 million.
And Lucky Chewy has a great attitude. He's always smiling. And by the way, he is our buddy Tony Dunst's roommate. They travel the world together. 2 tough poker minds. But let's get back to these 6. Right now, Tommy Winters from Texas looks at the 8-9 of spades.
Well, he lets it go. Most pros might have played that hand.
Antonio also out.
Yeah, Lucky Chewy looks down at the 10-7 of hearts. And you can see he's getting out raising chips. Makes it 80,000 to go. Jeremy out.
And now it's on to Robbie out of Chicago, 26 years old. Going to release that hand.
Now Sean Buchanan, going for his second WPT title tonight, has 2 deuces, and he's going to make the call.
That is right. So it's 10-7 up against deuces. Flop comes up ace, queen, 10.
Not a good flop for Sean Buchanan with all those overcards.
And he checks it now. Lucky Chewy hitting the 10s there. But he is going to check as well. Kind of surprised at that. Here comes the turn.
Well, very surprised.
Oh, boy.
Continuation bet. And now the deuce comes off on the turn.
You can't check those flops.
I'll give Sean Buchanan 3 deuces. He is now going to bet. Lucky Chewy is drawing dead. No card he can catch to win this pot now. So whatever money he puts in the pot, say goodbye to.
Down to the river. 7.
Well, this gives Lucky Chewy 2 pair. It could get him in big trouble, Vince.
Oh, boy. Gotta say, Lucky Chewy dug the hole, put the branches and the twigs over it himself, and waited for himself to fall in.
Didn't play it too well, but wasn't too lucky that a 7 came on the river, where he had to pay him off a 2 pair.
$375,000 worth, and Lucky Chewy's got to be kicking himself, saying, why did I make the continuation bet? Why?
Most likely would have won that pot had he bet the flop. Instead, he lost it by giving his opponent a free card, where he hit lightning on the turn, made 3 deuces. Sean very happy right now.
Chewy, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Go, Chew.
I'll tell you something. When you're in Vegas, you feel like being treated like a VIP. Everyone does, and you deserve it.
Well, you're right, Vince. And this week, we had 2 special guests, ClubWPT.com VIP members, Austin Grimes and John Agostino, that experienced that VIP special treatment.
Yeah.
They hung out with the Royal Flush Girls. They got to go to a fantastic WPT Champions dinner. They just had a great time.
They are living proof that you don't have to spend a lot of money, put up a lot of money to have a dream come true. They did that. But on top of that, if you are a Club WPT VIP member, you get all the benefits. You get the entertainment savers guide. You'll save a lot of money with that. You get the WPT magazine. You also get to look at tapes from the past WPT episodes. It's very fun.
Yeah, it really is a great deal. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
All right. Back to the action we go.
You know, action's going to be on Lucky Chewy here, and right now, he's chewing himself out for the way he played the last hand.
That's got to hurt. This time he looks down at an ace-4. He folds the hand into Jeremy Kotler from Santa Monica. He's got a king-queen.
Jeremy is a business consultant, graduated Ohio State economics major, and he's going to raise it here.
Yeah, 90,000 to go. Robbie goes away. Sean Buchanan with just king 7.
How much are you playing? About $1 million.
Sean wants to know how many chips he's got,
but then he releases his hand, and now it's on the cowboy. Cattle Rancher goes out as well. Antonio picks up deuces, and he's going to make the call. So we'll have a little battle here.
You and me, stud.
Me and you, buddy.
Here we go with the flop. It's an 8-6-4. Antonio to act first. And he is going to check it. Now, Jeremy, will he make the continuation bet this time just with king high? But no, he's going to check it as well. All right. Fourth street coming up. Let's take a peek.
Deuce of clubs comes off.
What?
Antonio has made 3 deuces on the turn, just like Sean did a moment ago.
Just incredible.
There are 3 clubs out there, though. And Antonio going to lead out and bet here, 125,000.
Well, there's 3 clubs, and Jeremy, perhaps he's looking back to see if he has a club. He does.
That's a pretty obvious tell that you're looking back to see if you have a flush draw. And there's Michael Phelps, folks, the most successful Olympian of all time, here tonight, sweating his buddy Antonio on. You know, you wonder, right now Michael Phelps is thinking, Antonio was in the pool going for the gold.
Well, I don't think Michael Phelps will be sweating. If you don't sweat in those races that he does, how could you be sweating when you're watching Antonio play?
Well, Jeremy makes the call. 6 of spade comes off.
Oh, only a full boat there for Antonio.
Yes, I think that was a weak tell of Jeremy's right there, in my opinion.
Yeah, but a lot of great players reverse that. They take a look.
Reverse it, but you don't make the call without a club in your hand.
All right. Take it easy. Antonio is going to bet. Jeremy caught nothing there, but an ulcer perhaps, and he's going to fold the hand.
Well, he does lay it down, so Antonio, the 3rd consecutive year he's made the final table in this tournament, won it a couple years ago, is back to try to win it again, something that's never happened before in the history of the tour.
Okay, and right now the blinds are going up to 25 and 50,000 with the $5,000 ante.
Drew, how much do I have to pay you starting tomorrow night, to spend the night on my couch for a week?
Supposed to go to Toronto for a party, but...
Okay, so what's the price? I'm just curious. You can do whatever you want, normal life, but at night when it's time to sleep, you have to sleep on my couch.
Well, Antonio has a good time at the table, always chatting it up, no doubt about it.
So when I wake up in the morning, we can like have a shake, whatever.
Who knows what they're talking about, but let's get back down to the felt.
Jeremy out.
Ravi from Chicago won't play that. Sean also out.
Well, over to the livestock dealer, Tommy Winters from Marble Falls, Texas. Mixing up with the pros, but folds here.
And now Antonio, abracadabra, picks up a pair of 4s.
Well, it's the battle of the blinds between the 2 extremely tough pros.
He's raised it to 130, Mike. Only one to beat is Lucky Chewy on your left.
Well, Lucky Chewy picks up the suited connectors. You always like to see flops with that hand. Lucky Chewy going to make the call. He's got position on Antonio. He's got the kind of hand you want to see a flop with.
Here is the flop, and Lucky Chewy gets lucky with a pair of 9s.
Yeah. But if you're sitting in Antonio's seat, you got to believe 2 4s is still the best hand. Only one overcard out there above your pair.
Now the magician makes the continuation bet. It looks like 165,000. Lucky Chewy, though, with the 9s, just calling.
Antonio now trying to sort out, does Lucky Chewy have a hand or does he have a draw? Well, if he had a draw, whether it was a straight or a flush, he just made it as the 6 of diamonds comes off. So Antonio is not going to like that card at all.
The magician slows down with a check. Lucky Chewy winding up here.
Antonio does have a straight flush draw. Does have the 4 diamonds, but Lucky Chewy thinks his 2 9s are the best hand when his opponent checked, and he's going to bet 250,000.
Antonio with a quick call, though. Who will get lucky on the river? An 8 of clubs, 2 pair there for Lucky Chewy.
Lucky Chewy has the top 2 pair. Antonio checks. That's a good card for Lucky Chewy, but still, there is a possible straight and a possible flush on the board. But Lucky Chewy going to try to get some value out. 750,000.
Oh, it's going to hurt, Chewy. It's going to sting bad. Emotionally, financially, spiritually.
Antonio's threatening him here.
What should I do, Chewy? Huh?
Well, Vince, Antonio can only beat a stone cold bluff here.
Is he allowed to not just sit there, be stone cold silent?
Tony would love to make the hero call. It would be a bad one, of course.
You have a flush, Chewy? You can only have a flush, sir. Do you have a flush? You think he has a flush dealer? No comment?
Bad enough you gotta stay there all quiet, but you also have to go through interrogation.
Tree, why you look so comfortable? Huh?
Right now, he is comfortable. It's taking Antonio this long to decide what to do.
Damn, I think I have the best hand.
This is just an amazing feat. We're watching Antonio 3 straight years making a final table on the World Poker Tour at the same tournament, but now he makes the right decision, gets rid of that junk.
Well, he lays it down. Took him a long time to get rid of that hand, I think, but just shows you he just hates to give up a pot thing.
So Lucky Chewy, getting on the board here at the World Poker Tour.
We've reached the point in our competition where Tony Dunst is feeling the need to chime in. That means the latest installment of The Raw Deal is up next. You don't want to miss it, so stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Bellagio is so grand, magnificent, classy, sophisticated hotel.
You definitely can dress up here and have a good time, wine and dine, go to great restaurants, gamble, see beautiful people. It's amazing. Here at the Bellagio, we did a meet and greet with the Royal Flush Girls. Also, Mike Sexton. We got to interact with the poker players.
We get to like chit chat with them, sign autographs.
Thank you very much, darling.
You know, the fun stuff.
And I'm one of your biggest fans.
Welcome back to our extended coverage of the final table of the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Our own Tony Dunst cashed in 27th place, so he has firsthand experience with some of these players. Let's see if that factors into his analysis as he breaks down the action in this edition of The Raw Deal.
It's well known that poker has no greater social butterfly than Antonio Esfandiari. His opponent is something of his opposite, the mellow and private Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger, who I consider myself an authority on, seeing as he's my roommate. And in the clash between the two, the social dynamics going on are as important as the strategy within the play of the hand. Let's break it down.
Chewy, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Go, Chew.
I have never seen anyone more consistently outgoing and gregarious at the poker table than Antonio Esfandiari. In the event he gets seated with Daniel Negreanu, it technically qualifies as a festival. Tonight, Antonio is being his usual self and has his usual chip lead, and his favorite target for the banter is Andrew, sitting to his immediate left. And the talk doesn't stop when the two enter a hand together, blind versus blind. The pre-flop play is pretty standard. Antonio raises his 4s from the small, Andrew calls his 9-8 suited from the big. And on the 9-2-3 flop, it's pretty natural for Antonio to bet and Andrew to call. When the turn completes the flush draw with the 6 of diamonds, Antonio opts to check and call a bet of nearly half pot from Andrew. I think if I was going to invest more chips in Antonio's position, I would do so by betting. Betting will occasionally cause Chewy to fold a hand with decent equity. It will make him fold in the event he floated the flop with something like Jack 10 or 7-8 of clubs, and he'll fold the ace highs he called the flop with unless he has the ace of diamonds. There's also reverse implied odds for Antonio if he hits his straight with the 4th diamond, or in the event Andrew already has a flush. The river is the seemingly harmless 8 of clubs. And when Antonio checks, Andrew fires in 3 times his turn bet, sending Antonio to the tank for a moment before he speaks up. And when the talk does come, notice the contrast between what's said before the hand.
Okay, so what's the price? You can do whatever you want, normal life, but at night when it's time to sleep, you have to sleep on my couch.
And what's said during the hand.
Oh, it's gonna hurt, Chewy. It's gonna sting. What should I do, Chewy? Is he allowed to just sit there? Be stone cold silent? You have a flush, Chewy? Do you have a flush? You think he has a flush there? Chewy, why you look so comfortable?
The idea is to build up a sense of social reciprocity, where things get to the point of, hey man, we're all just like hanging out, talking about stuff, sharing how we feel. Oh hey bro, what do you have this hand? Honestly, I often use the same trick at the table. You sometimes encounter people who are more interested in spilling everything they think about poker than playing it well. And that type only needs a little encouragement to get going. It's a nice little trick, and Antonio runs it very well, but come on. It's not gonna work on a professional like my roommate. That's why when I get seated with him, it usually results in a lot of silent, stone-faced staring. But then I just scream at him when we get home.
Well, all I know is this, Vince. Antonio Esfandiari is the most successful tournament player in poker history with over $23 million in earnings, so the talking worked out pretty well for him.
Well, Tony Dunst has done quite well as well. He's cashed in the last two of our main televised events, the Brigada and the 5 Diamond, so he knows what he's talking about. Back down to these 6. Action on Lucky Chewy's got a big ace-queen he's going to raise.
Jeremy out. Over to Ravi.
Yeah, Ravi with a pair of 9s.
Well, Ravi,
All in.
in 5th place right now, going all in with the 2 9s.
Sean out. Now it's on the Cattle Ranch man. He's got a nothing hand, goes away. Antonio also flies away, and now it's back on
Call.
Lichtenberger. And of course, he's going to call with the ace-queen. We have a showdown.
Good old classic race.
Well, the classic race situation, the 2 overcards versus the underpair. Ace-queen versus 2 9s. Ravi's 9s must stand up, or he's going to be our 6th place finisher.
That's what Ravi does. He stands up. He'd love to see his 9s hold up.
Well, he's a Big Ten graduate. University of Illinois economics major. 9-9, right on the flop. Ravi has flopped quads. Wow. So much for that race, Vince. It is over. Ravi sits back down. Lucky Chewy counting out his chips. Well, Vince, Lucky Chewy didn't even get out of the blocks there. It was over that quick.
That's the way to do it, Ravi.
Nice answer.
He almost seems embarrassed, but not quite. There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, and if you come out here on the World Poker Tour, you'll get to meet Mike and myself and Kimberly and the Royal Flush Girls. And if you're a ClubWPT.com VIP member, you actually get preferential seating at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar.
Action over to the livestock dealer, Tommy Winters.
Tommy's got a pair of 7s. Nice mid-pair.
Yeah, got the 2 walking sticks.
Makes 115,000 to go. Magician disappears. Lucky Chewy not gonna play, and now it's on Jeremy Kotler. He's got ace, king of diamonds.
All in.
There he goes.
Automatic all-in bet right here when you're on the short stack.
Ravi with a little 4-3 gets out of the way.
I'll call.
All right, so the Cowboy calls. So the Buckeye
Good luck, Jeremy.
all in for his tournament life here. Ace, king of diamonds versus the 2 7s of Tommy Winters.
Here comes the first 3. And the flop is an 8-5-3. No luck for Jeremy Kotler.
Deuce of diamonds make it interesting.
Jeremy Kotler wants a sweat. Says, just give me a diamond, give me anything. But especially an ace or a king, it's a deuce of hearts. No help for Jeremy.
Does give him a straight draw. Forward one and for him, too. Must have an ace, king, or a 4. Nothing else will do for Jeremy.
And those Cowboys on the rail. Rooting on Mr. Winters. And here comes the river.
9 of diamonds. So that's going to do it for the Buckeye. Jeremy Kotler, branded by the livestock dealer there. Tommy Winters taking down the pot. So long, Jeremy.
Well, he'll pick up 187,000. A big effort from the man from Santa Monica, the consultant, non-professional, but played well. He's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
I came in with a lot higher expectations for today, but, you know, the cards didn't work out, and it's the way it goes sometimes.
Well, great run here, Bellagio. I'm sure we'll see you on the next World Poker Tour. Congratulations, Jeremy. Back to you, Kimberly.
With the departure of Jeremy Kotler in 6th place, that brings us to the end of our first hour of coverage here at Bellagio. Mike and Vince, I gotta say, we are off to a good start.
Well, it's been terrific so far, Kimberly. No doubt about it. What's impressed me is that the 3 guys that came to this final table as our chip leader, the top pros, Antonio Esfandiari, Sean Buchanan, and Andrew Lichtenberger, are the 3 guys that are playing the most pots, and they're not afraid to play pots against each other. Now, that tells me that they're not looking to move up in spots. They're looking to take the title. You gotta love that.
You gotta love this tournament. Listen to the crowd. But how about the upset special, the long shot at the table, the cattle rancher, right? The cowboy at the table. He just branded his man, sent him back out to pasture. I like this final table.
Well, thanks, guys. Join us next time from Las Vegas for more of Season 11's coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Las Vegas, millions are at stake as poker's best are being put to the test. We are at Bellagio for continuing coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to our in-depth coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. As always, I'm joined by our own in-house poker experts, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. All right, guys, getting into our competition, it looks like we have a real barn burner on our hands, and one player does have a chance at making WPT history tonight.
Well, no question about it. A great final table. The top 3 pros at the table came to the final table in first, second, and third chip position. That's where they still stand. But the big story is Antonio Esfandiari. Can he win the same event twice? That would be WPT history. He's made this final table 3 consecutive years. That's a feat that's never been done before in WPT history. What more can a guy do, Vince?
I don't know, abracadabra. We will see. But there is an upset in the making. The cattle rancher. Okay, we never had a cattle rancher win a WPT event. Well, Tommy Winters is that man. He brands players. He gets them out of here. This is going to be fun. Let's get to it.
All right, we have word that cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see our leaderboard. Antonio Esfandiari out in front with 4.5 million. Sean and Andrew sitting right behind him. Ravi Raghavan, a highly respected pro, in last place right now.
Winner's going to take home $1,268,000, and he's at $5,000. Blinds at $25,000 and $50,000. Action on a guy they call Lucky Chewy, a young pro, Andrew Lichtenberger.
We talk about Antonio making this final table 3 years in a row. It's the second year Lucky Chewy has made it. And the year before that, he finished in 8th place, almost made it 3 times in a row himself.
He quickly folds. Ravi goes out, and now Sean Buchanan with a 9. 8 of hearts has raised to 110. The cowboy goes out.
Back around to Antonio. He's got ace-10 of spade. Doesn't 3-bet here with the ace-10 of spade, just makes the call. So here are the 2 chip leaders going at it. And the flop comes queen-7 deuce with 2 hearts.
Wow, that makes a 4 flush for Bucky, Sean Buchanan. Antonio's going to check.
Well, Sean going to bet the flush draw, I'm sure. You just have 9 high, so...
Yep, 120,000 with a continuation bet. Antonio Esfandiari will make the call.
Some people would call this a float call, meaning he's got no hand, but he thinks the ace high could be good, and in fact it is.
5 of spades on the turn gives Sean a straight draw as well. Antonio checks.
And Sean Buchanan reaching for chips. A lot of guys would check in this spot to take the free card off. Sean Buchanan going for a 2nd WPT title tonight. Not checking, firing it out there. Going to make it very tough on Antonio to continue to play.
God, it feels like you got the queen. Why do I think you have a queen? All right.
And the magician is going to release his hand. A big smile for Sean Buchanan.
And he played it well, Vince. He fired on the turn again. Many players would have checked possibly right there.
But not Sean Buchanan taking down that pot. And there's the Royal Flush Girls social bar with the beautiful Royal Flush Girls. And if you come out here on the World Poker Tour, you'll get to meet Mike and myself and Kimberly and the Royal Flush Girls. And if you're a ClubWPT.com VIP member, you actually get preferential seating at the Royal Flush Girls social bar. And he's at 10,000 now, blinds at 30 and 60. Lucky Chewy, he's got an ace-jack here.
He's going to raise it up, makes it 120,000 to go.
Now it's on Robbie. He's got an ace-queen and a nice manicure.
Well, this guy here, Robbie Raghavan, thinks Lucky Chewy is the best player at the table. So let's see how he plays against the guy he thinks is the toughest.
He's 26 years old, second time at a WPT final table, and look at this. No, he is going to 3-bet. Goes to 280.
He's another one of those tough Chicago pros.
Sean Buchanan out, the Cowboy. Tommy Winter not gonna play. And Antonio waves his magic wand, goes out.
Well, Lucky Chewy now faced with a very tough decision. Got to be fearful that you're dominated here with ace-jack. This guy's on the short stack 3-betting. You got to put him on a good hand.
Lucky Chewy is our buddy Tony Dunce's roommate. They room together throughout the tour. But look at this. He's not slowing down. He's going to re-raise.
Wow, the 4-bet here with the ace-jack offsuit. And now Robbie's got a problem, perhaps.
I'm all in.
So much for that problem.
It's a shame.
He quickly moves all in there with a 5-bet with an ace-queen offsuit.
It's like an additional over $1 million.
Well, it's like he knew what Lucky Chewy had there, Vince.
And Lucky's chewing, saying, am I priced in here? Did I go too far? Am I in too deep? Should I just call?
Lucky Chewy got that name in the 3rd grade when his mom used to put granola bars in his lunchbox every day. And right now, he's folding, chewing on that thought. What was I thinking there, 4-betting?
Got a little out of line. Got spanked by Robbie. A little misstep there by Lucky Chewy. Antonio Esfandiari, a WPT champion 2 times over, is our chip leader with $4.4 million.
With that aggressive play, Lucky Chewy now in last place at this table.
All right, the very next hand, Robbie quickly folds his hand. Bucky, Sean Buchanan, gonna raise with a queen-jack. Makes it 130 to go. Into the cow herder.
Well, he's got position. Got the kind of hand you want to see a flop with. He's going to make the call.
Yeah, with the 7-5 of diamonds. Antonio out. Lucky Chewy with an attractive 8-7 of clubs.
Definitely going to play this pot, Vince, in a 3-handed action pot. You got the kind of hand you want to see a flop with. You're getting priced in to call. So he does so. We're going to have 3-way action.
Well, those are the kind of hands you can break people with if you happen to hit. And let's see if anybody does.
Well, Jack 10-10. Sean has the best hand with the jacks, but notice Lucky Chewy has flopped a straight flush draw. He's checked it.
Yeah, and now Sean's coming out with a bet, 170.
The Cowboy goes out.
Now it's on Lucky Chewy.
Well, this is definitely going to be a check raise here, Vince. I'm certain of that. And there you see it. 380,000.
Now Bucky with jacks and 10s with a queen kicker. He's got to try to figure this out.
I think it's tough to play this hand, Vince. You're just fearful your opponent flopped a 10, where he's got 3 10s. Well, you're virtually drawing dead, but this is why this guy's going for a second WPT title. He's not afraid to play pots. He mixes it up with everybody. Here he makes the call with jacks up. Well, an ace comes off. Neither player going to be crazy about that card.
Wow.
Lucky Chewy moves all in. What an amazing bold play by Lucky Chewy there.
He's taking the bull by the horns, taking the play away from Bucky.
Well, he knows even if his opponent had an ace-jack in his hand, it's a tough call to make for this much money because he's got to be fearful that you flop 3 10s.
About 1.3, and Bucky has got to fold down the hand.
You know, Lucky Chewy taking down a nice pot there. He rakes in the chips and deserves them, Vince.
Nice bold play by Tony Dunce's roommate, Lucky Chewy.
There's more of our second hour of coverage from Bellagio in Las Vegas, including Tony Dunce telling it like it is in the Raw Deal. Plus, a look at the latest ones to watch, a player who's fit for a win.
You know what I'm saying?
Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic continues. Stick around.
You can't win anything on social poker sites, so people play any two cards. And that's not real poker. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker because we're competing for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Well, we're with Michael Phelps, the all-time Olympic medal champion, but I happen to know he also plays a pretty good game of poker. We know you're here tonight, sweating your buddy Antonio Esfandiari. I got a couple questions I got to ask you. Number one, I know that he calls you fish cakes. Now, is that because you swim like a fish, or you're a live one in a poker game? Which is it?
He's Mr. Fish Cake. No, we just have little nicknames for each other, and he's actually Mr. Truth, is what we call him. We joke around, we have fun a lot, and this is kind of cool being here and being able to sweat him, and 30 in a row at the final table is pretty interesting.
Well, we appreciate you being here, and good luck rooting your man in.
No problem, thank you.
I don't go out and party anymore. I used to be very crazy. I used to go out every single night. Even before the tournament started, I just wouldn't care. But these days, I hardly ever drink. I work out every morning. These are no joke.
This will wake you up in the morning, eh? It's no joke.
And I'm just super focused. When I show up at a poker table, I just think of it as a puzzle, and it's just one little obstacle that I have to get through level by level. And who's on my left, who's on my right, how many chips do they have, what are the cards, and you just kind of zone in and try and solve the problem. And as long as you keep solving the puzzle, at the end of the day, if you solve the puzzle right, you win.
Well, Vince, I love Antonio, but I hate people that take drinks out on the dance floor. One of my pet peeves in life.
Oh, that's one of my moves. You're just a dance snob, Mike. But as you can see, Antonio Esfandiari, he has made 5 consecutive cashes here at Bellagio, 3rd consecutive final table. And there's Michael Phelps, the great swimmer. That's Antonio's buddy, rooting him on.
Well, there's a guy that knows something about going for the gold. Antonio going for the gold for the 2nd time in this tournament. Let's see if he can do it.
He's got $4.7 million in chips. He's the chip leader as 5 players remain. Back down the table, it's on Antonio.
4 tough pros and a rancher out of Texas fighting it out for this title.
Antonio with a jack 8 of hearts is going to raise, makes it 135 to go. And now Lucky Chewy with an uneventful 8-6 releases that hand. Ravi also going away.
Over to Sean Buchanan, who's going for his 2nd WPT title tonight. He's out as well.
And now it's on. Tommy Winters looks down at a king 5 of spades.
Well, up against the all-time leader in money winnings in poker history, Antonio, but it doesn't scare the cowboy, Vince. He 3-bets him with a king 5.
The magician calls. We got a little bull ride here.
And a flop 6 deuce deuce, no help to either player. You gotta love it. The cowboy is reaching for continuation betting chips, and there they go, and a healthy bet at that, 450,000.
That's a man's bet right there, Tommy.
You would think he's just very tight, but now he's coming out of his shell here.
You a manly man, Tommy? Climb mountains and stuff, or more of a Ritz-Carlton kind of guy? Huh?
Hey, don't get fancy talking with him, Antonio.
No comment?
This guy rides bulls for a living.
He'll bulldog Antonio down to the ground.
Tommy, I'm over here.
The guy looks like a cowboy, Vince, you gotta admit it.
Yeah.
He looks like he's wrestled steers.
Oh, absolutely. He's like a Paul Bunyan type character. And he's gonna take the pot.
The cattleman putting a little branding on Antonio there. Just a short one.
Tommy makes me nervous. You know? These young wizards, you know, whatever. Tommy makes me nervous.
Hey, the only thing missing, Vince, the cowboy needs a cowboy hat, Vince. That's all he needs.
But you know what? Cowboys were always pretty good poker players. They used to play out on the trail, sit around eating their baked beans and everything, and what else do? You play poker, so you got to be pretty good. You know, actually, the original game of Hold'em, this is rumored, that's where the game started, because the cattle ranchers finally figured out a game to give 18 players, because you had 18 guys sitting around the campfire, and you give them all 2 cards, and you'd be okay, you could still have the hand, and that's how it started, the game of Texas Hold'em.
Well, this hand's starting with a raise by Lucky Chewy with the 2 9s. But right behind him, Ravi Raghavan has picked up big slick. He's got ace-king.
Big hand for the guy from Chicago, poker pro, Ravi. There it is, goes to 385. Bucky getting out of their way. Cowboy folding.
Well, Ravi thinks Lucky Chewy is the best player at this table. Shows you the kind of respect he's got for this guy when Antonio's sitting at this table.
Just move your right hand.
Yeah, remember the last time these two played a big pot? Lucky Chewy 4-bet it. Ravi 5-bet all in. What's Lucky Chewy going to do this time with the 2 9s?
All in.
That's what he's going to do.
Well, he's gone all in, and he's been called by Ravi. And it's a classic race situation once again. So far, every time we've had a race here, the underpair has won the pot. Will it happen again? If so, Ravi will be out in 5th place.
Lucky Chewy has him covered, but not by much. There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, where the girls are hanging out with famous poker pro Daryl Fish.
And also John Aguiar, the guy that finished on the TV bubble in 7th place in this tournament.
Here's the flop. A big ace hits for Ravi. He has hit his aces on the flop.
Well, you never know it looking at him, Vince. He understands this pot is not over till the next 2 cards come off.
He's standing there like Mr. Clean, very proud. Here comes the turn.
Well, the jack comes off, so Lucky Chewy is going to have to get very lucky and catch a 9 on the river to win this pot and eliminate Ravi.
Ravi's staying so stoic. Here comes the river. It's a 10, pairs the board. That is good for Ravi. And that's going to cripple Lucky Chewy.
Now, Bellagio has certainly seen its fill of great poker moments over the years. And as a ClubWPT.com VIP, you can experience a lot of those moments by accessing old episodes.
That is very true, Mike. In fact, if you become a Club WPT VIP member, you get all of that plus much more.
And you get to play all the poker you want online, hone your skills, and who knows, you may win a seat out here in the live WPT event, just like the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic.
It's true. Sign up today and win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. You can't beat it.
ClubWPT.com. It's a great way to socialize with your friends.
And I especially love the virtual food and drinks where you can buy things at the table.
Well, you would like that. But it's also now available on Mac, Vince, which benefits so many people.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed. All right, back to the table we go.
Well, there you see the stack tracker. This indicates how a player's chips have gone up and down at this final table. Ravi now moves into 2nd place at this final table with $4.2 million. But Lucky Chewy at the bottom of the totem pole now, Vince, sitting in a distant 5th place.
And here, action's going to Lucky Ravi. After that last hand, he's going to fold a 6-5. But he's got chips now. Sean Buchanan, WPT champion, goes away.
Well, the cowboy has picked up King Jack of Hearts. He's on the button, in position, and going to raise it. $135,000 to go.
With the King Jack of Hearts. Antonio now also with a King Jack, but it's of diamonds.
Yeah, same exact hand. Antonio going to make the call.
And now, let's see if they can chase away Lucky Chewy. Of course they do. He has a nothing hand, so King Jack versus King Jack. Here we go.
Oh, nice flop for Antonio there. He's flopped the ace-high straight draw, but he has the flush draw.
He certainly does, and he's first to act and take the play away. He's going to bet it.
How much is it? 160.
Well, what will the cowboy do now? He just has a gut shot straight draw. He's making the call, Vince. There's a backdoor flush draw, of course, but Antonio with the better hand at the moment. But no longer, as the 3 of hearts comes off, Vince, they both got the gut shot straight draw. They both have the flush draw.
Antonio going to bet it.
Now, this is going to be interesting to see how it plays out here.
230. And Tommy Winters with a quick call.
So both players looking for a red card. 1 a diamond, 1 a heart.
All right, who will catch? No one.
The black 3 comes off. Most likely, whoever bets at this pot will win it. Antonio is checked.
He's basically given up the hand, but the cowboy can't complete it.
King high.
Well, it goes check, check. It's going to be a split pot here. They both have the same hand.
Both relieved.
Wish you would raise the flop so I could get it all in.
We are playing some poker tonight here at Bellagio. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more from the World Poker Tour right after this. The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Las Vegas and WPT's coverage of the 5 Diamond World Poker Classic here at Bellagio. The prize pool for this event is over $4.8 million, which means that whoever takes down this title will jump into the lead for WPT Player of the Year with 1,400 points. If you want to see exactly how the player points are determined, log on to worldpokertour.com and click on Stats. Now, all season long, we'll be tracking the POY race and keeping you up to date on who is in the lead. In the meantime, let's get back to Mike and Vince and the action here at Bellagio.
Well, there you see Antonio Esfandiari still out in front, looking to win this tournament for a second time, a feat that's never been done in the history of the WPT. And Andrew Lichtenberger in a distant 5th place right now on the short stack. Action on Lucky Chewy.
And that is Andrew, and he's going to release this hand into Ravi. Ravi with just a jack 5 of hearts. Wow, he's going to make it 135. Sean Buchanan out. Cowboy Tommy Winters.
Well, Ravi told me he was handcuffed most of this tournament because he didn't have any chips. He was playing on the short stack most of the time. Now he's got a few, and he's making some moves, Vince.
Yes, he's raised this.
I was expecting this.
And keep in mind, they're the 2 chip leaders.
So we got a little fight going on here between these two. Here comes the flop. Ace, king, deuce. Nothing for Ravi, but an inside straight draw for Antonio.
Many times, chip leaders don't like to clash with each other. Not the case here.
Antonio checks. Yeah, continuation bet of 110 by Ravi.
Antonio makes the call with the straight draw. Ravi can't like that too much.
Turn card. Well, that's going to be a queen. It hits Antonio for queens. But it's still pretty scary when there's an ace-king out there. Antonio checks. Now let's see if Ravi has the moxie, the nerve to pull the trigger again.
Unbelievable. The guy called him on the flop, and yet he is reaching for chips, Vince. And he's firing again on the turn here.
Solid bet by Ravi with nothing. And there's Antonio's father, Bijan, who travels a lot with Antonio, loves to watch him play.
Yeah, they go to clubs together, tournaments together.
Take drinks on the dance floor together.
Oh, no. Please don't say it.
He's a great dad. It's a great father and son relationship.
Well, a lot of pressure being put on by Ravi here. Antonio can't take it.
Nope. He's going to release the hand.
Well, chalk that up to aggressive play by Ravi Ragavan. Well done.
Could be.
By the Chicago Pro.
That is the laugh of a man that just stole a pot.
I think he had it, though.
Beautifully done.
Well, that is playing the game, no doubt about it.
Well, the Bellagio always attracts players from all over the world, and in the weeks leading up to the 5 Diamond, Season 11 was in high gear.
That's right, Vince. Since we last saw our viewers, some fantastic non-televised WPT main events took place in Denmark at the Casino Copenhagen, in Morocco at the Mosen Beach and Golf Resort, down in Johannesburg, South Africa at the Emperor's Palace Hotel and Casino, over in Florida at Best Bet Jacksonville, and up in Montreal, Canada at the Playground Poker Club, where Jonathan Waugh beat a field of 1,173 players to take home over $750,000 and have his name permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Mike, Season 11 is action-packed, as you know, with both WPT regional events and WPT national events.
These WPT caliber tournaments offer accessible buy-ins, ensuring players a high-quality experience worthy of the WPT name.
Just down the East Coast, we held a WPT regional event at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. Also in Florida, we saw action at the Seminole Casino Coconut Creek. And over in the West, the WPT Regional took place in Reno, Nevada at the Atlantis Casino Resort Spa. And in Black Hawk, Colorado, Andrew Geffen took home $60,000 by winning the Colorado Poker Showdown.
Now, over in Europe, WPT Nationals were held at the Perla Casino in Slovenia, in Vienna, Austria at Montesino, in Spain at Casino Barcelona, and in the south of France at Casino La Phoebus. Christophe Palmieri won 91,000 euros and a seat to next season's Grand Prix de Paris.
All right, for more on where the next WPT events are taking place, log on to WPT.com. And in the meantime, let's get back to the action.
As you can see with that last pot, Ravi Ragavan has taken the chip lead. He's out in front with 4.6 million. Antonio now in second place. Lucky Chewy in a distant fifth place. But Ravi Ragavan, who came to this final table in the last chip position, is now the chip leader.
And he's now 10,000 blinds, 40 and 80. Quick fold by Sean Buchanan. And the cattle rancher, Tommy Winters, out. Antonio also disappears. Lucky Chewy. Andrew Lichtenberger with an ace-9 here.
Bench, it's an automatic move in with a short stack here against the big blind.
He's shoved with the ace-9, and he gets a quick call by Ravi with queen-4.
Well, Ravi has plenty of chips to call him with. Lucky Chewy out in front here. Great shot for him to double up and get back in this thing.
Good luck, boys.
He knows Ravi has owned him so far at this final
Big
table.
Schuster with the best hand.
Beat him virtually every pot so far. If it continues here, that'll do it for Lucky Chewy tonight. Not so lucky if that's the case.
Here comes the first 3. It's a, oh boy, a 4 for Ravi.
Well, neither player showing any emotion after that flop.
There's the big cheese, Tom Marchese. That's Lichtenberger's buddy.
And a terrific, young, talented player. Many of them in the house watching here.
Comes the turn card.
Deuce on the turn. Lucky Chewy. This guy's finished 8th, 4th, and going to be 5th unless he hits an ace or 9 the last 3 years in this tournament. That is an impressive run. Well, there's Doc Sands also sweating the action here.
Good luck, Lucky Chewy.
It's not an ace or a 9. It's bye-bye Lucky.
It's a king of spades. No luck for Lucky Chewy.
So Lucky Chewy, not so lucky tonight, out in 5th place. Doc Sands cheering for his buddy, but it just didn't happen tonight for Andy.
Schuster.
Andrew Lichtenberger, always fun to watch.
With you, bro.
Seriously. You too. Always a pleasure.
He's a fine sport. He's going to take home $234,000, and right now he's walking over to talk to Matt Savage.
Thanks, Vince. Andrew, classy in defeat. Everybody was saying at the table you had a big smile even when you lost that big flip. How do you do that?
Just can't let things affect my emotions that I can't control. And just, yeah, that's about it.
I know you said the title was the most important thing. This is your 3rd time here at the final table here at Bellagio, so obviously you have a lot of success here, and I know you're going to win some more events, so congratulations on your finish today, and I'm sure we'll see you at the next event.
Cool.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you.
Back to you, Kimberly.
Thank you, Matt. A string of bad luck for Andrew Lichtenberger, who is out in 5th place. WPT's extended coverage of the final table here in Las Vegas continues with 4 players right after this.
Competition is fierce in the 5-diamond event.
This is a tough event. I mean, you get a lot of good players. Almost all the pros on the circuit will come out to this event for whatever reason.
You have all the poker pros that we've been seeing for years now, and also the up-and-coming young talented poker players, including WPT's ones to watch. So it's pretty gruesome out there. You know, they're grinding it out. I'm Ivy, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
We are back here at Bellagio, 4-handed poker. And right now, there is the stack tracker.
You see Antonio's pretty flat across there, but Ravi Ragavan, look at his chip stack. It goes way up. He is now sitting in 1st place from last to 1st.
Yep, Ravi from Chicago, 26 years old, poker professional. This time he looks down at a queen 10. Makes it $175,000 to go.
Oh, he's certainly changed gears. He's got the chips. He's playing much more aggressive now.
Sean Bucky Buchanan has made the call with a 6-7 of spades. And the Cowboy and Antonio go away. So 2-handed action. Here comes the flop.
2 tough pros. Flop Jack 8-6 with 2 diamonds. Gut shot draw for Ravi. Bottom pair for Sean.
Action's on Ravi. Will he make the continuation bet? Of course he does. 225. Bucky Buchanan with the quick call with the bottom pair. Turn card will be.
Well, a 3 comes off. See if Robbie fires another shell at this pot. Nope, he's going to check it. Trying to get the free card off. But Sean Buchanan's poker instincts are uncanny. He now recognizes his opponent's got 2 big cards, that his 2 6s are out in front. He bets, and Ravi goes away.
And Sean Bucky Buchanan, 30 years old, out of Canada, will take that pot.
Oh, Tommy, baby, how do we get ourselves at this table with these 2 pros, huh?
How'd I get here?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Courage, skill.
Tommy Winters playing it humble.
A little gamble never hurt.
Suck out a time or 2.
Couple suckouts never hurt.
Not against the rules, is it?
No, it's definitely not against the rules. Ask Robbie, he'll tell you.
I had the nuts there.
He's definitely carrying the torch for an amateur player. He's proud of that fact. And here he is sitting with these top pros fighting it out for this title.
Tommy Winters, the cowboy.
Sure.
He said, how did I get here? That's a great line. And he is going to say, let's see a flop between him and Sean Buchanan. And the flop is an 8-8-9. Neither player hitting.
Well, Sean just leading out and betting with his junk. Tommy has worse junk and goes out, but...
I wish you wouldn't put it that way.
Nice bet there by Sean to take down the pot.
That's right.
This tournament attracted a lot of talented young pros, including Jason Kuhn, whose passion for poker and fitness goes hand in hand, as we see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
We're the ones to watch. We're the ones to watch. Yeah, we're the ones to watch. Check it. 1, 2, WPT. Ones to watch.
Jason Kuhn, he's a sicko.
He's definitely one of those more successful elite players.
But I know Jason tries to talk poker with successful poker players and kind of pick their brains and get into what they do and then incorporate that in his own game.
Very type A. I'm very go-getter. It's important to have the balance of being passionate and caring about every situation, but also letting go of the things that are out of your hands.
He is very calculated. Everything he does is very concise. He knows exactly when to push the go button and when to pull back.
I think that if you want to be truly great at something, you can't be motivated by external things. You have to be motivated by passion and love. If you want to be successful at it, you better love it.
Talking to him, he seems like a pretty normal guy, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, he's drinking some disgusting-looking shake or something, and then doing backflips randomly.
He's very motivated in the gym and works very hard on his body.
Jason Kuhn has one of the nicest bodies I've ever seen.
I don't think Jason Kuhn has eaten a carb in 10 years.
I have good genetics on my side, and yeah, I like to work out.
Oh my God, that body is just ridiculous. I mean, ridiculous.
I have always had a passion for sports ever since I was a little kid. I was very competitive at football and track. Ended up going to college for track and field. And whenever I came into the poker world, I just saw a bunch of really great people that were really good at one thing, and that was playing poker.
In poker, you find a lot of fitness freaks and a lot of fat slobs.
That's the thing, poker players make the excuse. They're like, oh, I'm just busy in these casinos and I travel too much. But in all reality, shouldn't you be able to find maybe an hour a day to hit the gym?
He realized that if we're gonna be successful in life, you also need to be healthy. And he's convinced a lot of very lazy, like stoner poker players to get off their ass and start working out and start worrying about what they eat.
I think if you're sitting there with your head held high and feeling good and strong about yourself, your table mates are gonna see that as strength.
Where are all the guys in the middle? That's what I want.
Playing those long, grueling days, it's important to be in good shape and be able to sit up with good posture and feel strong and have energy all day long. And that's something that training definitely gives you. Clarity, releases endorphins, helps your brain work more efficiently. All these things are important to making money.
You know what I'm saying?
While Jason busted just short of the money in this tournament, it's only a matter of time before we see him at another WPT final table. Now let's get back to the action with Mike and Vince.
Well, Vince, I know you think you're in shape, but Jason Kuhn has got you top, Vince.
Pass me my donut, please. He's a great guy, though. And right now we have 4 players remaining, and you can see the magician Antonio Esfandiari out in front. Winner's going to take home $1.2 million and get their name on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, big money difference between the next guy that goes out and the winner, nearly $1 million. So A lot on the line for these guys right now.
Okay, back to reality. Ravi going to quickly fold his hand, as does Sean Buchanan.
Round to the lone amateur at the table, Tommy Winters.
There's no shame in giving up, Tommy. No shame at all. Next hand you get the button, no worries, no nonsense, position. Don't do it, Tommy.
Antonio can talk all he wants. When you pick up ace-7 suited in the small blind against big blind, you're going to raise.
Cattle rancher Tommy has ace-7 of spades. He's going to make it 190,000. Take that, but Antonio's going to call.
I warned you, Tommy. You don't listen. I'm going to have to teach you the hard way.
I'm a slow learner.
I love this guy.
All right, here comes the flop. And look at this. Antonio has outflopped him. He hits his eights.
Unbelievable.
As an 8-5 deuce appears on the flop. But action's on Tommy. No continuation bet. Very interesting.
Well, Antonio now going to bet. Looks like 210,000. And a quick call by Tommy Winters here. Thinks maybe his ace high is the best hand. Doesn't know, but he's going to find out.
Snap call.
Oh, an ace on the turn.
Oh.
Brilliant luck for Tommy Winters there.
Yeehaw.
He's now out in front with the 2 aces. Let's see how he plays them.
That is right in the Bronco well. Like you know it's coming. Now he's got his aces. No, and this man is not going to check and wait for a check behind him. He looks like he's getting chips out. He knows where he's at.
Well, he's betting about half a stack here, 600,000. As you can see, Antonio is sick right now. I'm sure he feels like this guy hit an ace on the turn. He's just not going to bluff in this spot with no chips left.
That's pretty sick.
And Antonio's feeling it. Oh, man, that's aggravating.
You like the turn card? Huh?
This is kind of a fluff and puff show, perhaps, by Antonio. Amateur player, you know he's not bluffing on the turn. You kind of know where you are.
Why you bet so much, huh, Tommy?
Well,
there's 840 in the pot. He bet 600. That's a pretty standard bet for Tommy Winters.
Antonio could be talking himself into this. And there's Antonio's dad, who's like father, like son, flirting with the girls.
Oh, boy, just having a ball over there.
He is.
Probably doesn't even know Antonio's involved in a pot.
Doesn't even care.
Well, the way this hand was played, I'd be surprised if Antonio makes this call. And basically can beat a bluff. Would the cowboy be bluffing his last money?
Uh-oh.
Well, he's setting him all in.
You got an ace?
Oh, a snap call, of course.
Yeah,
This
nice
is
one.
1.2 something million that Antonio does not have to lose.
Nice hand.
Oh, boy, the magician has crushed the dove up his sleeve.
I'm sure Antonio did think a 7 would win it for him, too, but
Pretty bad shape here.
he's got to catch an
How much
8
is
to
it,
win
a
the
million?
pot. That's all he can win it with.
It could happen. A 2-outer as the Cowboys on the rail root on their man.
Yippee-ki-yay, I say the Cowboys.
He needs a 2-outer to knock the Cowboy out of this event. Here it comes. Let's see. Nope. It's a jack of clubs.
And the jack comes off. So Tommy Winters going to double up here and gets back in the saddle, Vince.
Yes.
And he's in good shape again.
Don't worry, he's gonna win this one for me.
You guys should give him kisses on the cheek.
It's a done deal.
I was just thinking, anything but an ace, and then wham, they punish me. Why do they hurt me, Tommy? Why do you hurt me?
While the action here is heating up, Tony Dunst has been gearing up to give his 2 cents in the raw deal, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. It's all coming up, so don't go away.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Bellagio and WPT's coverage of the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Tony Dunst has been keeping an eye on the action at this final table and is ready to call it like it is in this edition of the Raw Deal.
It's no surprise that Antonio has played an effective, loose aggressive style, and four-handed has maintained his chip lead. Of course, being the chip leader at a major final table is old news for Antonio these days. But on the other side of the coin is Tommy Winters, who is the short stack and by far least experienced player at the table. How likely is it Tommy gets the best of Antonio? Let's break it down. As poker players, we're all thinking on different levels. and you want your level of thinking to be ahead of your opponent's. Nobody would question the idea that when it comes to poker, Antonio is thinking on a higher level than Tommy.
I'm gonna have to teach you the hard way.
I'm a slow learner.
But at times, we professionals have difficulty leveling ourselves down and getting in the head of more recreational players. There's a conundrum known as the curse of knowledge. The idea is it's very difficult to imagine what it's like to not know the things you know. As a result, we often assume that people are thinking about the same things we are in the same manner we are. How exactly can we intentionally and temporarily forget the things we know? With just 20 blinds to start the hand,
Don't do it, Tommy.
Tommy Winters makes a raise from the small blind with ace-7 suited, and Antonio calls 8-7 offsuit in the big blind.
I warned you, Tommy. You don't listen.
The flop comes 8-2-5, and Antonio becomes a big favorite. Tommy decides to check call his ace high against Antonio, a pretty standard route for casual players with ace high in these spots. The turn brings the ace of clubs, making the board full rainbow. With that card, Tommy leads out for 600,000, which is half his remaining stack. And now the curse of knowledge sets in on Antonio. What's running through his mind is, surely this guy knows not to just bomb it with an ace. He can't be playing that straightforward, can he? And that's a reasonable thought, because Antonio knows better than to bomb it with an ace. And so does almost everyone else he plays against.
Why you bet so much, huh, Tommy?
But Tommy Winters isn't one of those players. He's a man who plays poker for fun, and a man who bets when he has it. When Antonio shoves, it leads to a snap call from Tommy.
I call.
Got an ace?
And it's the first major hand Antonio loses at the final table in a manner he just can't believe. He knows Tommy tried to tell him he had the ace, but he just didn't listen. It's because Antonio failed to bring himself to Tommy's level of thinking and suffered the consequences for it.
Why do they hurt me, Tommy? Why do you hurt me?
He decided a bet meant his opponent couldn't have an ace. Because what professional bets with an ace?
Antonio doesn't make a whole lot of mistakes, but looks like he made one there for sure.
Well, even the great players do make mistakes at times. And right now, there is the stack tracker.
Shows Antonio's stack going down. Robbie's stack is going up. And as you can see, Tommy Winter's stack after that last pot is going way up.
Certainly has. The blinds are 40 at 80. Sean Buchanan, 30-year-old, out of Canada with an ace-6, is going to raise this. Makes it 160 to go.
Anytime you're in a short-handed poker game like this, you're going to raise with any ace. Sean doing it right there.
Cowboy quickly mucking a king-9 of diamonds. Antonio also out. Into Robbie in the big blind. He's going to call with just a 9-10 offsuit. So the competition continues in this hand. Here comes the flop.
Flop comes king 6-4. Cowboy wishing he had his king 9 back.
Robbie checks with his nothing. Sean has picked up a pair of 6s. And he makes a nice continuation bet. Looks like 125 with the 6s.
Robbie with no hand and no draw. Look at this, Vince. He's going to make the call. This is what we call a float bet, folks. He's going to try to steal this pot later. If he hits nothing and 8 comes up, he is either going to check raise this or bet on the river for sure.
They both check. The jack of diamonds. Robbie doesn't hit.
No doubt about it. He's going to bluff at this pot on the river. It's the only way he can win the pot. It's what he was planning to do when he called on the flop. And he is doing it.
Yeah, nice bet. 475.
Well, tough to call with just 2 6s here. Sean goes out, but just got outplayed by Robbie. You got to salute the guy for just outplaying him.
Mike and Vince, tell us about what we've seen so far.
Well, it's been a very amazing night of poker so far here at Bellagio. 4 players left still fighting it out for this title. 2 of them going for their second and third WPT titles. I'm talking about Antonio Esfandiari and Sean Buchanan. But the surprise of the night, I guess, has been the amateur cowboy who's played so well. He's still left. I'm talking about Tommy Winters, as well as our chip leader, Ravi Raghavan. He came to the final table in 6th chip position, and now he's the chip leader.
That's right, but let's not forget about Antonio the Magician, still right there, hanging tough. Can he take down this title? We will see. 4 players going after it. This will be good.
It's true, the tables have turned. Well, thanks, guys. That brings us to the end of this hour's coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage and the conclusion of this competition, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Las Vegas, Bellagio has set the stage for poker's next great champ with the first place prize worth over $1.2 million. Extended coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic continues, and you guessed it, it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the 11th season of WPT's coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and over the years, Bellagio has played host to some of the best and brightest stars in the poker world, and tonight is no exception. We have seen a fierce competition, and very soon we expect to be adding another name to the WPT Champions Cup. As always, I'm joined by our in-house experts, Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and former tennis champ and Hollywood cash game expert Vince Van Patten. Guys, as we begin our 3rd hour of extended coverage here in Vegas, what are your thoughts on this competition?
Well, 4 players left fighting it out for this coveted title and to get their name etched on the WPT Champions Cup. 2 of these guys, Antonio Esfandiari and Sean Buchanan, already have their name up there, but they'd like it up there one more time, no doubt about it. But the talk of the room is Antonio Esfandiari. This is the 3rd consecutive year he's made the final table in this event. That's never happened before in the history of the WPT. Right now, he's sitting in 2nd chip position behind Ravi Raghavan.
This guy's on fire tonight. It's rare to see a player go from 6th to 1st at a WPT final table, but Ravi could do it.
Yeah, and don't forget about the cattle rancher. He is good. He's going to stick that prod in when he can. This is very exciting.
All right, thank you for the insight, guys. We've gotten word the action at the final table is ready to continue. Cards are about to fly, so let's get down to the Felds.
Well, here's a stack tracker showing where these players have gone in chip count since the final table began. Antonio going down there, as you see. The Cowboy, Tommy Winters from Texas, has gone up. Nobody's gone up like Ravi Raghavan. He started in 6th place. He's now the chip leader. So very interesting. Sean Buchanan, pretty much the same. But meantime, we got 4 players left trying to track down the $1.2 million that goes to the winner, as well as get their name engraved on that WPT Champions Cup.
Antes are 10,000, blinds are 40 at 80,000, and it's on the Cowboy, Tommy Winters. Tommy's going to quickly make it 180,000 to go, but look at this, the magician, Antonio, right behind him with a legitimate pair of 10s.
Just doubled the Cowboy up a minute ago. He'd like to get some of those chips back here. This is a good hand in a 4-handed poker game, so he's going to raise it to 425,000.
Ravi and Sean, the Cannon Buchanan, getting out of the way. So back on the Cowboy. He's got a little less than Antonio at this point. He's going to make the call. Tail is wagging the dog here, folks.
I'm guessing Antonio is not going down to the ranch to see Tommy in the near future.
Well, here's the flop at the King 9-5.
Well, no help to Tommy. He's going to check. There is one overcard out there, but when you've got 2 10s and your opponent checks, you are going to bet here. Antonio doing just that. 560,000 is the bet, but
You still mad at me?
Very.
You steaming?
wow, Vince. Antonio's speechless for the first time.
Let's see what's going on here. I think Antonio's
There you see WPT Executive Tour Director Matt Savage and Antonio's dad and the Royal Flush Girls watching the action.
Tommy hitting nothing there. Finally, he's going to muck his hand. And Antonio getting a little revenge. Back at the Cowboy.
Well, Antonio Esfandiari trying to add to his money total. He's already the all-time money leader in poker history with over $23 million in earnings. And look at Pops. You talk about like father, like son.
Win more hands. Every hand you win, I get kissed.
Boy, I tell you, the perks of a dad. That is just amazing.
That's a beautiful thing.
You know, you too can sit with the Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. If you come out on the tour, meet Mike Sexton, myself, and Kimberly, and all the gang. And if you're a Club WPT VIP member, you get preferential seating at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. All right, back to the table. Ravi with a quick fold. Sean Buchanan with an ace-5 is going to raise 160 to go.
Yep, standard raise on the button in position here when you're just up against the blinds.
Cowboy's going to fold it, and Antonio with just a 7-10. He's in the big blind, and look at, wow.
It's a 3-bet here with this junk hand. He's made it 400,000 to go, and that is going to shrink up the ace-5 of Sean Buchanan.
Sean Buchanan, WPT champion.
Owen.
What? Look at that.
He has read Antonio like a book right here.
What's the total?
He just thought Antonio was making a 3-bet on fluff and puff, and that's exactly the case. Sean Buchanan going for his second WPT title as a fearless player, and you can see it right there, Vince. What a play by Sean Buchanan to take that pot down.
That is just knowing your player. That is the play of the night. Strong player, and that's why this guy is one of the greats. We've seen him around so many times. He's cashed so many times. He's a WPT champion. Everyone respects him in the game of poker.
Well, poker is about playing the people. They talk about math odds and all that. It's still a people game. He read his person perfectly right there, and Antonio Esfandiari took the pot right away from him.
This time he gets out of the way with the hand. And Tommy from Marble Falls, Texas, the cattle herder, Cowboy, is going to fold it. And now the magician, Antonio Esfandiari, has picked up ace-king.
Going to raise with this hand, obviously. Makes it 200,000 to go.
But behind him, Ravi has picked up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
Well, Vince, that's what we call the cooler in poker, as you know. It's just a hand that you just can't get away from in a short-handed poker game if your opponent shoves.
Well, this comes from a cold deck being snuck up on the table for a fix. That's why we call it a cooler. It's been cold. It's the cold hand, and it's a bad one for Antonio.
It could prove to be a hot hand for Ravi right here.
Wow.
That's for sure. He is going to 3-bet it up to 490,000. And that's, I'm convinced that Antonio is going to raise yet again. And there you go.
All in. Call. God.
Well, the re-raise all in and calls.
So sick.
Antonio recognizes that's the one hand he didn't want to fade. Well, the crowd hushed. As you can see, Ravi, a 94% favorite to win this hand.
How's that possible? Small blind, big blind. It's so sick.
This could do it for the magician. He's going to really have to pull a rabbit out of the hat to stay alive in this tournament.
Yep, Antonio has made this final table 3 years in a row at Bellagio.
Nice hand, sir.
He has cashed here in the last 5 years. What a record. Two-time WPT champion.
So sick.
Circling the drain right now with this.
Still 5 cards here.
Yeah. And since last year's events, he won $1 million buy-in tournament for $18 million. He won a World Series of Poker Europe bracelet.
And here comes the flop. Flop comes up Jack, 9-4, no help for Antonio.
Antonio going to have to catch 2 runners in a row to stay alive in this tournament. Needs to catch king, or a running queen and a 10. Well, his dad is still trying to cheer him on, but as you can see by Antonio's expression, just not meant to be, doesn't look like.
The third card, a 10. Well, that's one card.
Yep, there's one of them. Well, his dad knows he needs a queen to make a straight to win this pot. And what a brutal beat this would be for Ravi if a queen pops up there now. You can see he's a little worried about it, but nothing you can do. All the money's out there. You just hold your breath and hold on.
The magician has to hit the miracle queen. Can he do it? Here it is. Nope.
It'll be a 6. So the crowd's shocked as the chip leader coming into this final table, Antonio Esfandiari, the guy who's made this final table 3 consecutive years, going after a second win in this event, out tonight in 4th place.
10 came, the queen didn't come.
Antonio the Magician has disappeared. 329,000 he'll pick up. Crowd is stunned. Antonio going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Thanks, Vince. Done a lot of these final tables. I'm not sure I've ever seen the support that you've had here tonight for you. How does that feel to have that kind of group behind you?
It's fantastic. I mean, all my loved ones are here, all my friends, my family. You know, it's really a nice feeling. So I'm a little sad that I couldn't bring home the victory for them since they've been so supportive this whole tournament, but unfortunately, they'll just have to wait till next year.
The third final table, you think it's going to be 4 next year?
I think.
Yes. All right. Well, congratulations on another great run, Antonio. I'm sure we'll see you in LA.
Thank you very much.
All right. Back to you, Kimberly.
All right, thank you, Matt. It's so sad to see him go. Tough luck for Antonio Esfandiari. Our third hour of coverage from Bellagio is just getting started, and we have a lot more to come, including the Royal Flush Girls make a special trip to dish out some help to those who have served our country.
Here you go,
I guess
enjoy.
they thought we were being a little messy, so they gave us these shirts.
Plus, we rewind the tapes of last season's competition to remember one of Season 10's greatest moments. Lots of excitement as the conclusion of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic continues. Stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
Everyone has had an amazing time here at Bellagio. Earlier this week, the Royal Flush Girls took a special trip to help those who have served our country. On behalf of the WPT Foundation, the girls visited the United States Veterans Initiative near downtown Las Vegas. The initiative provides much-needed help for veterans looking to get back on their feet.
U.S. Vets is a national nonprofit organization. We house 260 veterans here in Las Vegas. Most of them have experienced homelessness and have come to our programs in need of assistance to get back on their feet to help them regain their independence.
Yes, it's wonderful to see all of you with these great smiles.
When we were at the organization, we got to see their housing, we hung out with the vets for a while, and we also served them their dinner. So it was a great life-changing experience for me.
Here you go,
I guess
enjoy.
they thought we were being a little messy, so they gave us these shirts.
I thank God every single day for here, and every guy tries to help each other. And the outreach is just beyond anything. We're lucky, so lucky living in this city.
It's very rewarding to see a veteran come off the street 4 or 5 months later, have his own housing, have his own key, reunited with his family, working, being productive citizen in society.
Such an important service. To learn more, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. In the meantime, cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip count with 3 players left. Ravi Raghavan, the tough pro out of Chicago, well out in front with 9.2 million. Sean Buchanan from Canada going for a second WPT title in second place with about 3.2 million. And the amateur Tommy Winters in third place with 2.7 million.
That is right, and the blinds are going up to 50 and 100. Let's go to the cowboy, Tommy Winters. Quick fold by him.
300.
And now the chip leader, Ravi, with a pair of sixes, makes it 300,000 to go.
Sean quickly folds, so Ravi taking that pot down to extend his chip lead.
We're having a great time, but I'll tell you something. When you're in Vegas, you feel like being treated like a VIP. Now, as a ClubWPT.com VIP member, you don't just get to play all the time, but you get benefits. You get the Entertainment Savers Guide, which is fantastic. You get the WPT magazine. You also get to look at all the different tapes of the World Poker Tour, all the different episodes. Mike Sexton made the final table. You can see that. You can study his game.
And don't forget, Vince, they also get to play all the poker they want. It really is a great deal.
Sign up today and win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Another great thing about ClubWPT.com is it is now available on the Mac computer, which is nice.
Okay, let's get back to the action. It's on Ravi, the chip leader. It's now the 9-3 offsuit.
Decides to fold, and now Sean Buchanan. Oh, he's got a real hand. Pair of tens. Very nice. Makes it 240 to go into the Cowboy, who has a pretty interesting ace-7. And he says raise. Could be getting into some trouble here. Don't get yourself caught up on the stirrup there.
All in.
All in by Sean. Uh-oh.
Okay.
He has called this.
Well, the Cowboy could get bucked off the horse here, no doubt about it. Sean Buchanan well out in front with the 210. So Tommy must win this pot to stay alive in this tournament. Has the Cowboy ridden his last horse tonight?
Sean out in front with the 10s with 5 cards to come.
Sean Buchanan, as you can see, over 2-1 favorite to win the pot.
Sean Buchanan looking confident. Here come the first 3.
And flop is 6-3 deuce, 2 spades. That's certainly no good for Tommy.
No, Tommy's saying the prayer.
Well, there you see his wife, Timpy, rooting him on. You know the 2 kids, Tiffany and Thomas, they're at home watching Dad. Let's see if he can do it. Well, an 8 comes off, so we are down to the river. Tommy Winters, the 45-year-old Cowboy from Marble Falls, Texas, must catch an ace on the river to stay alive in this tournament. Timpy doesn't want to go back to the ranch just yet. Come on, Ace, come on, she says.
Now we're down to the river for the Cowboy.
Well, it's a 5. So there you go. The Cowboy thrown off his horse by the Canadian pro Sean Buchanan. But what a tournament for Tommy Winters, out tonight in 3rd place. But Vince, the amateur, played great all week long.
He was excellent. He's a fine player, a gentleman. He showed real game. But the cattle rancher has to go back to the ranch, and he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Tommy, you came into this final table as the only amateur. What's tougher, beating these guys or herding cattle?
Oh, beating these guys, definitely. They're pros. I was just having fun.
Well, almost $500,000 in cash here. That's a lot of beef.
That is a lot of beef.
All right, congratulations. I hope to see you again on the World Poker Tour. You did a great job tonight against these tough pros. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you to the Bellagio and to the World Poker Tour for everything. Had a great week.
Thank you very much. Appreciate having you. Kimberly, back to you.
All right, thank you, Matt. With Cowboy Tommy out in 3rd place, we're now heads up with Ravi Raghavan and Sean Buchanan getting ready to battle for this title. Heads up action here at Bellagio next on the WPT.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
And out come the beautiful Royal Flush girls, JD, Ivy, Danielle, and Angelique.
What you dream about as a poker player, getting to play heads-up for a WPT title, getting your name on that WPT Champions Cup, and watching all this money being put on the table. These 2 guys are going to take home over $2 million between them. Big paydays for both of them. And the dough just keeps coming, Vince.
The chance of a lifetime going to happen for one of these young men.
Definitely once you win one WPT, I guess there's pressure to keep winning one so people won't call you lucky. It's always nice to try and win another one.
He's a lot. I've been struggling for a while.
Ravi Raghavan is going to be our 5th place finisher tonight.
I can't even put it into words if I want it. I've been playing this game for a long time, and this is what you play for.
The WPT Champions Cup is primed for a new edition, so let's get back to the call of heads-up action with Mike and Vince.
Here's the stack tracker.
Ravi's stack is going up. He started in 6th place. He's got the momentum to do something rarely seen at a WPT final table. He could go from 6th place to winning the tournament.
Yeah, Ravi's got about 9.4, and then Sean, of course, with about 5.6.
Sean's stack going way up because he busted Tommy Winters out in 3rd place. Let's get to the table.
And he's just still 10,000, blinds 100, and we're taking a peek at Ravi. He's got a 9-7. He's going to press it, makes it 200,000. Behind him, Sean with a queen jack. Just going to call.
Gonna look at a flop here. Flop ace, ace, jack. Sean Buchanan out in front with the jacks.
Yeah, he quickly checks it.
Well, Robbie gonna take one stab at this pot with a continuation bet. Looks like 150,000.
Sean calls, and that is uncomfortable if you're Ravi.
Well, very uncomfortable.
Here comes the turn. 3 of hearts. Sean gonna check again. But Ravi learns his lesson, Mike. He slows down.
Gotta shut it down. Just not gonna give away any more money in this pot. 5 of diamonds on the river. So even if Sean Buchanan had a diamond draw, he'd now made the flush. So Ravi knows there's no hand he can beat right now.
Sean's gonna bet 325. Ravi quickly ejects that hand. Sean Buchanan taking the first hand of the heads-up battle here at Bellagio. And there's his buddy Greg Mueller, great poker pro himself.
Yeah, we've seen him make a final table this season as well. He's here tonight rooting on his buddy.
Now look at this, Sean Buchanan this time with a king-7. Just calling. And Ravi with a 6-4 says, let's play.
Well, happy to see a flop.
Oh, look at this. Sean Buchanan with 2 pair on the flop, top 2 pair.
Just an amazing flop for Sean right there. But notice his opponent has a gut shot straight draw.
Ravi checks, and Sean's going to bet 130. What a flop for Sean.
Well, Ravi looking for the dream card of 5, and if it comes off...
Wow, he's gotten cold.
The Canadian will be heading back north.
Incredible. Here comes the turn card. Can Ravi get lucky? No. Deuces, spades.
It's because there's no apparent straight or flush draw on the flop. Sean Buchanan thinks his opponent has hit a piece of that flop, meaning he's got 2 kings or 2 sevens, so he's going to bet again.
Yeah, hefty 320.
Hope that Ravi gets rambunctious here, but that doesn't happen. He lays it down, and Sean Buchanan chipping into that chip lead of Ravi.
Man, they call him Bucky. He's 30 years old. 4th WPT final table. He's also a WPT champion. And right now, first place prize is going to take home $1,268,000 here, Mike. Pretty incredible.
As well as get their name engraved on that WPT Champions Cup. Sean Buchanan, you know, he's 30 years old, and anymore when you're 30, you're not considered a young guy anymore out here on tour. He's been playing for about 10 years now.
All right, on to this hand. Ravi now peeks down at a king-queen. He's got the button, and he's got the raise. 250 to go.
Ravi told me he feels like he's free rolling by just making it to this final table. He was pretty much short stacked all through this tournament, he said. Now here he is with the chip lead with 2 players left.
Sean Buchanan with a pair of 3s, not going to re-raise, just calls it. So king, queen up against 3s. 2 very smart poker players. Here's the flop.
Now 9, 8, 6, 2 diamonds. Sean has checked, and Ravi knows the guy didn't re-raise him, so you don't put him on big cards. Therefore, you might put him on these middling-type cards. So Ravi not wanting to gamble there with a king-queen in that spot.
They both check. 5 of hearts on the turn. And Sean is going to check again. He's out in front with the 3s, but scary board there.
Well, Ravi's smart enough to know that Sean knows he would have bet if he had a 7 in his hand. So if he bets here, he could get check raised out of this pot pretty easy. So he's just going to check himself. Now the board pairs 8s. And when the man checks the flop and the turn, Sean Buchanan knows 2 pairs good right now. Even though they're just 3s, his poker instincts are so good, he knows they're good. And he's trying to get value here, Vince. Look at this little bet.
Yeah, 130,000.
And now Ravi actually thinks, is there a chance this guy's got a 10-jack or a queen-10 in his hand where I'd have the best hand with king-high? The bet is so small. It's just like a please call me kind of bet. And many guys would make a curiosity call here just in hopes the guy had nothing. Let's see what Ravi does.
No, Ravi's going to lay the hand down. Nicely done. Gets away with not a lot of damage. Sean Buchanan going to take that as he smiles.
Robbie still out in front, but the gap is closing, 8.7 to 6.3.
The Andes is staying at 10,000 blinds, still 50 and 100,000 at this point at Bellagio. And look at this, a pair of tens for Sean. And he's just going to call it. Did not raise. Going to play it sneaky. Ravi with ace-9 also not going to raise. Amazing.
I am wowed.
Oh, boy.
Neither one of these players raised before the flop. Now it's come ace, ace-3. And Sean Buchanan is never going to put his opponent on an ace because he didn't raise before the flop.
Look at this. Ravi's checked. There's 3 aces. Sean bets 100. Ravi just with an okie-dokie call.
And the 6 comes off.
Ravi in a great place right now.
Well, Ravi checks, and look at this. Sean, his poker instincts, uncanny, folks.
Beautifully done.
He checks the 2 10s.
Jack of clubs on the river helping neither player. Ravi with 3 of a kind here.
Well, he's going to bet now, Vince.
Yep, 170. This is almost unfoldable.
Well, I agree with you, Vince. It's a very good term. The way this hand was played, no way you're throwing away 10s here. You're just going to let the guy show you a better hand.
He's going to call it.
And Ravi does show him the 3 aces. And in my mind, Sean Buchanan got out about as cheap as you could ever get out with 2 10s in that situation. Had Ravi raised that pot before the flop, it would have been 3-bet. Boom, boom, boom. Who knows how big that pot would have gotten.
Wow. Pretty amazing. On to the next hand. This time, Ravi with an ace-7. That hand's been coming up a lot tonight. And he is going to just call.
Yeah, he limps in again.
Wow. Now Sean is going to raise, Mike, with a 4 deuce.
So Ravi has camouflaged the fact that he's got an ace in his hand.
Yeah, it's been called. Raise was up to 400,000.
Well, Ravi didn't raise with the ace-9 a minute ago, doesn't raise with the ace-7 here, and a deuce comes on the flop, meaning Sean Buchanan has got the best hand.
Yeah, but he's going to check it. And Ravi is now going to bet, wow, 520,000.
Now, Vince, I'm a little surprised that Bucky didn't make a continuation bet there. After raising pre-flop with a 4 deuce and then hitting part of it, he just checked and folded, but I must say these last 2 hands have been played a little bit out of the norm, shall we say. But Ravi taking it down by being the aggressor. Improving your game takes lots of practice. That's why we play on ClubWPT.com, where we can try new strategies and adjust our game by playing as many tournaments as we want, as often as we want, without risking any money. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
There is a lot on the line for tonight's winner, a first-place prize worth over $1.2 million, which includes a seat to the WPT World Championship right here at Bellagio. Of course, their name will permanently be engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. Plus, they'll automatically vault to first place in the WPT Player of the Year race. Now, currently, Jonathan Roy, who won the WPT Montreal event, which was seen on WorldPokerTour.com's live stream, holds the top spot. All season long, we'll be tracking the race for the POY trophy and keeping you up to date on who is in the lead. In the meantime, let's get back to the action here in Las Vegas with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip count. Ravi out in front with about 11 million in chips. Sean Buchanan with just over 4 million. So everything going Ravi's way right now.
It certainly is. Winner's going to take home over 1.2 million at Bellagio. Here we go. Ravi with a queen 4 this time. This is interesting. He's going to raise to 250. And Sean behind him with a jack 10 of diamonds, just calling.
It just shows you every time he gets an ace high, he limps in. If he gets a queen 4 offsuit, he raises. Go figure.
Flop comes up king 9-5.
2 clubs.
Action on Sean. He checks.
And Ravi going to make the continuation bet of 375,000.
Sean with the inside straight draw.
And Sean makes the call. So we're going to the turn. 8 of clubs comes off. So possible straight, possible flush out there now. Sean has gone from a gut shot straight to an open-ended straight draw. He has checked it.
Let's see if Robbie will plunge again.
Well, I'll tell you, this guy's showing some heart here, Vince. Betting right here with this Garfunkel hand.
Well, neither player has a club, but he's going to bet $760,000. He is putting the pressure on Sean, and it's going to work.
You can't draw to a straight when there's a possible flush on the board. So the aggressive play by Ravi Raghavan takes down that pot. And Vince, the guy is dabbing it right now.
Well, he graduated out of the University of Illinois, an economics major. Just a great poker player. Well liked out here. On to the next hand, a king 7 here for Ravi. He is all business at the table. He's going to raise this. Makes it $350 to go. By the way, the blinds have gone up to 75 and 150 with a 25,000 ante. Now, Sean Buchanan with king 9 has made this call. Here we go with the flop.
Well, flop comes 10-3-3. No help to either player. Sean is going to check. And Ravi going to make the continuation bet yet again.
Yeah, solid 350 again.
Incredibly, Sean Buchanan makes the call with king 9. It's the best hand, but how can he know it? Now a jack comes off. Gives Sean a gut shot straight draw. Again, he checks. Well, as the cards lie, both players have the same hand at the moment, but no more. As the queen comes off, this gives Sean Buchanan a straight and the best hand. And now he is just going to hope his opponent hits something.
Yeah, he's going to bet $1 million. $1 million, Ravi.
He's not calling. Impossible to call. You either raise or you throw your hand away. You cannot call with this hand.
You would not, and he does not. Sean Buchanan sticking around there, makes it work as he hits his straight. Bucky does well there. And he's going to move up his chip stack some, and there's the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar.
Well, there you see Joe Sirach, the Season 10 Player of the Year, sitting on the right. He's up there having a ball.
No more Mr. Esfandiari partying up there. He has left the building. Back to the table we go. Sean Buchanan with a queen 4, just calling. And Ravi with a 6-7. Says, let's see the first 3.
Well, it's almost like Sean Buchanan trying to keep the pot small here. He hasn't done any raising at all in this heads-up battle.
Well, here's the flop. Sean has hit queens, and Ravi has hit his pair of 7s. Ravi checks. Sean bets 150.
Yeah. Sean with top pair, Ravi with bottom pair.
This was unraised before the flop. Ravi's going to call with the 7s.
Yep.
We're going deeper. Here comes 4th Street.
Well, the 6 comes off, giving Ravi the lead with 2 pair now.
Oh.
Well, he's checking, maybe for the check raise.
Sean also checks. And look at this 4 on the river, giving Sean 2 pair.
Well, there's a 4-card possible straight on the board. But Ravi thinks his 2 pair is the best hand. He is going to bet it. $450,000. And I don't see Sean getting away from queens up here. And he's saying, this guy really have a 5 in his hand?
He's going to call it.
Ravi turns up a hand he thinks is the best hand, but it's not. Queens up are going to take down the pot. And Sean Buchanan finally saying, nice to get me a pot.
Stay tuned. The World Poker Tour will return right after this.
Texas Hold'em takes just a few minutes to learn and a lifetime to master. That's why we created the WPT Poker Trainer that lets you work on your game anytime you want, from anywhere you want, on your iPhone or iPad. Download your copy today.
This is a great tournament. We've had a lot of great players win this event.
Gus Hansen played magnificent poker.
Gus Hansen won the inaugural event, and then Paul Phillips, Daniel Negreanu, Renee Peterson from Norway won, Joe Hatcham, who's World Series champion, Eugene Kachalov, Chino Ream, Daniel Alai, the magician Antonio Esfandiari.
Welcome back, Antonio Esfandiari.
And last year's champion was James Dempsey. It's a very impressive list. It's one of the titles that's really coveted, and the big players all come out and it seems like they're all on their A game when they come for this tournament.
Well, all the top pros do like to come to Bellagio, especially because Doyle Brunson's got his name on this tournament, and they want to take that trophy home.
And we got a great fight going on here at Bellagio tonight. Ravi Raghavan, Sean Buchanan. Action on Sean Buchanan. They call him Bucky from Canada. Sean Buchanan with ace-queen, just calling. Kind of shocking. Gonna mix it up, and Ravi with a queen-4 is very content to see 3 cards. Here it comes.
Now 4 comes on the flop at 7-4-3. Ravi now out in front with the 2 4s. He checks, and Sean checks right behind him.
And look at this, 3 of a kind there for Ravi. A 4 on the turn.
Unbelievable how well this guy is running now.
And now finally Ravi has to bet 175.
Well, however much money Sean puts in from here out, he's just throwing away. He is drawing completely dead, folks. No card he can catch to win this pot.
Well, he has called this for 175. Down to the river. 10 of clubs. Ravi getting the chips out. Would like a nice payoff. 550. Sean's got to be thinking to himself, I did not play that well. He folds the hand.
He played it well by folding anyway.
Yep. That is true. If Sean Buchanan takes down this event, it will be his 2nd WPT career title. But for Ravi, it would be his 1st. Last season here at Bellagio, we saw Soy win and James Dempsey battle heads up. Like Ravi, they were both going for the 1st WPT title.
That competition ended with a brand new name being added to the WPT Champions Cup, and easily the best celebration of season 10. Like most 5-diamond final tables, the evening started with a star-studded lineup with several key eliminations, including Antonio Esfandiari in 6th, Lucky Chewy in 4th, and Vanessa Selps in 3rd place. The stage was set for an exciting heads-up battle. Sitting with a 10 million chip deficit, things were not looking good for James Dempsey until he found a prime opportunity to double up.
Mosen. Oh.
And James hears 3 of his favorite words. Bingo, bango, bongo, he takes down the pot. Just as his friend Poker Pro Chris Moorman makes a surprise appearance in the audience.
No money for Sky.
Another fortunate double up for James gave him the lead, and the celebration grew louder. But Soy would not give up without a fight.
I'm out of Cool. Got King Jack, he's got King Jack. They said he got King Jack. We got him crushed.
Soy took the lead on the flop. But James had outs to end the tournament. The turn bricks. Yes! And things are looking good for Soy.
Give us more. 10. 10.
The river brings a miracle 10. Yeah! Giving James a straight, winning him the WPT title, and the room goes crazy.
Let's go! Let's go!
I started playing poker watching you and Vince do the commentary on these, and now here I am winning one. It's just, well, it's just amazing.
Well, I'm now going to give you your favorite slogan on the World Poker Tour. Bingo, bango, bongo. You've taken down the title.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
With the best winning celebration of season 10. Well, Vince, that was the best celebration of season 10. No doubt about it, when James Dempsey won this tournament a year ago.
That was truly exciting. James Dempsey, a great champion. But right now we got these 2 battling.
Ravi Raghavan well out in front now with over 12 million in chips. Sean Buchanan has about 3 million in chips.
Sean Buchanan with ace-5 of clubs, just calling.
Limping in yet again, that's his tactic. Just keep the pot small, and Ravi pleased to do just that.
Flop comes up, Jack 8-5, all spades. Ravi with jacks, Sean with 5s. They both check. 4 diamonds on the turn.
Ravi's got top pair. Sean's got bottom pair, so.
Ravi bet 150. It's been called down to the river.
6 comes off. Neither player going to be happy about that card. Possible straight, possible flush out there.
Ravi checks it. And there's Greg Mueller, a great player himself.
He almost made the final table in this tournament, Vince. He went deep as well. One more time, Greg Mueller. Sean's going to check right behind him, just hoping the 2 5s are good. They're not, though, as Ravi turns up the jacks. Going to win yet another pot in this heads-up battle. And right now, nothing seemingly going right for Sean Buchanan.
Now that's what goes on at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. You see this? You might be busted out of the tournament, but you still have hope. You go sit up there, you talk, you kibitz.
Do you think those guys really care what's going on at the table here, Vince?
They could care less. But we do. And on we go. It's on Ravi. This time he's got, oh boy, big slick. Ace, king of clubs.
Monster hand here.
Makes it 4:25 to go, but guess who's going to go away? That is Sean. Ravi shows him the big hand he had. And Sean Buchanan laid down a jack deuce.
Well, obviously, he was hoping Sean would push there. That didn't happen.
Yeah, but he's thinking to himself, that was a wasted hand. I could have won the title perhaps with that. But he's getting oh so close. 12.2 versus 2.9.
This has virtually been a one-man band in this heads-up battle, Vince. Not necessarily big pots, but seems like Robbie's winning them all.
Sean. All in by Sean. Uh-oh.
Call. And he's gone all in, and he's been called. It's like the first raise that Sean has made in this heads-up battle. And now, look at the bad shape he's in.
The sevens, I have king 7.
Nothing working for Sean Buchanan. Already has 1 WPT title, 2 his name, 4 times at the final table. Well, Ravi in the rare spot of possibly going from worst to first.
King Bucky. He was just hoping his opponent didn't have a hand there, but looked like he could have bet 400,000 or 500,000, learn the same thing. We'll see what happens. Well, comes Jack 9-9. So Ravi out in front with 9s and 7s, but notice if a Jack comes off, Sean Buchanan would have the best hand with Jacks and 9s and a king kicker. So right now, he's looking for a king or a jack to take the lead to stay alive in this tournament. Ravi just remaining very calm until all the cards are gone. But his heart is pounding right now, I can tell you.
Here comes the turn.
An 8 comes up. Now this gives more outs for Sean Buchanan. He can now win the pot if a king comes off, a jack comes off, or an 8 comes off. They would split the pot if a 10 comes off. So a lot of outs for Bucky here, but he's got to catch something.
But if none of that stuff happens, we're going to have a champion. It's going to be Ravi Raghavan. Here's the river card. It's a 4 diamonds. That's going to do it. Ravi's our champion.
That's great.
And Vince, Ravi is the 4th person in WPT history to come into the final table in last place and to take down the title. Congratulations to him.
He's going to take home $1.2 million over that. He's our champion of the Doyle Brunson 5 diamond. Let's go down and see him.
Ravi! Easy game, man. Easy game.
Sean, great night. You didn't really catch any cards tonight, but you still had a great effort.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of fun. I was fairly card dead, but I was happy with how the final table kind of played out, and then it was tough to make moves with my stack size. I mean, one hand, and if you double 2.5 to 5 million, it can change fast, so I was just trying to hang in there and see what happened, but didn't work out today.
Well, you're still taking $750,000 back to Canada, eh?
Yep.
Congratulations. Mike, over to you.
Well, we're with the champion of the Doyle Brunson 5 Diamond World Poker Classic, Ravi Raghavan. Ravi, you came to this final table in last place. You played very conservative early on with a short stack. Obviously, that was your strategy coming in. When you hit the double ups twice in a row in the race situation, did you think destiny was on your side to take it down tonight?
No, but after I ran aces in the ace-king, I thought it was destiny.
Well, that's for sure. You had the 2 aces four-handed against Antonio's ace-king. Got all in. From that point, you had a massive chip lead, and your tactics playing heads up, just playing small ball, grinding him down, paid off brilliantly for you. And obviously, Vince and I very impressed with the way you played tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, Ravi, in addition to your nearly $1.3 million first place prize, you're going to get your name engraved on this WPT Champions Cup with the great legends of the World Poker Tour. I know you're excited about that. Congratulations once again. We'll see you back here at Bellagio for the WPT World Championship. Kimberly, back to you.
Wonderful job, Rob.
Bobby Raghavan, the season 11 Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic champion. Join us next time as we travel to the Commerce Casino for the Los Angeles Poker Classic. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Los Angeles, the world's largest poker casino welcomes players from all over the world, all hoping to take home over $1 million. It's the LA Poker Classic, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Wow! Unbelievable.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Los Angeles. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and we are here at the Commerce Casino for Season 11's coverage of the LA Poker Classic, better known as the LAPC. WPT LAPC has been a fiercely competitive tournament ever since Gus Hansen won this title way back in Season 1. And that tradition held true when 5 days ago, 517 players from around the globe showed up ready to do what it takes to make it to this WPT final table. The WPT's Champions Cup was on full display as Mike Sexton ushered in the multi-million-dollar action with poker's trademarked
shovel up and deal.
A who's who of WPT champs suited up for a shot at etching their name once again upon the coveted WPT Champions Cup, including LAPC defending champ Sean Jazzieri and current Player of the Year points leader Matt Salzberg.
LAPC day one. Trying to make it happen, man. Look at this table. It's a table full of pros.
Good luck, Andy.
Also, a bevy of familiar faces brought their A game for a shot at capturing their first WPT title.
Hollywood in the house.
Look at him, he's wasting away. He used to be a big, obese man, and now he's like a skinny, muscular man.
Hey, I gotta tell you, we just came from another table. A guy named Squeaky out there's calling everybody out. He mentioned you by name.
Yeah, I heard him. Mike Madison, play me. Heads up, anytime.
You can't take that from that young guy.
Yeah, but you know what? Egos will break you, cards will make you. I don't give a about egos.
Good luck.
Past ones to watch and present ones to watch upped the stakes with a who will last longer side bet.
I think season 11 is going to win the last longer.
Last longer? I mean, so early it don't matter. I don't know.
Late to take his seat was the always entertaining Phil Hellmuth.
Did my usual thing, slept 12 hours, went for a long walk, took a nap. It's not just about day one.
Yeah! With a $10,000 buy-in and no chance for re-entry, players' fates were on the line.
Pleasure, everybody.
Once they busted, they were gone. But that didn't slow the action down when an early all-in pot developed between WPT champion Joe Hashem, Season 2 LAPC winner Antonio Esfandiari, and young pro Daryl Fish. The board came 8-7-6, giving Esfandiari a gut-shot straight draw, but with a king on the river, Hashem scooped the entire pot with a set, doubling up through Fish and causing Antonio to disappear from the field. Poof.
Sometimes you're the bug on the windshield, and I'm the bug on the windshield.
The carnage continued until day one ended with WPT champ Joe Hashem, former ones to watch Maria Ho, and actress Jennifer Tilly all finishing off strong. But it was local player, affectionately known as Dr. J, who held the most chips atop the leaderboard.
I am the chip.
Day 2, let's go.
Play got underway on an up note when the official WPT LAPC prize pool of more than $4.9 million was confirmed to be the biggest of season 11. A 7-figure payday, including a coveted seat to the WPT World Championship, was guaranteed to the one who survived this talented field of 517 players. And it wasn't going to be easy.
It'll be a lot of work.
Early action was intense as some talented satellite winners from the WPT National in China quickly found out.
Good luck, everyone.
Then the casualties began to mount. Season 7 WPT champ Bertrand Elke Grospellier and established pro Chad Brown busted out. And Player of the Year points leader Matt Salzberg was soon to follow.
Borgata and Lucky Hearts final tabling back-to-back was pretty sick. Trying to keep a run good going and maybe win Player of the Year, who knows?
And in the last hand before the first break, Phil Hellmuth snap called an all-in bet of Peter Wynn.
Set of jacks? Yeah.
Phil discovered his flop set of 7s were no good, sending the reformed poker brat into a familiar tailspin.
So they bust me. Second set. That's happened to me 3 times at the Commerce, I think, in this event. It was the cooler of coolers. I mean.
On the other end of the room, there were better results for a slew of pros, including Galen Hall, Noah Schwartz, and our own Tony Dunst, who scooped a pot off of Phil Locke.
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
What you do best, kid? Watching poker.
Yeah, watching. Not playing. I'm too nervous to play. Things can go wrong if you play. If you fold, your stack is intact, right? But if you play, dangerous things can happen.
Phil wasn't the only philosopher in the field.
The squeaky wheel gets the grease, especially when you use it a while. This guy's getting irritated. He's like, oh, I had all the chips, and now I have competition.
You have a very high opinion of yourself.
I have a very high opinion of everyone's self.
Reverend Squeaky amused some.
Come on, look at it. Spanish Urkel, bro.
I guess it's good TV, right?
I'm thinking you're lucky. I mean, if we get 2 blank ones, I was going to wait to the river. I know how you internet kids play barrel.
While others had enough of the sermonizing.
If you sell the soul to the devil to win a tournament, be wary if you ask again of the poker gods. They will punish you.
Floor, this cannot be allowed.
Beware of false prophets.
Floor, we're savage.
Both Squeaky and Season 10 ones to watch Dan O'Brien made it on to day 3, but others did not fare so well, including defending champ Sean Jazayeri.
Nope, wasn't my day.
It ended up being Season 9's Lauren Kling who finished the day ahead in the ones to watch Last Longer Challenge.
I'm not going anywhere, except the final table.
The last longer, I think I'm a huge favorite.
When day 2 came to a close, it was California pro Peter Neff who bagged up the chip lead. Season 9 WPT World Champion Scott Siever landed in 5th chip position, with high-stakes cash game expert Jennifer Harmon, WSOP October 9ers Jesse Sylvia and Jeremy Osmus all within striking distance of each other.
Hey guys, it's day 3 of WPT's LAPC. Today we started with 162 players and we're playing down to the money, so there's sure to be plenty of action.
Thanks to a stacked field, players were feeling the pressure.
I got a lot of super wizards at my table today. All the geniuses. Magic gatherers and sorcerers and 3-bet champions. I don't even know.
Day 3 of the LA Poker Classic underway now. About 160 players vying for that $1 million first place prize and to get their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. A lot of great players left.
One of those great players, Season 9 WPT final tableist Galen Hall, went all in on the river. Local pro Jesse Yaganuma, who took 10th at the LAPC last year, tanked for nearly 5 minutes before finally making the call. Hall turned over pocket queens, nearly crippling Jesse.
Huh? Yeah, that was pretty sweet.
Very good call.
Ones to watch, Lauren Kling got all her chips in pre-flop, holding pocket jacks.
That's bad.
Pro Ryan Araquezo's Ace-King won the 3-way race, sending Lauren home and out of the ones to watch Last Longer Challenge. Also gone was fellow challenger Maria Ho, leaving ones to watch veterans Dan O'Brien and Matt Affleck vying for the Last Longer title. Across the room, Royal Flush Girls Ivy Tevis and Jeannie Duffy put their poker skills to the test as they competed in a special Royal Flush Girls Bounty Tournament on ClubWPT.com.
I'm playing tight, so I can last forever. Okay, see you guys at the final, if you can beat me.
With the field narrowing down, Michael's squeaky Winnett was moved to table 40, which included WPT champions Prahlad Friedman and Phil Locke.
In the money now.
Late in the day, Squeaky got involved in a big hand and squeaked out a win on the river.
Come on, baby. Yes! Wow! Wow! Reverend Squeaky, day 4. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yes! Okay.
Season 10's Dan O'Brien won the Ones to Watch Last Longer challenge, but missed making the money.
Good luck to everyone else.
Many big names shared this fate, including WPT champions Dwight Pilgrim and Prahlad Friedman, actress Jennifer Tilly, and Season 10 Player of the Year Joe Sirach. The tournament finally found itself on the money bubble when British pro Sam Razavi rivered a 7 to send a short-stacked Arlo Dotson home empty-handed. The remaining 63 players, in the money now, were left to happily bag their chips. Phil Locke cracked the top 20 along with online phenom Paul Volpe, but it was WSOP main event finalist Jeremy Auspis who sat atop the leaderboard.
Very good.
With 63 players left and everyone in the money, the pressure to cash was off, but the pressure to last was on. Only 6 would earn the right to sit at our final table. Find out how we got down to our 6 players when extended coverage of the Playdown here at the LAPC continues. Plus another exciting look at one of the best moments of Season 10. And the Royal Flush Girls, on behalf of the WPT Foundation, help out at a special event for an important cause. It's all when we return to the Commerce Casino and the WPT LAPC, so stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Los Angeles and the Commerce Casino for extended coverage of WPT's LA Poker Classic. Just before the break, we saw how the field of 517 played down to 63. All the players were in the money, but now the fight for true poker greatness was in full gear. And that quest for poker greatness on day 4 would start off with some great cards for Michael's squeaky Winnett as he hit the felt running.
I'm the best player, baby! Look at Goliath killer! The kids always put a king out there. The kids always think they're geniuses. They're not today! The Reverend is in the building. Double up right away.
It was worth noting the sheer number of poker elites still represented in the field of 63, but that was soon to change. Within a span of 15 minutes, dominoes of WPT champs would come crashing down.
Call.
The first to go was at the hands of Squeaky himself, who was on a heater.
Backdoor clubbers. 4 of a kind wins. 4. Yeah, baby!
A stunned John Hennigan was eliminated in 56th place.
You think I'm not making the final table? Does anyone want to bet I'm not going to make the final table? Nuts.
For the day now, right?
Carlos Mortensen was busted by British pro Toby Lewis. Phil Locke was soon to follow. And in a massive 3-way pot, Scott Seaver's jacks collided into the ace-king of Chris Klodnicki and the pocket queens of Jen Harmon.
What are you waiting for, man? Come on.
Klodnicki paired his ace on the flop, tripling up, while Harmon, with more chips, won the side pot, eliminating Seaver.
Later.
Squeaky continued to run well against WPT champs, this time doubling through Scott Clements when his open-ended straight draw completed on the river, besting Clements' top pair.
Come on, king! Yes! Baby, I knew it! I knew I'm gonna beat your lucky butt! No, I'm gonna beat that lucky butt! Knew I'm gonna beat that lucky butt.
Day 3 chip leader Jeremy Osmus continued to add to a stack, eliminating the Bay Area's Zach Hyman, who also happens to be my husband. Jeremy, I won't hold that against you. And the bust-outs continued as a number of familiar faces hit the rail at Commerce.
Mid-cards, dealer. 876.
And the momentum shifted for Squeaky, whose pocket nines were no match for the ace-jack of Silicon Valley grinder David Fong, who doubled up. Noah Schwartz went out 19th, setting the stage for Day 5 and the playdown to the WPT final table. Low-key London pro Toby Lewis ended the day as the chip leader, with Canadian amateur Paul Clan right behind.
The aim is to get through.
All right. Yeah, see? Finally someone who agrees with me. I like that.
It's Day 5 here at the World Poker Tour's LA Poker Classic. We're playing down on the final table of 6 today.
And one of those 6 will win a purse worth over $1 million and be permanently enshrined in history on the WPT Champions Cup. Gunning for that honor was hometown pro Jesse Yaganuma. Nearly out of the tournament on Day 3, Jesse, holding pocket kings, doubled up early, crippling Louisiana native Blake Barus. On the next hand, Squeaky finished off the Cajun pro, sending him to the rail in 18th place.
Now to be happy.
But that happiness of Squeaky's was to be short-lived. Deciding to shove all his chips in pre-flop with a weak ace, he's called and dominated by Ben Zamani and his ace-jack.
5, 4, 4 or 5.
Squeaky never improved, and in uncharacteristic fashion, a quiet and respectful Squeaky exits 16th. As play continued, so did the bust-outs. After spending the past 3 days at or near the top of the leaderboard, Jeremy Osmus busted in 12th place. Japanese poker star Naoya Kihara did not survive the run good of Canadian amateur Paul Clan and was out in 9th place. And in one of the most pivotal hands of the day, pro David Tuthill was put all in by San Diego grinder Danny Fuse.
All in.
On a very wet board, Tuthill went deep into the tank.
Really want to die right now. What do you think I have?
No on you? Probably like ace deuce or something.
And with blinds about to go up, British pro Toby Lewis decided to move things along.
Not fun.
I call.
That's straight.
Aces cracked. A disappointed David Tuthill went home in 8th place. And now with only one player standing between elimination and the WPT TV table, every decision became even more crucial, as Garrett Greer discovered when his ace-king ran into the pocket nines of Paul Volpe. Greer never hit, landing him on the TV bubble. California is well represented at this final table. A Silicon Valley programmer turned poker pro, a San Diego high-stakes cash game expert, and a young grinder who calls LA's Commerce Casino home. Rounding out the rest are a young British pro trying for his first title this side of the pond, and 2 Pauls, a Canadian family man who plays poker as a hobby, and our chip leader, an online phenom who's crushing this live event. As our final 6 players settle into their seats, we turn our attention to our own Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and former tennis pro and Hollywood cash game expert Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, it is no surprise that the competition to get to this final table was tough, but Mike, it seems as the years go by, it just becomes more and more difficult to make it to a WPT final table. Why is that?
Well, Kimberly, it's real simple. It's tougher because there's so many more good players out there today compared to 5 or 10 years ago. And with over 500 players in the field, to navigate through that minefield of so many good players and not get blown up, well, it's just tough to do. But I don't care if you're a big name player or an unknown. To make it to a final table in a tournament, Lady Luck has got to be shining down on you. You've got to win some races along the way, maybe have an outdraw or 2, but most importantly, when you get your money in the pot with the best hand, you got to have it stand up. And tonight's finalists may not be the big name players that have won this event in the past, but make no mistake about it, these guys can play.
Very true. So, Vince, what is it about these final 6 players that stand out to you?
Kimberly, I'm going to call these guys the stealth bombers of the poker tour, because basically they're kind of unknown. They don't make a lot of noise. They're flying under the radar, but believe me, they're lethal, very dangerous, incredible poker players. And the poker community knows that, and this is finally their chance. They made the final table, $1 million, over $1 million going to the winner. It's very exciting.
Well, Vince, I would agree. Great players at this table, maybe a bit unknown. I haven't played much with most of these guys, with one exception, Danny Fuse. That's because Danny is a high-stakes cash game player. And many people think that the high-stakes cash game players are the best poker players in the world, better than tournament players, better than online players. You can put me on that list. And if Danny happens to take down this tournament tonight to enhance that argument, well, that'll be fun to watch. Let's see if he can do it.
Well, Mike, it's going to be tough because he's opposite the #1 online player in the world. He's the chip leader tonight, Paul Volpe. And right now, Paul's talking to our Matt Savage.
I'm here with chip leader Paul Volpe. When I think of you, I think of one word, and that's overdue. But tonight, it's your first chance to win in a live arena. Does that add any extra pressure to you?
No, I don't think there's extra pressure. I'm just going to do what I can to win, and whatever happens, happens.
All right, well, play well and run better. Kimberly, back to you.
All right, thank you, Matt. First place tonight will win over $1 million, including a seat to the $25,000 WPT World Championship at the end of the season. Of course, they will also have the glorious distinction of having their name etched on the WPT Champions Cup. The final table at WPT's LAPC is about to get underway. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Are you ready to meet our players? It is all
To win a WPT title, you're going to have to make as few mistakes as possible.
David Vaughn.
They're all solid, and they don't really make any mistakes, so it's going to be hard.
Obi Lewis. Jesse Yaganuma.
It also takes a lot of skill. I think it's a combination of just playing well, playing with confidence.
Paul Volpe.
You have to make good reads. I'm watching these younger guys, trying to learn from them.
Welcome back to the Commerce Casino and Seasons 11's coverage of the LA Poker Classic.
Mike, it is exciting. Over $1 million to the winner here tonight. And believe me, to win this, you got to be tougher than the chicken parm at the Olive Garden. The cards are in the air. Let's go to the felt.
Okay, final table about to get underway. As you can see, chip leader Paul Volpe out in front with $4.4 million. The winner tonight taking home over $1 million.
That is correct, Mike. And the antes are 5,000, blinds 25 and 50. Here we go. First to play, Jesse Yaganuma. And Jesse's a poker pro out of LA, 27 years old. Likes to play at the Commerce. He's going to fold his hand. And now Danny Fuse, big cash game player out of San Diego with an 8-7, is going to raise it.
Yeah, Danny been around a long time. Going to raise it up here with the suited connectors.
Paul Volpe elbow. Look at this. Paul Clan from Canada has picked up a pair of kings on the very first hand, and he is going to re-raise with it. Makes it 2-10 to go.
Yes, I remember Paul because he busted me and took my bounty at last year's Bay 101.
Oh, I'm still bitter. Okay, Toby Lewis and David Fogg out. But Danny Fuse will make the call with his 8-7 suited connector. Here's the flop.
Well, comes 10-6-3, so gives Danny a gut shot straight draw, as we say.
Danny checks.
As you can see by the chip stack indicator aside each player's cards, Danny's in worse chip position than Paul. This indicates that Danny is the one who's at risk of elimination.
And Paul with the big overpair, going to check as well.
Surprising check there, and I say that because if an ace comes off now, he's frozen here. But the deuce of clubs comes off, giving Danny a straight draw and a flush draw now, and he's going to lead out and bet with this hand, Vince, and I don't blame him. I would too after my opponent checked on the flop.
That is true. That's what the check did. Danny Fuse going to pump in. Looks like 335. Now let's see how Paul Clan.
Well, Vince, he checked the flop, perhaps to entice a bluff here by his opponent. So he's going to raise here.
Yeah, repop.
Going to make it $800,000. That's nearly a $500,000 raise there.
Like he should.
As you can see, Danny Fuse not thrilled with that play.
But he does have a 4 flush and a straight draw.
I don't see him laying it down, Vince.
This, oh boy, he is going there.
Well, Danny likes to play.
Just a gigantic pot. Danny Fuse wants to suck out on the river. Can he get there? No.
Well, gives Danny a pair of 7s.
And he's going to check it again, Mike.
Let's see what Paul's going to do this time.
Maybe put in a value bet. No, he's going to be content with taking the pot with the kings.
Danny turns up the 2 7s.
But right there, Paul Clan showing the kings. This amateur is happy. And there is the Clan.
Well, Paul Clan's the owner of a disaster restoration company, Vince, and it was almost disaster for him there. Had a club come up, but it didn't. As it is, he wins a nice pot to kick off this final table.
Well, there you see the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, including the qualifiers from the WPT National in China. They are here tonight.
Yeah, if you're a VIP Club WPT.com member, you receive preferred seating at the RFG Social Bar.
That is true. Right back to the action. It's on Paul Clan once again, and he's going to muck that. Toby Lewis also out. David Fong not going to play. It's around to Jesse Yaganuba, who has a pair of 8s.
Yep, going to raise it on the button here with the 2 ace, makes it 100,000 to go.
Danny going to take a rest, and now Paul Volpe, probably the most talented online player in the world.
1.2.
Started like 1.1.
He's in the big blind. Look at this. He just has a 4 deuce here.
It would be an insta-muck for most players, Vince, but it just shows you how aggressive these young players are. Paul's the chip leader. He plays, folks, no doubt about it. Wow. And you can see that. He is raising right here with a 4 deuce offsuit. Incredible.
Now back on Jesse.
Paul just thinking that Jesse was making a standard button raise, but in fact, Jesse's got a hand. But what do you do with the mid pair in this spot?
Oh, that's what
there's
you do.
your answer.
The 2 magic words, all in. And
What?
Paul quickly ejects the hand.
That's the way you play these guys.
How's that 3-bet looking now, Mike?
Yeah, they 3-bet. Boom, 4-bet all in. There you go.
Nicely done by Jesse. Punish these guys when you can.
As you know, to win these big-time tournaments takes a lot of poker instinct and a lot of poker skills. But it doesn't just happen. The great players started at point A to work their way up to this championship level, but everybody, including the great players, continue to work on their game and improve their play. You can do the same thing. As a Club WPT VIP member, you can watch the great players in the history of the World Poker Tour. Gus Hansen, Antonio Esfandiar. Do what they do. Who knows? You can become a winner too.
They certainly can. If you're a Club VIP member, you get access to all those great shows. Plus, you get the WPT magazine. I mean, you get all kinds of great tools to improve your game right there in the magazine.
You get to enjoy all the great VIP benefits, and now ClubWPT.com is Mac compatible as well.
Sign up today and win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
And you also get to play all the poker you want to play.
And that is the big thing. You play poker, you play all the time, you get experience, you get to be a better poker player. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a time playing poker, guaranteed. All right, back to the fell. Paul Clan from Canada, $4.4 million. He is the chip leader here at the Commerce Casino tonight.
Well, just by an ounce, but what a game this is turning out to be here.
All right, David Fong out of San Jose, California. Poker Pro gonna fold.
Jesse out as well.
And now the Cash Game Pro from San Diego, Danny Fused, getting warmed up again. He's got ace-9 of diamonds.
And he's going to raise it, makes it 100,000 to go.
Certainly does. Paul Volpe out. And around to our chip leader, Paul Clan, the Canadian. He's got Queen, Jack. Gonna make this call. And now the Englishman, Toby Lewis, has an ace-10 of hearts. Oh, look at this. He is going to push all in.
Wow. Wow, Vince. A bit of a squeeze play. Maybe he's got the best hand, maybe not, but he's moving all in right here. He's the short stack at this table. What a play by the young Englishman here. Toby's won an EPT title. He's looking to capture a WPT title tonight.
Now look at this. Danny Fuse is very suspicious. He's going, this could be a squeeze play. He's considering this.
Well, squeeze plays when the first guy raises, the next guy calls. And the third guy to come in the pot makes a raise, and Danny Fuse does make the call here.
Yeah, Paul Clan going out. They flip up the cards.
I'm telling you, Danny Fuse's radar wasn't far off there, Vince.
Oh, so that's a good thing now in poker, not to be far off?
Well, it's true.
It's either a good call or a bad call.
Well.
And this one looks like a bad call, Mike.
Well, it looks like it now. Let's see what happens.
All right. He could get lucky. Yeah, that's exactly what Danny Fuse does. Hits the 9 on the flop. I guess his radar is pretty good.
Well, so far at this final table, everything's gone wrong for Danny Fuse. Right now, it's going right after that flop.
Keeping very stoic. He's been around a long time. He knows what can happen on the next 2 cards. Let's take a look at 4th Street. 6 of diamonds. No help for Toby Lewis.
Well, it does mean he can tie if an ace or a 6 comes off. Needs a 10 to win the pot.
I think there is 10.
But the young Englishman in dire straits right now. Could be heading back across the big pond, back to England shortly if he doesn't get some help here.
Yeah, Toby needs some luck. Otherwise, it's cheerio.
But it's a 5. So that's going to do it for Toby Lewis, the 23-year-old from London, England. Just unlucky here tonight, Vance, to get knocked out. Had his opponent dominated, but now he's reporting to the rail in 6th place.
Brutal beat there for our Englishman, Toby Lewis. Got to take home $193,000, and right now he is stumbling over to Matt Savage.
Toby, a very tough hand there. Was the goal today to just come in and try and double up right away?
Yeah, I knew the first jump, like money jump, was like smaller in relative proportion to the rest, so I was just trying to get it in good, and I did, so that's as much as I can do.
Well, I'm sure we'll see you here at another World Poker Tour final table. Toby, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Kimberly, back to you.
All right, back to the other side of the pond he goes. That was Toby Lewis, our 6th place finisher. Plenty more action when we return to the final table of WPT's LA Poker Classic, so stick around.
I've been playing cash games for a living for probably 17 years now. To win this title, it would mean the world to me. I mean, obviously, $1 million score is life-changing for just about any human being on the planet.
I don't get sweat-free flops. I don't get the sweat-free flops.
The number one question I get asked, what do you do for a living? I play poker. Have you been on TV? That's the first question people ask, you know? So friends, family, now I'm like, I'm on TV.
Well, Danny Fuse, very well liked in the poker world. Got a shot tonight to take down his first WPT title, and as you can see, Vince, he really wants it.
He's got some chips, but so does Paul Volpe, the chip leader, with $5 million in chips. Paul Clan, the Canadian, with 4.4. Here we go to the felt, Jesse Yaganuma. Oh, look at this. He has got ace, king of hearts, big slick.
Yeah, premier hand. And he's going to raise it, makes it $100,000 to go.
Danny out. Now Paul Volpe with the button. Paul Volpe, the online specialist, with a nothing hand. Won't continue, folds the hand. Paul Clan now with a 9-7, folds as well.
And the big blind looks down at ace-jack. David Fong going to make the call.
Yeah. David Fong in his first ever WPT main event, making a final table. Pretty impressive by this guy from San Jose, California. Flop comes up, queen, 9-6, no help to either player. David's going to check.
And Jesse also checks right behind him.
No continuation bet, surprising there. 5 of spades on the turn, no help to either player. David checks again.
Well, Jesse didn't want to get check raised out of this pot, so he checks as well. Now a deuce comes off. Look at this. David Fong betting $100,000 into a pot that's got $250 of it. So it's, you wonder if it's a value bet he's trying to make here, Vince, or just a blocking bet, or
I don't know, but
it's put Jesse in a quandary here as to what to do.
Jesse just not playing aggressive enough with his hand, winds up giving it up. Just gave an opportunity for David Fong from San Jose, and David will take it.
So turns out to be a great bet right there by David Fong as he takes down that pot.
The World Poker Tour is committed to building strong ties in the community, and recently, on behalf of the WPT Foundation, Royal Flush girls Jeannie and Tuba visited nearby Beverly Hills to volunteer at the annual Vahagan Setien Memorial Run Walk to support a fantastic cause that promotes leadership, teamwork, and the courage to make the right decisions. Take a look.
Hi, we're the Royal Flush Girls. I'm Tuba. And I'm Jeannie, and we're here on behalf of WPT Foundation. Here's your numbers. Thank you.
Today is a fundraiser event for the Vahagan Setien Foundation, which is for a young man who was killed in a DUI collision 6 years ago.
Runners, are you ready? Yeah! On your marks. Get set. Go.
If you look at the history of the Beverly Hills Police Department, you'll see that this is not unusual for our people to become totally involved with the community.
Our community members coming out and doing this and helping us out. So we're here to celebrate life and remember Vahagan.
It's always great to come out to events like this on behalf of the WPT Foundation. Tons of fun.
We had a great time.
Always
Absolutely.
good.
what a fun shoot. Looks like a good time was had by all for a very worthwhile cause. To learn more about the WPT's philanthropic efforts, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. Looks like action is starting back up, so I'm going to send it down to Mike and Vince.
Vince, I didn't see you in that race there for that charity event.
Oh, no, I was not in that race. But right now, we have a nice race going on here at the Commerce Casino. 5 players going after over $1 million. Who will take down this title and put their name on the Champions Cup? We will see.
Action on David Fong, he folds.
Jesse Yaganuma with an attractive King 10 of spades.
The Ace King of Hearts didn't go too well for him just a moment ago. Going to try this one now.
Well, he's made it 120. Danny Fuse out Paul Volpe with a Queen 7, not going to play, but Paul Clan.
Yeah, Paul's in the big blind. Just has a 5-4, but things are going good for him so far. So going to make the call here, and we're going to look at a flop.
So two-way action. King 10, and a 10 hits on the flop. 10-6 deuce.
Well, Paul Clan has a gut shot straight draw. He's going to check. Now Jesse with top pair is going to wager. And he bets $135,000.
Into Paul Clan, who's the owner of a disaster restoration company in Canada. So-called amateur. Now look at this. He's not going to do an amateur move here. He's going to raise with this.
Well, he's going to check raise right here. Just hoping his opponent's got ace king, ace queen, and can't stand the heat. He's going to exit the property, but I don't see that happening here.
Oh, wow. Jesse going over the top, all in. Says, take that back to the dump truck.
Well, Paul says, maybe I should have just called. Try to hit that gut shot.
Oh, absolutely. Don't mess around with Jesse Yaganuma, the poker pro out of L.A., plays at the Commerce Casino all the time, and he's going to take down a nice one.
I'm Jeannie, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Stay tuned for more action from the Commerce Casino.
You can't win anything on social poker sites, so people play any 2 cards. And that's not real poker. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker because we're competing for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Commerce is like kind of like another world. You're totally focused on poker.
There's a huge, it's almost like a warehouse of poker.
The amount of poker that is played here is amazing.
The game is rocking and rolling down there.
It's usually a lot of fun. There's obviously players on both ends of the spectrum. Some are very tight, some are very loose, some are very good, some are not as good. But overall, it's a good amount of action, and I think that's why people come here to play.
We are back here at the Commerce Casino for the World Poker Tour Season 11. 5 players remain.
Well, there you see Paul Volpe still well out in front with over $5.2 million in chips. All these guys fighting it out for over $1 million first place prize and to get their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. Action on the high stakes pro, Danny Fuse. He looks down at ace king. You know he's going to raise with this, and he does so. $120,000.
Paul Volpe going out, and now Paul Clan with a nothing hand folds.
And David Fong out as well.
And to Jesse Yaganuma. He's got ace 3 of clubs, Mike.
Well, he's in the big blind. It'll cost him another half bet to make the call, and he does so.
So Danny Fuse from San Diego, 40 years old, in a good place right now. Let's see if the flop helps him. Nope. 8-5-4 on the flop.
Well, it does give Jesse a gut shot straight draw. I think the deuce is giving him a straight, but look at this, Vince. He is going to lead out and bet. Just going to hope Danny has something like ace king or ace queen where he'll give this hand up.
Yeah, $135,000 now. Gotta like this bet by Jesse. Takes the play away.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a pair, don't have a real hand, it's tough to call it.
I think Danny's frozen right here.
Yep.
Just didn't connect on that flop and gives it up. So nice bet for Jesse there to take down that pot.
Intense action here tonight, and last season in Jacksonville, we saw a great competition and found out that even great pros can make big mistakes, as we see in this edition of the Best of Season 10.
The final table of the Jacksonville Best Bet Open was filled with great players, including Legends of Poker champion Will the Thrill Fiala and our own Raw Deal analyst, Tony Dunst. Early at the final table, Will found himself questioning a fold in a huge hand against eventual champion Sean Kunix. With this decision still weighing on his mind,
I think I folded the best hand.
Will squared off with Tony Dunst.
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to do all day, buddy. That's what I wanted.
He called Tony's pre-flop raise with suited connectors.
Yeah, you may want to look again.
Even though Will hit a pair on the flop, Tony was still in the lead with pocket 10. The turn hit Will's hand and gave him a huge edge against Tony.
Will's got 2 pairs, 7s and 6s. What a card for Will the Thrill.
Both players check the river.
Check's good.
Pair.
What pair?
6.
No good.
And in what has become the most surprising fold of season 10,
Oh, you got me that time. Nice hand, nice hand, nice hand.
Will the Thrill mucked his cards face down, thinking he only had a pair of 6s.
He had 10, I showed a 6.
Will the Thrill has overlooked his hand, folks.
Absolute shock here. Didn't see his cards.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Tony Dunce getting a gift right there with a big bow on it.
What the heck just happened?
An unbelievable oversight in what has become one of the best moments of season 10. It just shows you, Vince, even the best make mistakes once in a while.
Yeah, hate to do that to you, Will the Thrill, but we couldn't help ourselves. All right, back to the action we go. Paul Volpe here with a little suited connector.
You're going to raise under the gun, makes it 120,000 to go.
Oh, man, look at this. Paul Clan has picked up kings again. This is the Clan hand tonight.
Yeah, he had him earlier at this final table against the 7-8 of clubs of Danny Fuse. Worked out well for him then. He's just calling here, Vince, not raising with the kings.
Gonna play it different, play it sneaky. David Fong out, Jesse out.
Not fond of this play because when you limp in with kings, you entice the blinds to come in, meaning you have to beat more players in a pot. Not so easy to do, and as you can see, Danny Fuse with the deuces does come in.
And look at this flop, 3 of a kind for Danny Fuse, just like that.
Yeah, but Paul Volpe has a straight and a
Oh,
straight
boy.
flush draw.
That is right. That is right, Danny Fuse coming out.
Oh, this is the best thing Danny can do right here with this hand is lead out. And he does so. 180,000. That's how they say you get the most value out of flop and trips is just lead out and fire with them.
Oh, wow. And a re-raise by Volpe.
And you can't blame him for raising with this hand.
No, you can't. He's got a gigantic draw hand. And Paul Clan is saying, I think I blew this hand.
Wow. Just an easy getaway here.
Yeah, it is. Now, this is surprising.
Unbelievable. One guy
Oh,
let out
boy.
a bet. The other guy raised.
That's a mistake right there. He has made this call. Now, Danny Fuse in Paradise Alley right now. 3 of a kind.
Vince, I think you have to go with it. You
I'm
just
all
have to
in.
put one of them on a flush draw here.
Okay, he's done the right thing. He pushes. You got to push at this point. Too many drawing hands out there.
I don't see Paul Volpe going anywhere, though, Vince.
No, I agree. He wants the count, of course.
What do I have out there?
Gigantic draw there for Volpe, the online pro.
In case your opponent has a nut flush draw, you've got a pair. If he's got a set, you get a flush draw and a straight draw. So when you flop a pair and a flush draw, you're never drawing dead and therefore very difficult to give up the hand.
Oh, yeah, and he goes back over the top all in. Paul Clan finally dismisses his hand.
I'm gambling.
And look at this. Danny Fuse. Show tunes going off in his head. He is a favorite to take this one down.
Yeah, he's about a 2-to-1 favorite as the cards lie, but he knows his tournament life is on the line here. Whoever wins this pot will be the chip leader at this final table. Everybody on their feet at the Commerce. Wow, what action.
Look here, we got a gambling hand.
2 cards to come, Mike. Strange things have happened in this casino. What a pot we are witnessing.
Massive pot. Here comes the turn card. Ace on the turn. Notice it's not over. Danny Fuse does not celebrate. He knows his opponent can catch an ace, a 4, or the 3 of clubs to win this pot. So he still has outs to win, as we say. Paul Volpe needs an ace, a 4, or the 3 of clubs. Otherwise, Danny Fuse will be the chip leader.
Down to the river we go. Here's the sweat card.
It's the 8 of spade. There it is. Danny Fuse has won the biggest pot of the night. He is now the chip leader with 5 players left.
All right, there you have it. With Danny's double up, we end our first hour of coverage here at Commerce Casino. You know, Mike, your pick, Danny Fuse, has taken the chip lead. How do you think he'll use this momentum to his advantage?
Well, Kimberly, I think it's going to bode well for Danny now that he's got the chip lead at this final table. Obviously, he just flopped a set, made a full house to win the big pot to take the chip lead. And with it, with his aggressive style, he'll definitely be the man to beat tonight.
And Vince, where does this leave the rest of the field when play continues?
Well, Kimberly, you know, I said they're stealth bombers. That's what they are. They go under the radar. They're waiting for the opportunity. But I'm very impressed with these guys so far. I mean, there's been more bluffing and lying going on here than a Pinocchio convention. Very impressive.
All right. Well, join us next time from Los Angeles for more of Season 11's coverage of the WPT's LAPC at the Commerce Casino. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Los Angeles, the stakes are high and the pressure is unbelievable as our remaining players fight for their share of a prize pool worth over $4.9 million. Continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable.
Welcome back to our in-depth coverage of WPT's LAPC at the Commerce Casino. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and as always, I'm joined by our own in-house poker experts, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, after Toby Lewis's elimination in 6th place, and then Cash Game Pro Danny Fuse now with the chip lead, where do you see the action heading?
Well, Kimberly, all 5 of these guys, good players and capable of winning, and certainly all of them want to get their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. But the momentum has gone the way of Danny Fuse. He's a high-stakes cash game player. He has more experience in live tournaments than all the other players. And with that chip lead and that experience, I look for him to stay in command and take down his first WPT title tonight.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. And Vince, it looked like the 2 Pauls were in complete control. With Danny now having the chip lead, how will this change the table dynamics?
Well, it's the story of the 2 Pauls. You had Paul Volpe, came in as the chip leader, but then Danny Fuse lit the fuse of the firecrackers, threw him into the Volpe pit, and all of a sudden it all exploded. Disaster for him. But the other Paul has done quite well. He has prospered. And that's just another time on the World Poker Tour that a hobby player has come out and done really well on the WPT. But let's not forget about a guy that's sitting in seat number 3, David Fong. He's saying, I'm not an empty seat here. He goes, don't Fong with me. I'm going to take home this title and the $1 million.
I love it, always pushing the envelope. Now we have word that the cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see Danny Fuse well out in front with $5.3 million in chips. The winner tonight taking home over $1 million and getting their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
All right, as we start tonight here, $10,000 are the antes, the blinds are 30 and 60,000. Action on David Fong. He's going to fold that hand. And now on Jesse Yaganuma.
Well, Jesse's a poker pro. Plays a lot of his poker right here at the Commerce Casino on a daily basis.
He's folded the hand, and now our chip leader, Danny Fuse, with a pair of 8s.
Got a real hand on the button here. Going to raise it up to $125,000.
Into the online expert. Made a lot of money online playing poker. This is Paul Volpe we're talking about. He's got ace-10.
He's also a very aggressive player.
He's re-raised, Mike.
3 bets, a lot of hands, and he's doing it right here with the ace-10.
Paul Clan out, back on Danny.
Started with like 2.3.
And look at this. On the side of Paul and Danny's cards are chip stack indicators, and they illustrate each player's chip position. So in this case, Paul Volpe, who started out this final table as our chip leader, could be in peril.
Well, tough decision here with the mid-pair.
Whoa.
Well, not too tough for Danny Fuse. He moves all in over the top, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Paul Volpe right here because he's fearful he could be dominated with this hand, meaning his opponent could have ace-king, ace-queen. He's only got ace-10. Now, if Danny Fuse turned his hand face up, Paul Volpe would make the call here because he'd be getting the price to call in a race situation, but doesn't know what Danny has. Gets out of the pot and chalk that one up to a nice all-in bet by Danny Fuse.
Yeah, beautifully done by the 40-year-old from San Diego. Danny Fuse, things going his way right now.
Well, there's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And if you're a Club WPT VIP member, you receive preferred seating. You can come meet Vince and I, Kimberly, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, at all our televised live events. So sign up now to become a Club WPT VIP member.
All right, back to this hand. A couple folds around to Paul Clan, who's got ace-9.
Paul's a Canadian, the lone amateur at the table.
He's just going to call this. And now David Fong in the big blind is content to see a flop. David's just got a jack-8. Here we go with a flop. King 8-6, 8s for David Fong. Nothing for Paul Clan.
We've seen Paul play a little unorthodox at this final table so far, where he's played some kings. Here he didn't raise out of the small blind with the ace-9. Now he's going to lead out and bet on the flop, but David not buying it. He says, if a guy had a king, wouldn't he have raised before the flop? And now a jack comes off. This gives David Fong 2 pair. His opponent drawing dead.
Yeah, opponent has nothing. Paul Clan is an owner of a disaster restoration company in Canada.
Well, this hand's going to be a disaster for all the money he puts in the pot from here on because he cannot win it.
330. Got to give him an A for effort, though.
Because of the dynamics of the board, Vince. 2 flush draws, possible straight draws out there. No way you're just going to call with 2 pair in this spot. You're definitely going to raise it. Just a matter of how much. Wow. All in by David Fong.
What do we got left?
I mean, that was a $300,000 bet with a $1.7 million raise.
Now, Paul Clan says, how much more you got? And that is just a
This is
fluff
just a
and
waste
push
of
show.
time is what it is. 0 chance he's calling here.
He's trying to save face a little bit, like he had a hand. Finally, Paul does the right thing, mucks his hand. David Fong, in his first WPT event ever, will take down a nice pot.
And he got in this tournament by winning a satellite fence, meaning he could really make a big parlay out of that satellite win.
Well, the poker action here at the Commerce Casino is always fantastic.
That's right, Vince. Since we last saw our viewers, some very competitive non-televised main events took place at Casino Baden in Baden, Austria. The WPT was at King's Casino at the Corinthia Hotel in Prague. Also, a successful non-televised main event took place in Atlantic City at Borgata and down in Hollywood, Florida at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. Matt Giannetti earned his second WPT title at the WPT Lucky Hearts Poker Open.
Mike, season 11 is action-packed, as you know, with both WPT regional events and WPT national events.
These WPT caliber tournaments offer accessible buy-ins, ensuring players a high-quality experience worthy of the WPT name.
Mike, we held a WPT regional event at the Seminole Casino, Coconut Creek, and at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Tampa, Florida, where Joseph Carpenter won over $83,000 at the Seminole Hard Rock WPT Winter Tampa Bay Open.
Now, over in Europe, WPT Nationals were held at the City West Hotel in Dublin, in Brussels at the Grand Casino Brussels, at the Aviation Club de France in Paris, and on the other side of the globe, at the MGM Grand Sanya, Lei Qinghua won the WPT National China Poker Tournament Sanya. Congratulations to all our winners. To find out more about upcoming WPT events, log on to WPT.com.
Okay, now back to the action here at the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles.
Well, it's just amazing how the WPT has gone global as the poker world has gone global. We started out in season 1 with 13 events. We've now got 55 events this season in national and regional events and televised events around the world.
Yep. And right now the blinds are going up here at the Commerce, 40 to 80,000, and these are 10,000. Danny Fuse, everything going his way right now is first to act. He's got King Jack, and yes, he will raise. Makes it 160 to go. Paul Volpe going out. Clan also not going to play.
Yeah, the amateur from Canada out as well. But David Fong has got a hand in the small blind here. He's got 2 9s. He knows Danny Fuse is the chip leader, an aggressive player. What do you do with 2 9s? Well, he's going to look at a flop with him.
Just going to call it. Jesse going away. So two-way action. We got 9s up against King Jack, and here is the flop. Ace 4-3. No help for Danny Fuse.
Well, David Fong is going to check. And ace is the one card you didn't want to see when a guy raised before the flop that you're up against. And there you see the continuation bet by Danny Fuse.
Yep, he's going to stick in 175 with nothing.
Well, David making the call with the 2 9s here, so showing a little heart here by not giving up.
Certainly is. Here comes the turn card. 6 of diamonds. No help to either player.
Now David's going to check again. And look at this, Vince. Even though Danny Fuse got called on the flop, he is going to fire a second bullet here with no hand, no draw. 325,000. What a bet by Danny Fuse.
Yeah, by just applying the pressure.
David Fong in a quandary now. He knows not only does he have to call a bet here, but what's going to happen on the river if his opponent bets yet again. He knows all he can beat is a bluff, but that's what Danny's doing, is bluffing, and it's working. So the cash game pro showing him how it's done right here. Proud of himself for making that bluff bet on the turn.
Yeah, nicely done by Danny Fuse from San Diego, taking pots he doesn't deserve.
Lots on board as our extended coverage of the WPT's LAPC continues, plus a special old school versus new school ones to watch challenge that will take your breath away, as well as Tony Dunn's analysis of tonight's play in a new edition of The Raw Deal. It's all when we return to the Commerce Casino and the WPT LAPC, so stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Ivy, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to Season 11 of the World Poker Tour.
All right, we are back here at the Commerce Casino. Danny Fuse from San Diego, the chip leader, Mike, with $6.7 million.
Yeah, the highly respected pro is dabbing it right now, well out in front here, looking to take down his first WPT title.
Witter's going to take home over $1 million. Action on David Fong from San Jose, California. A quick fold by him. And now the local pro, Jesse Yaganuma, also going to fold. Chip leader Danny going out.
So it's a battle of the blinds here. Paul Volpe, very tough young player. Ace-6 of hearts. He's certainly going to raise with that. Makes it $180,000 to go.
And now the Canadian, Paul Clan. Let's take a look at Paul's cards. King, Queen.
Well, pretty good hand in the big blind here. He knows this aggressive player he's up against could have any two cards and raise out of the small blind, so he is certainly going to play. Makes the call. He'll flop 3-4-5 with two spades. Gives Paul an open-end straight draw. He's going to check. Surprised by that check. Look at this. The amateur from Canada is taking the bait here. And he is just going to try to bet his way into victory here.
You got to respect that. 225 into Volpe. Volpe, known as one of the greatest online players in the world today. He goes all in.
Wow. An incredible check raised by Paul Volpe here. There's no way Paul Clan can call here with king high, obviously. So he just picked him off like a cherry on a tree, Vince. Had he let out and bet, the guy probably would have just folded. As it was, he chops out another $225,000.
Yep, but it is going to work. Paul Clan has to lay that down.
So a nice check raise all-in bet right there by Paul Volpe to take down that pot. And Vince, he's climbing back into this thing. He came to the final table as chip leader, went down to 6th place, and now he's battling his way back up where he's got a few chips to fight with here. We started this tournament with 517 entrants, including 2 guys that qualified on ClubWPT.com. I'm talking about Chris Taylor from Oregon and Zoltan Kovacs from Pennsylvania.
What a poker experience they had from Club WPT. They're out here. In fact, they're here tonight at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, chatting it up with the girls. They've had a great time. They had a shot at the big bucks. They played against all the greats. Who's better than them?
Well, as you said, these guys won their seats by playing on ClubWPT.com. VIP members also enjoy a lot of other benefits, such as getting to watch past WPT episodes, getting copies of the WPT Poker Magazine, and as we see tonight, hanging out with the Royal Flush Girls.
It is a good deal. Now, by the way, you can play on your PC or Mac now, so everyone can play. Sign up today and win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Okay, and now the antes are going up to 15,000. Blinds are 50 and 100,000. Action goes to Danny Fuse, the chip leader, the very bold player from San Diego. He's got ace-8 this time, but he's going to muck that. Paul Volpe out. Paul Clan going to take a breather.
I'm all in.
And look at this. David Fong with King Jack has gone all in. But right behind him, Jesse with an ace-8 of spades.
Wow. It's right, one of those marginal hands, what to do.
He's calling it.
He's made the call, and what a call it is. Borderline situation. He makes the tough call with it, and he is in good shape to double up here.
Jesse Yaganuma with his buddies in the stands, including Shannon Shore, WPT final tableist.
Well, this is a very nice call here by Jesse. I don't know how the hand's going to come out for him, but he put his tournament life on the line, went with his gut instinct. His ace-high was the best hand. It is. Let's see if it holds up. So far, so good for Jesse as it comes 7 high. Gives Jesse a straight draw, but all he's worrying about now is dodging a king or a jack.
All right, going to the turn. It is a queen. So ace-8 still out in front.
Jesse in great shape to double up right here. All he's got to do is dodge a king or a jack on the river.
That's right, but if a king or a jack hits, we have to say goodnight to Jesse. So that would be a disaster. Just a deuce of clubs on the river. So Jesse Yaganuma, the local here from the Commerce Casino, 27 years old, gonna win a good one.
Yeah, his friends and family very happy about that result.
I always like the competitive edge in poker, trying to outsmart somebody, trying to pick out weakness and pick out when people think I'm weak and kind of playing back at them in turn.
Nice hit on the river, Jesse. Jesse Yaganuma!
Everyone knows what they're doing. No one's making any glaring mistakes. It's kind of cool for my friends and family being able to watch me through the whole tournament. All the support and everything everyone's given me throughout this tournament has really been something that you can't put a price on.
Well, we are back, and I tell you, I like Jesse Yaganuma's style. Very intelligent young player. Showing it here tonight, but right now the chip leader, Danny Fuse from San Diego, still out in front with 6.5 million. David Fong on the short stack with under 7. Action going to Paul Volpe. Quick muck by him.
The amateur Paul Clan, he's got a king jack and just throws it away.
Now David Fong on the short stack picks up ace-8, and he's going to push all in.
Well, can't blame him for moving all in here. I'd do the same thing if I was him in this spot.
And look at this, Jesse with an ace-5 behind him. Contemplated his decision.
Well, he knows the guy might be a little desperate, Vince.
Yep.
He just picked him off with an ace-8. This time he's got an ace-5.
Oh boy, yes, he is going to make this call. Danny getting out of their way.
Well, there you see the wince by Jesse as his opponent turns up ace-8. Sees he's dominated here.
Yep, this gives David Fong a big chance of doubling up.
Everybody on their feet again. Same 2 contestants battling out again.
David versus Jesse. And here is the flop jack 3 deuce. Jesse's got the inside straight draw.
Now a 4 or a 5 would win the pot for Jesse, but actually this is a good flop for David here because it's not going to be a split pot.
That's right.
Chances are he's going to win it or lose it. A couple big cards come up. His 8 is going to play as a kicker, so he's not disgruntled seeing that flop, believe it or not, even though it gives his opponent a gut shot straight draw.
Here comes the turn card.
6 comes off. So Jesse must catch a 4 or 5 to win this pot. Otherwise, David Fong is now going to double up. David Fong, been a pro for 2 years. It's the first time he's ever been at the Commerce Casino and the first WPT event he's ever played. Gotta love it here.
And the river card's a king of diamonds.
So David Fong doubles up to stay alive. We still have 5 left. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more exciting action from the LAPC right after this. The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
Welcome back to the WPT and Season 11's coverage of the LAPC. This tournament attracted a lot of past and present WPT ones to watch. We thought it would be fun to put those players to the test off the felt, so we devised a special competition in this edition of Ones to Watch.
We're the ones to watch. ones to watch. Yeah, we're the ones to watch. Ones to watch. Ones
Welcome
to
to the
watch.
inaugural WPT Ones to Watch Challenge. It's going to be the old school ones to watch versus the new school ones to watch. Each team will race up the grand staircase to a table of chips. After counting all the chips accurately, the teams will then head to the Wall of Champions, where faces of former WPT champs must be matched with their LAPC season they won. The final challenge will be an interesting culinary delight. The team that finishes the entire course in the shortest time will win the Ones to Watch Challenge Cup. Good luck to everyone.
They got a lot of slouches on that team. Look at us.
Jason oiled up before the event to show up the muscles and everything.
Maria's drinking, which I don't like because I want to win.
I will have you know I was a cheerleader. That's athletic, right?
Ready.
And we can pull it together.
Yeah.
Ready.
Few marks. Go!
How do we look?
Pretty good,
Just
guys.
asses just
yeah.
ready to try.
All in my face.
You got the best view in the house.
I did.
I got purple.
All right, Aubrey. 586.9. You guys.
Okay. I think our division of labor with the chips was good, but we just screwed up the numbers.
576, 925.
Okay. 540.
581, 825.
581, 825. Where?
Let's go.
Match the face to the season. It's fun, Bjordy's right here. Is there already a floor? No. Here, Sean. Good job.
This way.
All right, yellow team, dig in, clean the plate. Now remember, there's bones in these chicken feet.
Yeah, I want you to say that.
You got to finish the plate clean.
Chicken feet, I must puke.
Somebody's got to eat
I
this.
can't eat beef.
There's no beef in there.
What's in it?
Pork.
I can't eat pork. I'm screwed.
You're not screwed. You're not the one eating it.
Just come on, man. This is the worst. I'd rather eat bull's testicles. Eat that. I don't
Okay, eat it.
There's a surprise in there.
Stuff it. Come on, just stuff it.
Finish it or you're going to be disqualified.
Finish.
Come on.
Finish it.
Come on, man.
Oh
You got to finish it.
Oh my God.
All right.
It's over already.
Go!
I think it took Jason 7 steps to get up the stairs. Actually.
he was literally out that. He was there 5 seconds before you guys.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Right here, guys. Start stacking.
The top and counting, we were stacking the chips a little bit too fast, and some of the stacks weren't in 20s.
Here's a 20 stack right here.
500 plus whatever we have here. What do we got here? 585, 825. 573, 825. 79, 825. Go.
Match the face to the season.
Spread it out.
I got it. This is 11.
Let it see if he knows all.
That's over there.
999. Grinder.
No, Andres, here. Hi. There you go, that's it. No, that's right. Let's see. That's right.
All right, dig in and make sure you clean the plate. There's bones in these chicken feet.
Okay.
Now there's bones in there. Come on, guys.
Oh.
3 clean feet.
You ate it all.
Don't eat the bones. You gotta keep it down too. You gotta keep it down.
I hate you so much, Matt.
That was pretty gross.
Second time on WPT history, I almost puked. Rainbow flowers, all in.
And the winners, with a time of 6 minutes 57 seconds, it's the old school. Congratulations, guys.
Sad that the chicken feet were in vain. It's my one meal that I get to eat.
Some people might have thought we were the underdogs. We definitely proved them wrong.
They do have Dan O'Brien, though. Have you not seen the guy with the shirt off? It's a monster.
What is it? Don't put this on TV. We've already lost.
Where's that?
Get it out of here, dog. I honestly, everybody it's the same. He and I.
Congratulations to the old school team. I'm just not sure about those chicken feet. Ugh. Now let's get back to the action with Mike and Vince.
Mike, that was one of those. Don't put this on TV as he pours more baby oil on his body and turns to the side and flexes. That was beautiful.
Oh, Vince, I know you're in shape. Can you hang with these young guys? Can you run and jump with these guys like they do?
Oh, I'm putting my shirt back on quickly around them. All right, right now, David Fong with a quick fold. Jesse also out. And now it's on our chip leader, Danny Fuse, with ace-9.
And he's going to raise it up here. Makes it 200,000 to go.
Paul Volpe not going to play. Now it's on Paul Clan. Oh, look at this. He's got the clan hand again, the pair of kings. Incredible.
And he's had those a lot tonight. Played them unusual several times. And add this one to the list here. He just limps in and calls out of the big blind, Vince.
Gonna play it sneaky again. Let's see if it pays off for Paul Clan. Flop comes up 7-3, deuce, all spades.
Well, action is on, Paul. He doesn't have a spade. He's going to check here.
Yeah, Danny not getting any of that, and he's going to check as well behind him. No continuation bet. Here comes the turn.
Now the board pairs threes.
And now Paul saying, this guy didn't bet. I better bet this.
I'm going to bet the 2 kings now.
Sure. 250.
Vince, you're just not going to put your opponent on a deuce or a 3, a guy that calls before the flop.
Danny's got a spade there.
He didn't re-raise you before the flop. You can't put him on this big pair because he didn't raise before the flop.
10 of hearts on the river. No help for Danny Fuse. Paul Clan from Canada out in front with his kings. And he's going to make a solid bet of 550.
Danny trying to put the piece of this puzzle together, but it's hard to do. You're never going to put your opponent on a big pair because he didn't raise before the flop.
I call.
Oh boy, he's made this call. He's making a contribution.
Well, he's hoping that Paul's got something like King Jack or Queen Jack.
Incorrect.
But he is wrong here. But you can't fault his instincts the way the hand was played.
And there is Paul Clan's very pretty wife. Loving this moment here tonight. Got to be good.
I like to think of myself as a young player, but obviously I'm not at 41, in my mind only. I've played about 5 or 6 WPTs. I didn't cash, but I was able to eliminate Mike Sexton and take his bounty at my table, so that was fun.
Why didn't we get it in on a flop? But it felt better.
He certainly wasn't happy, and I don't blame him, no one is, but Mike's always a gentleman.
Now you got to take care of my chips.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. To win the title and to win the money would be great. My wife would certainly be happy. She's probably spent it already.
There she is.
You know, I already forgot about that the guy eliminated me, and now you got to bring up a bad memory, but...
Man, you had that hard luck red shirt on. What a jinx.
It works for Tiger Woods.
Paul Clan looking good here tonight as we continue with 5-handed poker from the Commerce Casino.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Stick around for more of the World Poker Tour.
Texas Hold'em takes just a few minutes to learn and a lifetime to master. That's why we created the WPT Poker Trainer that lets you work on your game anytime you want, from anywhere you want, on your iPhone or iPad. Download your copy today. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Los Angeles and the Commerce Casino for our extended coverage of the WPT LAPC. The prize pool for this event is over $4.9 million, which means that whoever wins this title will earn 1,400 Player of the Year points. And that will put them right behind 5-diamond champ Ravi Raghavan and our current leader, Grand Prix de Paris champion Matt Salzberg. If you want to see exactly how the player points are determined and where your favorite players rank in this year's POI race, log on to WPT.com. All season long, we'll keep you up to date on the standings, but in the meantime, let's get back to Mike and Vince and the action here at Commerce.
Well, 5 players left fighting it out for that coveted WPT title. They all want to get their name on that WPT Champions Cup and join the likes of Phil Ivey, Antonio Esfandiari, Gus Hansen, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and others, the legends of the game. If you're a player, that's where you want your name.
All right, back to the felt, a couple folds, around to the chip leader. Danny Fuse from San Diego, he's got an 8-5 of hearts. He's got the button, he's got chips, and he's got a raise. Makes it 200,000 to go. Paul Volpe going away. But Mr. Clan has a pair of 4s.
Well, he's not going anywhere. Makes the call with him.
So Danny versus Clan again. 8-5, pair of 4s. Here we go.
The flop comes 9-5-3. Good flop for Danny. He is now out in front with the 2 5s. But Paul is going to lead out and bet here. And of course, you're sitting in Danny's seat. You're fearful your opponent Made a pair of 9s on the flop. Danny going to make the call, though. 7 of hearts comes off a great card for Danny Fuse because it gives him a straight flush draw now to go along with his 2 5s. But look at this. Paul Clan betting yet again. Now you really don't think your 2 5s are the best hand, Vince. You're pretty sure your opponent's got 2 9s when he fires a second shell.
But Danny's going to call for 350 down to the river. A queen of spades. Doesn't help either player.
Well, Paul Clan has bet on the flop and turn, got called twice, so do you shut it down here with 2 4s? Yes, he does. Danny's going to check right behind him and he's going to love it when his opponent turns up 2 4s because he's going to win the pot with 2 5s.
Wow, you talk about playing slop and making it work for you. That's exactly what Danny Fuse made happen there. Our chip leader extends the chip leader, and there's Sean Buchanan.
Yeah, WPT champion in the house, rooting for Danny. A lot of guys would like to see Danny Fuse win this, especially all the high-stakes players, because they know if Danny wins, the money will be in action.
All right, back to this hand. Jesse folding in a big hand here for Danny Fuse again. Ace-king. He makes it 200,000 to go. Volpe out. Paul Clan has a nothing hand. He goes away, and the only one to beat is David Fong, who picks up the queens. What a time to get him.
Well, Vince, he's on the short stack here. Just can't imagine you're not going to just shove with this hand. You're not going to find a better one, probably.
David Fong in his first ever WPT event. He goes all in like he should, and a quick call by Danny Fuse.
Well, the classic race, the ace-king versus 2 queens, comes up quite a bit if you play tournament poker. You got to win races to win tournaments. Let's see who's going to win this one.
David Fong with the queens.
Got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite. He could parlay that in to over $1 million if he wins this tournament. But he's got to win this hand to do it. He's a slight favorite to do it with the 2 queens. But the way Danny Fuse is running right now, how would you like to be racing against him?
The flop is at 8-4 deuce. Very good for David Fong.
Please, just a queen. End it there.
David says, put up a queen. Let's end it.
Ace or king of spades for a sweat.
Danny says, how about the ace or king of spade for a sweat?
We will see. Here is 4th Street.
There it is, the king of spade.
Just what he asked for.
So here we go. Danny Fuse out in front right now with the kings, but his opponent has a flush draw. A queen would win it for him as well. So still a lot of outs for David Fong. Can he catch a spade or a queen?
David 1 card away from elimination here at the Commerce. River card coming up. Poker Destiny on the line here for Mr. Fong.
It's a 5 of hearts. So Danny Fuse getting lucky on the turn to catch the king. And Vince, Danny Fuse has eliminated both players from this table so far.
Wow, David Fong out in 5th place, 236,000 richer. He's over to talk to Matt Savage.
David, a final table in your first ever WPT event. Tell us about your week.
It's, I mean, it was fun. I got lucky, and now I got unlucky, so.
Well, you got in for a satellite, 236,000, not too bad for a week. And the next stop is in your hometown, and mine too.
Yep.
San Jose, the Bay 1-1 Shooting Star. You gonna be there?
Yep.
All right, we'll see you there.
All right.
Back to you.
An unfortunate king on the turn has knocked David Fong out of this tournament in 5th place. Better luck at Bay 101, right? Looks like action is starting back up, so I'll send it down to Mike and Vince.
Well, what an opportunity for Danny Fuse from San Diego. Big-time cash player. He's out in front with 7.2 million in chips. And look at this. I can't believe it. Danny Fuse picks up another gigantic hand. Pair of kings. Makes it 225 to go.
Wow, Vince, he's going to be saying, call me butter. I'm on a roll right now. Danny Fuse is dabbing it here.
Volpe out. And now Paul Clan, though, with an ace-3 of hearts. Looks stubborn. He's got to re-raise. Makes it 450 to go.
Wow.
And back on our chip leader, Danny Fuse.
2, 3.
Got kings in a 4-handed poker game. You got a guy raising you. Oh, sip that coffee. Enjoy the moment.
And he just calls. He is slow playing the 2 kings here. Going to try to trap the amateur, but could be a daring play. Let's see if it works out. Well, it's come Jack 4-3.
Well, so far so good there for Danny Fuse.
He's going to check the kings here. Paul's got bottom pair, but look at this, Vince. He checks it. Wow. It's like he knows Danny doing something sneaky, and the ace comes off now. And again, Danny checks, and the slow play pre-flop. Vince may have cost Danny Fuse this pot. Let's see how much money it's going to cost him now.
Just a great slowdown by Paul Clan. Now Paul's going to bet the aces, of course, like he should. 550.
Oh, man.
And this is a frustrating moment there for Fuse.
Well, if you're Danny Fuse right now, you're a sick puppy. You tried to get cute with this hand.
Yeah.
His opponent checked on the flop. Had he bet on the flop, Danny would have raised him big.
And he's going to fold it.
Well, he's going to make the call with 2 kings.
Oh, boy.
Well, a bit on the stubborn side here. Now 6 comes off.
Clan with aces and 3s.
Well, check again, he says.
Comes the value bet.
Yeah. Wow. Well, sometimes you can be guilty of the fancy play syndrome.
Guy's not human. Can't beat him.
Danny Fuse mumbling to himself.
Well, he's really going to mumble the way he played this pot when he sees it.
Well, it was good until the turn.
Well, the question is, can he save the 850 here on the river? He paid him off on the turn. He does give it up on the river, gives him credit for having him beat.
Just a machine.
Well, Danny says he's a machine, but Danny got a little cute with that hand.
You're a tough cookie, Paul. Tough cookie.
Wow. What a turn of events right there for Danny Fuse.
We have reached the point in our competition where Tony Dunst is feeling the need to chime in. And of course, that means the latest installment of the Raw Deal is up next. You don't want to miss it, so stick around.
You know, sometimes you want to work on your poker game without worrying about risking any money. That's why we love to play on ClubWPT.com, where we can play as many tournaments as we want without the fear of going broke. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Hi, I'm Brittany Bell. I'm one of the WPT Royal Flush Girls. Commerce is a really, really cool place. I've been hanging out at the Royal Flush Girl Bar, and here at Commerce, you see LAPC in this huge room. You've got about 517 players here, from old school pros like Phil Hellmuth to someone who's a new school pro like Doc Sands. Anybody could bust, anybody could go to final table, and it's really cool to see that happen.
Welcome back to Los Angeles and our coverage of the WPT LAPC. Tony Dunst has been keeping an eye on the action at this final table and is ready to give us his thoughts in this edition of the Raw Deal.
Going into this final table, longtime professional Danny Fuse had to think businessman Paul Clan was one of the soft spots on the table. Fuse has been a low-key grinder for years. Meanwhile, Paul Clan only has 3 cashes before this final table. So what's the difference between the way an amateur and a pro play the same hand? Let's break it down. To start the hand, amateur Paul Clan wakes up with cowboys in the big blind. Chip leader Danny Fuse raises from the button, and Paul makes the deceptive play of just calling pre-flop. I like Paul's play here. Since it's button versus big blind, Paul could be calling with a wide range of hands, making it much harder for Danny to determine his strength. The flop is 7-3 deuce all spades, and both players check. I like Danny's check. His hand has both showdown and draw equity, yet it's not quite strong enough to handle a check raise. The turn is the harmless 3 of hearts, and now Paul fires with his kings for $250,000. Danny believes he's successfully induced a bluff, knowing there's very few strong hands Paul can be holding on a board of this texture. I like Danny's call here, and while it's not always the case, all 12 outs are live for him. The river is the 10 of hearts, and after thinking a moment, Paul bets small, just 1/3 pot for $550,000. I like his sizing here. He knows Danny probably doesn't have anything strong, and he sizes it in a way that makes it tempting for hands with weak showdown value to call.
I call.
There's not that many hands Paul can be value betting, and 4-1 is always hard to turn down. Still, round 1 to Paul. Then it's the professional's turn with kings. Danny's first to act and raises to $225,000, and Paul on the button makes a small 3-bet to $450,000 with ace-3. The flop is 3 of spades, 4 of spades, jack of hearts. and I'm a little surprised to see Paul check when Danny checks. I don't think Danny folds any better hands to a bet at this point, but he will fold hands that have equity to suck out if he sees a free turn. The turn ace of diamonds gives Paul the lead in the hand, and he bets 550,000. Danny is sick, of course, but considering how often people bluff on an ace, I think it would be a little bit of a mistake to fold. So does Danny, who makes the call. The river is the 6 of diamonds.
Check again.
Then when Danny checks, Paul bets 850,000 for a little under half pot. I think his sizing is reasonable. I also think that if Danny has a hand that he can call here, the bet size is almost irrelevant. That is, he either has a pair under an ace that's folding to a bet, or he has an ace that's not folding to a bet. But this time, Danny Fuse gets away, and although Paul Clan got the best of him both times, he also had the best hand both times.
Well, that's the bottom line, Vince. He had the best hand both times.
All right, and as you can see, Danny Fuse from San Diego, the chip leader, well out in front. Antes are still 15,000. Blinds are 50 and 100. Winner's going to take home over $1 million here tonight at the Commerce. Action on Jesse, and guess who gets the queens this time? Jesse Yaganuma.
Well, he's on the short stack here with 4 left.
Well, he has made it 200,000 to go. Danny, though, with ace-king this time.
1 point. Or let's see.
Pretty incredible.
1.8.
Chip leader Danny.
Wow. You're going to 3-bet with this hand for sure, and he's doing it.
Yep, he does. He re-raises. Paul Volpe out. Paul Clan not going to play. Back on Jesse.
Well, Vince, you just can't expect to get a better hand than 2 queens, so when you're on the short stack here, I think you just got to ship it.
Oh.
Well, that's exactly what the local's going to do. He puts it all in, and a quick call by Danny Fuse, of course.
Wow, incredible. Again, it's 2 queens versus ace-king. The last time a guy had 2 queens against ace-king was David Fong. He got broke with him. Jesse looking to double up with him. Wow. Everybody on their feet again. The classic race situation. Vince's hands are coming up now that nobody can get away from. It's just a matter who gets lucky to win the races.
Both of them look excited. Big moment here at the Commerce Casino.
Well, it's certainly big for Jesse, because his tournament life is on the line.
All right, here come the first 3. It's a jack 6-3. Nice for the queens. Last time Danny Fuse begged that a king come up on the turn, and he got it. Knocked out David Fong from San Jose. Could he possibly do it again? Here's the turn.
7 on the turn. We are down to the river. Danny Fuse must catch an ace or a king to eliminate Jesse Yaganuma from this tournament. Jesse just got to dodge an ace or a king to double up and vault way up on the leaderboard. Well, it's a 4. So the queens stand up here. Jesse doubles up, and David Fong at the bar says, why couldn't my queen stand up?
Wow. Well, we are seeing everything tonight. We are seeing more big hands than a basketball team at the nail salon.
Danny Fuse unable to win a second race with Ace King, and Jesse Yaganuma is still in action as we end this hour's coverage of the LA Poker Classic. So, Mike, are you surprised to see so many big hands clashing?
Well, Kimberly, I'm not surprised they're clashing. I'm surprised we're seeing so many big hands. Back-to-back hands, 2 queens versus ace-king, 2 queens versus ace-king. This is a short-handed poker game. Those kind of hands just don't come up that often. That's what's wowing me, but certainly you can't blame anybody, whichever of those hands they have, for getting their money in pre-flop like these guys have done. Once again, in tournaments, you got to win races.
This is true, and Vince, it's been a roller coaster ride for these players. How do they keep their emotions together?
Well, you know, Kimberly, it's very tough as a poker player. You take one of those bad hits, you just want to be crying. But as we know, there is no crying in poker, unless, of course, you're Dwight Pilgrim or Chainsaw, Alan Kessler. He does a little bit of that. But these guys are tough. They want the title. They're keeping it all contained. It's interesting.
That's right. No tears on the felt. Thanks, guys. Please join us next time for the conclusion of this high-stakes event at Commerce Casino. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Los Angeles, one poker player will win over $1 million and have their name added to the WPT Champions Cup. The conclusion of the LA Poker Classic starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable.
Welcome back to Los Angeles and season 11 of the WPT. I'm Kimberly Lansing. WPT's LAPC at the Commerce Casino has always been a high-stakes, high-pressure tournament. It's where players like Gus Hansen, Antonio Esfandiari, and the legendary Phil Ivey won a spot on the WPT Champions Cup. And tonight, one of our remaining players will join that prestigious group. Tonight, as always, I'm joined by our own poker greats, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, I'll start with you. What does it mean to a player's career to win the LAPC?
Well, Kimberly, this is a big-time poker tournament, no question about it. $1 million first-place prize. And certainly it would be the highlight on the resume of any of our 4 remaining poker players. But just to win $1 million in a poker tournament doesn't happen all that often. And you don't get very many of those in your poker career. So obviously, winning this event would be very prestigious and honorable to any of these 4 players. Plus, they get their name on the WPT Champions Cup. It'll be there forever.
Yes, it will. And Vince, with 4 players left, do you think there's a clear favorite at this point to win?
No, I don't think there's a clear favorite, but I do think there's a sure thing that there will be continued pain and suffering going on at the Commerce Casino, because that's what we're seeing. We're seeing some tough beats, and one thing for sure, there'll only be one person walking away with complete joy. That will be our champion that will take home over $1 million.
Way to get out of that one, Vince. All right, thanks, guys. The action at the final table is ready to continue. Cards are about to fly, so let's get down to the felt.
Well, there you see the WPT stack tracker. This shows you how the players have gone up and down at this final table. Paul Clan, as you can see, started the tournament in 2nd place, now our chip leader. Danny Fuse's stack just took a big dive, as you can see, after losing that last pot. And Jesse Yaganuma, his stack has gone way up after winning the last pot.
That's right. You see Paul Volpe came in as the chip leader, then he just dropped off, kind of like my acting career in the 80s. But now he's a short stack. He's hanging in there. To the table we go. The antes are 20,000. The blinds 60 and 120. Action on Paul Volpe. Great online professional player. Made a lot of money. This time he's got King 10 of clubs. He will raise, makes it 240 to go. Canadian Paul Clan goes out.
Well, we're under the small blind here where Jesse looks down at Queen Jack of clubs. He's going to make the call and see a flop.
Certainly is. Danny Fuse from San Diego. Tough cash game player with a 9-8.
It's only going to cost him a half a bet, Vince. 800,000. That's nearly 700,000 in the pot. He's getting priced in to call here, so we have 3-way action going.
Look at this flop. 3 clubs on the flop. 2 guys have flushes.
Well, it's what we call a cooler flop here. Both players have flushes, and Danny's got top pair.
Incredible. Jesse with the queen high flush. He thinks he's in a beautiful place, but he's not. He's going to bet.
Definitely going to spell doom for somebody.
280. Danny goes out.
Just a good lay down there by Danny Fuse, though.
And there, you look at it, you can't believe it.
Only one hand can beat you, the ace-high flush.
Yes, okay.
You wouldn't expect a guy to lead out with that hand.
Just calls it okie dokies. Okay, now looking at Jesse's chip stack indicator, even if he gets it all in, which it looks like he will, Jesse will not bust out since he's in better chip position than Paul.
3 of diamonds.
On the turn. Incredible. Again, Jesse's going to bet 320.
Well, that's a small bet into a $1.3 million pot, but obviously he doesn't think he wants his opponent to go anywhere, and I can assure you he's not. He's going all in and a snap call by Jesse.
You have me beat.
Jesse, the local, completely disappointed, puts the chips into the Volpe fly trap, and he cannot believe it.
It's just a cooler hand, flush over